The story begins with a scene in Luyan City, Yen Country, where many couples stroll hand in hand, creating a bustling and noisy atmosphere. This hustle and bustle is especially concentrated at the Wanbao Pavilion. Inside the pavilion is an auction hall, which quickly fills up within minutes. The crowd buzzes with excitement. Hey, have you heard? The item being auctioned this time at Wanbao Pavilion is a cultivation technique from the 5 elements, Holy Land. A person nearby asks in astonishment, really? A treasure from one of the 10 great holy lands? Even a low-grade Huang rank technique would be enough to defeat any martial artist in Luyan City. I have to get it today, no matter what. My news is reliable. But look at the person sitting opposite. That's young Master Lin Yukai, from the wealthy Lin family of Luyan City. Do you think you can compete with him? In the distance, Lin Yukai, the eldest young master of the Lin family, sits arrogantly and says, "You haven't even been born yet if you dare to bid against me." As soon as he finishes speaking, a graceful young woman steps forward to begin the auction. Thank you all for waiting. The auction immediately begins. I am Manager Nailin of the Wanbao Pavilion Trading Company. The first treasure box is opened, revealing a high-grade Huang rank cultivation technique, Banshan Shui, passed down from the 5 elements, Holy Land. After opening the box, she announces loudly, "Let the bidding begin." Starting price, 300,000 gold coins. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 gold coins. As soon as the command is given, people below shout, 350,000. I'll pay 380,000. 400,000. These numbers are nothing when young Master Lin Yukai bids 3 million gold coins. He sneers at the others, a bunch of beggars. Such small bids. The crowd below gasps in astonishment. 10 times the starting price right off the bat. Is he even giving us a chance? That's right, that's right. On the auction stage, Manager Nailin continues to ask, 3 million. Are there any other bidders who wish to increase the price? The people below are helpless, sigh. Who can compete with the Lin family? Just as everyone thinks no one will bid any higher, a hand suddenly raises and says, "Me?" This immediately attracts attention, and all surprised eyes turn towards him. He calls out a price that shocks everyone, 30 million. Surely no one will bid higher now, right? The people around can't sit still anymore. 30 million? 100 times the original bid. That's almost enough to buy the entire Luyan City. This is directly smashing young Master Lin's rice bowl. Ha ha ha. The words of the commoners below provoke Lin Yukai's anger. Where did this punk come from? How dare he snatch something from under my nose? After a moment, the auctioneer smiles and strikes the gavel. If there are no further bids, this item will belong to the gentleman who bid 30 million. Seeing his young master's anger, the old steward with gray hair tries to persuade him, "Young master, don't be impulsive. Our purpose today is..." Before the steward can finish, Lin Yukai interrupts, "I know, of course. You don't need to say more." Manager Nailin strikes the gavel on the table and announces loudly, "Sold." Hearing this, the disappointed crowd gets up and prepares to leave. Sigh, let's disperse. Only the world of the poor has been hurt. How boring. Seeing everyone preparing to leave, the auctioneer calls out, "Everyone, please wait." She pulls out the next treasure. Look, everyone. This is the most valuable treasure of the day, the Ascension Token. The starting price is 2 million gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 100,000 gold coins. With the appearance of the new item, everyone is once again taken aback. The Ascension Token? Is that the legendary Ascension Token? Above, the Lin family steward is also restless. "Young master, this is the item Miss Hinni desperately wants. If we want to form an alliance with the city lord's mansion, we must obtain it." The man who just bid 3 million gold coins to buy the high-grade Huang rank Banshan Shui cultivation technique is also curious about this new treasure. "Brother, what is the Ascension Token?" The person next to him, after hearing the question, has a question mark pop up in his head, but he explains to him, "For ordinary people to enter a holy land for cultivation is harder than ascending to heaven. The age requirement is under 20, aptitude and cultivation must meet the standards, and they must also pass the entrance examination. This Ascension Token is granted by Holy Land elders when they travel the mortal world, based on fate. It allows one to bypass all the above conditions and directly enter the Holy Land for cultivation. After hearing the explanation, he realizes, so, as you say, this is equivalent to a free pass to skip the exams in this world? These naive words are overheard by young Master Lin, who comments, he casually spent 3 million earlier, and now he doesn't even know what the Ascension token is. This guy must be a country bumpkin who got rich overnight, coming to Wanbao Pavilion to show off. I was being generous earlier by letting him have his moment. This Ascension token is definitely mine. Lin Yukai raises his hand and bids 50 million, but the other man immediately responds with 100 million gold coins. The enormous number just offered makes everyone's jaws drop and their eyes bulge. What? Seeing everyone's expressions, he just picks his ear and says with exasperation, I said 100 million gold coins. Why is everyone at this auction hard of hearing? The auctioneer happily bangs the gavel, thinking that this fat fish cannot be let go. The surrounding people, hoping to have a share in this treasure, are left disappointed and exasperated. Hey, auctioneer, at least go through the motions, even if it's just for show. Ignoring everyone around, Manager Naylan excitedly asks, Young master, how will you be paying? We at Wanbao Pavilion do not accept installments or delayed payments. Such a large sum isn't small. Please give me some time, manager. I'll go and prepare. All right, please come this way. Lin Yukai angrily orders his steward, follow him. Investigate his situation clearly. Yes, sir. Arriving at a closed room, the auctioneer continues outside, Young master, please take your time. Our people are waiting outside at any moment. Inside, he breathes a sigh of relief, the last obstacle is finally gone. Then next. As soon as he finishes speaking, he pulls off the ring on his finger, flicks it, causing it to spin and emit an extremely dazzling golden light. I have to restock. Quickly, his clothes change back to modern attire. As you can see, I, Bai Yifan, now have the ability to travel between two worlds. Initially, it was because I accidentally cut my hand while cooking in my rented room, and the blood dripped onto my family's ancestral ring. Rewinding back to a month ago. He cried out in pain after cutting his hand. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Then, he found himself transported to this continent. A fantasy world where the strong soar through the heavens, and the weak live in dependence. But even more miraculously, the bok choy in my hand actually evolved into a sparkling, pure spiritual herb emitting a clear chi. People around, seeing the rare item, rush to buy it. Kid, I'll give you 5 million for this spiritual herb. Sell it to me. Ignore him. Look at me. I'll pay 10 million. Just like that, Bai Yifan was buried in money, not knowing what to do. The first sum of money earned in my life reached 8 figures, all thanks to a single bok choy. Traveling between the two worlds for a month allowed him to understand the structure of this continent. This Wengu continent is divided into 5 major regions: Dongchuan, Nanhuang, Shihai, Beiyuan, and Zhongzhou. There are also independent forbidden zones, the ancient Devil's Abyss, the Immortal Tomb, and the spiritual void Immortal Cave. Nanhuang and Shihai are the territories of the demon race. The territory of the demonic race is in the ancient Devil's Abyss. Dongchuan, Beiyuan, and Zhongzhou are occupied by the human race. The tripartite division of humans, demons, and demonic races has led to constant conflicts, big and small, over the past 100 years. Now, there is only superficial peace. Within the human race, besides ordinary citizens, there are martial artists who display their power. Based on the cultivation realms of martial artists, and the difference in their ability to transform into spiritual power, there are 2 main realms: the mortal body secret realm and the divine ability secret realm. The 7 levels of the mortal body, from lowest to highest, are body tempering, bone forging, internal strengthening, half-blood, marrow cleansing, aperture opening, and purple mansion. The 10 levels of divine ability are spiritual power, spiritual steel, spiritual sea, heaven and man, unity, golden core, dharma idol, splitting spirit, roaming void, and tribulation transcendence. Besides these, the mechanism within the ancient ring also requires constant thought to unravel. First, it seems only plants and animals can be transported to the continent. Other items do not meet the conditions for traversal. Paper and pens cannot be brought over either. There's a strict weight limit on items carried, with an average of 200 g being the maximum. Conversely, bringing items from the continent to Earth turns them into trash. Ugh, so disgusting. How did this flower turn into such a revolting thing? Fortunately, the ancient ring has an automatic clothing change function, saving me a lot of trouble. After a while of pondering, Bai Yifan realizes, I was so caught up in the joy of spending money at Wanbao Pavilion that I forgot I only have a few left at home. I need to find a way to exchange for more. He casually looks out the window and smiles mischievously as he discovers something interesting. The scene shifts to the continent a day later. The servants guarding the door become impatient after Bai Yifan hasn't emerged. Manager, that kid has been in the room for a whole day. Why hasn't he come out yet? Manager Naylan, still patient, says, don't rush. Just wait a little longer. The servant says again, I see that Bai Yifan's clothes are very ordinary, not like someone wealthy. He won't take the opportunity to run away, will he? The one next to him replies. Yes, his sudden appearance is indeed suspicious. I've never heard of this person in the Jianghu before. Hearing the servant's words, the manager frowns and orders, no more waiting. Go in. She pushes open the door and rushes in, accidentally falling into his arms. Yifan responds with a gentlemanly air, Manager Naylan, it's not even New Year's yet. There's no need for such a grand greeting. Manager Naylan quickly separates, coughing, ahem, young Master Bai, how are the gold coins coming along? While saying so, she thinks to herself, asterisk, how dare he take advantage of me? If I don't see the money today, I'll make him pay, asterisk. Bai Yifan calmly replies to the manager, gold coins, huh? Preparing them is indeed a bit troublesome. His words are interrupted by the servants, Manager, don't waste your breath on him. This kid is toying with us. Brothers, attack! Seeing this, he quickly takes out a spiritual herb and says, but I think you'll find this interesting. Manager Naylan sees the spiritual herb and exclaims joyfully, this is dragontail grass. A legendary spiritual herb that miraculously heals external injuries. It is said that even those without injuries can extend their lifespan by consuming it. Bai Yifan points behind him casually and says, how much is this worth? If it's not enough, I still have a few more. Dragontail grass has miraculous healing properties. Lin lamb flower can preserve a woman's youthful appearance, and rootless qi is worth 1,000 gold and extremely rare. These are all precious treasures of the world. All three of them are astonished. One is rare enough, but he has a whole basket full. This small basket is worth at least 200 million gold coins. It's ironic to recall when he helped the old man weed. Grandpa, let me help you. The old man said happily, there aren't many enthusiastic young people like you these days. And these precious items in this continent are just dogtail grass and goldenrod on earth. Realizing the protagonist possesses such valuable items, the manager joyfully flatters him, young master, let's discuss this. Would you be willing to sell these spiritual herbs to our Wanbao Pavilion? She thinks to herself, asterisk, I've traveled to Jianghu for many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such an opportunity. I can't let this fat sheep go, asterisk. Seeing the manager's softened stance, Bai Yifan presses his advantage. I recall a single dragontail grass being worth 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins. If you want to buy them all, then you'll actually owe me money, right? The manager immediately agrees, we have a shop here, young master. Feel free to take anything you like. Then I won't stand on ceremony. True to his word, Yifan walks out of the shop carrying a pile of bulky items. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to instruct the manager, Naylan, I'll take these things. Just put the money you owe me on my tab. Welcome back anytime. The two servants sense that something isn't quite right and remind their boss, manager, he took all the precious treasures from the bottom of our Wanbao Pavilion's vault. But Naylan insists, you don't understand. This is called a long-term investment. She knows in her heart, someone who treats such heavenly and earthly treasures like trash, can they be ordinary? He leaves the shop under a sunny and breezy sky, but his steps suddenly halt. In front of Yifan is a group of thugs with muscular shoulders and sharp axes in their hands. One of them steps forward and says, Brat, hand over the cultivation technique and the ascension token, and I'll spare your life. Bai Yifan isn't afraid at all and even beckons them, replying, just relying on you useless trash to catch me? You'll need a few hundred more years. As soon as he finishes speaking, the eager thugs rush forward, die. Yifan immediately shouts, Earth! Go! The blade, meant to cut Yifan down, slashes into the ground instead. Even the thug doesn't understand what just happened. Yifan successfully teleports back to Earth. He breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, I haven't used up all my teleportations. I didn't expect this kind of blatant robbery and murder to happen so openly. In a fantasy world, the ancient ring can only teleport once a day. It seems I was careless, spending so much money at the auction without a disguise. I'll definitely encounter endless trouble in the future. It seems I must quickly learn this cultivation technique to protect myself. Actually, I didn't want to cultivate before. It's just that the cultivation techniques of the Wangu continent are difficult to understand. I basically don't know where to start. Completely clueless. Bai Yifan slowly opens the book, his eyes widening in surprise. Huh! Wait a minute, the cultivation technique has become so simple. So that's how it is. It seems that bringing the techniques from that world back here to learn makes them much easier. He confidently declares, becoming an unparalleled expert. I've got this. Half a month later, powerful punches explode, shattering the large rocks in front of him. After breaking the rocks, Yifan breathes heavily. Success. He thinks to himself, for the past half-month, I've diligently cultivated according to the Banshan Ju and nourished my body with plants brought from Earth. Making rapid progress. Perhaps because I'm from Earth, my body has undergone evolution in the Wangu continent. That punch just now had an arm's strength of 2,000 gene. Not only that, but my internal organs have also been strengthened. This means that although my body currently seems to be only at the entry level of body tempering, my actual strength is comparable to a martial artist at the internal strengthening level. This can be considered my first step into the world of martial artists. But my face has already been exposed at the auction. There will definitely be more people targeting me in the future. I must work even harder. Lost in thought, he hears cries for help, help, help. The scene is dangerous, a group of farmers surrounded by a pack of wolves. They cry out in fear, "Get back! Get back!" Bai Yifan observes from a tree branch. At this moment, a wolf's eyes flash with deadly intent. It lunges towards a girl, causing her to fall down in fear. As the wolf opens its jaws to snatch the child, Yifan's fist intercepts it, mercilessly smashing it to the ground. Just 2 punches instantly kill the ferocious wolf, causing everyone to stare. The other wolves also assume a fighting stance, growling. Yifan's blood boils with excitement. Perfect. I'll use you beasts to practice my hand-to-hand combat. As soon as he finishes speaking, the wolves rush forward. He doesn't flinch at their howls but responds with a courageous roar. His powerful punches send the wolves tumbling to the ground. After the fight, he twists his wrists and says, "That's taken care of." The surrounding crowd cheers enthusiastically. "Young hero, you're amazing." The scene changes to a sun-drenched house. Beside the house, Yifan displays his strength, splitting a tree trunk in half with his bare hands. The wood snaps cleanly. This action makes it easier for the people around to collect wood for building houses. Grateful for the protagonist's enthusiastic help, the young girl Mu Ruoro expresses her gratitude. "Brother Yifan, you're so strong." In the distance, people chant work slogans. "Heave ho! Heave ho! Put your backs into it." Ruoro adds, "With these logs, we can finally build the new houses for Mu village." Yifan calmly takes a sip of tea and replies, "It's nothing. It was no trouble at all." He recalls that after he helped everyone drive back the wolves, a man came up to him and introduced himself. "Young brother, my name is Mu Tai. I'm the son of the village chief of Mu village. Today, thanks to you, my daughter Ruoro and the villagers were saved. We owe you a great debt. Although your martial arts are impressive, this mountain is still very dangerous. Why not come back to Mu village with me? It's safer there." That day, after dealing with the wolves, he received a warm welcome from these unfamiliar villagers. They enthusiastically and hospitably urge, "He's right. If you have nowhere to go, come to our Mu village as a guest. Stay as long as you like." Receiving such a welcome, Yifan readily agreed. "Then I'll gladly accept your offer." He thought to himself, "This works out perfectly. I also need a quiet place to cultivate the Banshan Ju, and so." He agreed to go with them. After returning to the village and several days of practice, Yifan has broken through from the entry level of body tempering to the peak of bone forging. However, recently, the rate of his strength increase hasn't been as fast as before. He suspects he has encountered a cultivation bottleneck. Internal strengthening, as the name suggests, is cultivating the 5 internal organs and 6 bowels to make them strong, so that even if you swallow a stone, you can digest it. The Banshan Ju mentions that consuming the internal organs of high-level demonic beasts is very helpful for breaking through to the internal strengthening level. Therefore, Bai Yifan decides that when he returns to Earth, he will buy some animal organs for nourishment. While Yifan contemplates, the people around him are busily preparing for something. Roro, everything's ready. We can set off for the market. Seeing him standing near Roro, they invite him along. Brother Yifan, since you're free, why not come to the market with us? Yifan asks in confusion, the market? The scene shifts to the bustling Luoyang city. The sounds of buying and selling fill the air. Wolf pelts. High-quality wolf pelts. Come and see. Boar tusks. Big and long boar tusks. Placing them in your home can ward off evil spirits. Hemostatic grass. Fresh hemostatic grass. Don't miss out. At the same time, Mu Yen sells a beast pelt. Here you go, this is your beast pelt. Thank you. After the sale, Mu Yen doesn't forget to thank Yifan. Thanks to Brother Bai, I've sold all the high-quality wolf pelts. Yifan scratches his head and replies, You're too kind, Mu Yen. Young Ruoro, though small, is very opportunistic. Taking advantage of the happy mood, she invites Yifan, since we've sold everything, let me show you around. Brother Yifan, I want to buy some candied hawthorns. Yifan says, let's wait for Mu Yen to finish packing up, and then we can go together. This polite refusal by Yifan is immediately thwarted by Mu Yan's intervention. You guys go ahead. Be careful and come back soon. Okay. Brother Yifan, let's go. Having no choice, he sighs, Brother Mu Tai, you're so comfortable and trusting your daughter to a man you've only known for a few days. The scene of the bustling market, a man and a young girl strolling together, looks quite cheerful. Brother Yifan is so good to Ruoro. Contrary to the little girl's happiness. He tries to avoid her. Let's go back soon, or your father will worry. Suddenly, loud voices come from ahead. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Please have mercy! A feeling of unease washes over Ruoro. She cries out, Wait! That's the direction where my father is! They both run quickly towards the crowd. Excuse me! Excuse me! The scene before them changes the little girl Ruoro's expression completely. Her eyes are filled with tears. Where did these commoners come from? They're truly blind. A barrage of curses and beatings are directed at Mu Yen. Unable to stand by, little Ruoro rushes forward to intervene. Father! Second uncle! Stop! What right do you have to hit my father? Seeing little Ruoro rush in, Mu Yen roars, Ruoro, stay back! The thugs who were beating Ruoro's father glare at her when they see her approach. Where did this wild girl come from? Do you want to die? As he speaks, he tries to kick Ruoro. But with Bai Yifan present, who dares cause trouble? In a flash, the thug's foot is caught firmly in his hand. Crack! Yifan twists it, causing the thug to fall and cry out in pain. Yifan doesn't forget to reprimand him, a man at the late stage of body tempering, using such vicious methods against a 13-year-old girl who doesn't know martial arts? Are you even human? Hearing this, the thug shamelessly retorts, You, who are you to lecture me? He then calls for his men to attack Yifan, beat him to death. Yifan shows no mercy, delivering a powerful punch to the chest of the first one who charges forward. The powerful blow sends him flying backward, knocking down the others as well. Yifan steps on his chest. Now can I lecture you? The thug quickly waves his hands. No. I don't dare. Please spare me. A tall, burly man with a broadsword stands at a distance, silently assessing Bai Yifan. This kid is so young, yet he's already reached the bone-forging level. Yifan approaches the thug and demands to know why he was assaulting someone in the middle of the street. Answer properly, or the next punch will land on your head. While interrogating him, Uncle Tai runs over to stop him. Young Wu, stop. They are from the city lord's mansion. We can't afford to offend them. Bai Yifan asks Uncle Tai, what's going on here? Ruoro is worried about her second uncle. Second uncle, is your leg all right? Seeing the chaotic scene, the tall, burly man with the broadsword, Zhou Hing, the commander of the city lord's mansion guards, speaks up, TSK, let me answer you. These blind fools bumped into our young lady's carriage. They deserve to have their legs broken by the horse. And they even dare to argue with our young lady? Do they have multiple heads? Angered, Muli refutes, you're lying. It was clearly your carriage that lost control and crashed into Uncle Yen. We just asked a couple of questions, and you started beating people up. Seeing the unequal power dynamic, Uncle Tai yields and tries to appease the situation. He advises Muli not to speak further, this is our fault. Frustrated but respecting Uncle Tai's words, Muli falls silent. To make matters worse, while the situation seems to be calming down, Uncle Tai kneels and apologizes to the young lady. This was our mistake. We beg young lady to have mercy on my younger brother, whose leg is broken, and spare us commoners. Heartbroken, Roro cries out, Father! Listening and watching, Yifan makes his own judgment. Asterisk the city lord's daughter, huh? As the saying goes, commoners don't fight officials. No wonder Uncle Tai doesn't want to provoke them. Asterisk. The absurdity escalates when the city lord's daughter calls out, since you've admitted your mistake, you must pay the price. Jo-hung, cut off all their legs as a warning. This cruel young lady is Lan Hin Ni, the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion. Both Muli and second uncle are furious. How can the city lord's daughter be so vicious? The cruel girl continues, after all, you're only losing your legs, while I've lost my good mood for a stroll. Jo-hung, do it! Jo-hung responds loudly, as you command, young lady. You lowly commoners are an eyesore. Just die. With that, he swings his blade towards Uncle Tai. But Yifan's powerful arm intercepts it. Yifan's imposing block causes Jo-hung to pause. Bai Yifan strikes with a firm voice, get lost. A light push is enough to make Jo-hung exclaim in disbelief, what? He stumbles backward 3 meters. Yifan checks on Uncle Tai, are you alright? Uncle Tai quickly replies, I'm fine. Reassured, Yifan prepares to fight. Rooro cheers him on, Brother Wu. The enraged person now is young lady Lan Hin Ni. Where did this punk come from? How dare he oppose me? The fight between Yifan and Jo-hung continues intensely. Die. Facing Yifan's attack, Jo-hung raises his blade, hoping to block it. But it shatters before Yifan's powerful punch. Jo-hung is startled, he broke my precious sword with one move? Damn it! He's too strong. Bai Yifan attempts another blow to finish off Jo-hung, but exclaims, what tough armor! Jo-hung, seeing this, becomes smug, ignorant country bumpkin. This iron armor was bestowed upon me by the city lord himself. Impenetrable to blades and spears. No matter how strong you are, you can't break it. Before he can finish his sentence, Yifan yells, break. This superpowered punch sends him sprawling. Seeing him fall, his underlings rush to his side concerned, boss, are you alright? Uncle Tai, overjoyed, blurts out, that was an eye-opener. The first time I've seen the city lord's commander get beaten up. The person next to him reminds him. Keep your voice down. Be careful, or you'll be next. Jo-hung is still determined for revenge. Get out of my way. I have to kill this brat myself. He then uses a technique to unleash his blood chi. Yifan was a bit bewildered by these strange moves. Jo-hung's mad lion fist was quite swift, catching Yifan slightly off guard. What is this? Upon hearing this, Jo-hung sneered arrogantly. As expected of a lowly commoner, you don't even recognize martial skills. Your grandfather is at the early stage of the blood transformation realm. Could releasing his blood essence not defeat a bone-severing brat like you? Unfazed by these words, Bai Yifan affirmed, if you are truly 2 realms higher than me, with only this little bit of strength, you are indeed very weak. This punch landed squarely, sending Jo-hung sprawling on the ground. His subordinates rushed over, boss. Everyone around was stunned by Yifan's strength. Jo-hung cried out in lament, he doesn't even know martial skills, how can he be so strong? Roro approached to check on him, Yifan, big brother are you alright? He gently replied, Roro, don't worry, I'm fine. At the same time, Yifan realized that his body, originating from earth, was like a divine existence in this world. My strength has long surpassed this realm. His victory angered the young mistress sitting in the palanquin. Useless. Someone, go to the city lord's mansion, mobilize troops, arrest all these lowly commoners, and lock them in the dungeon. Yes, young mistress. Hearing this, Uncle Tai started to worry. It's over. If the officers come, no one in our village will have a good ending. I heard that those who enter the dungeon in the city lord's mansion never come out whole. Suddenly, a carriage passed by, and a reproving voice came from within. Young Mistress Lan, your authority is truly impressive. This voice made everyone around turn to see who it was. The young lady in the carriage, holding a pipe, calmly continued, a carriage crashing into commoners in the middle of the street, treating lives like grass, abusing official power. Could it be that this Yen country has changed hands, becoming the property of your Lan family? The young lady who uttered these righteous words was none other than Nalan, the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion. Hearing Nalan's provocation, young Mistress Lan Xiner felt resentful. Manager Nalan, what do you mean by that? Showing no deference, the manager stepped out of the carriage and boldly declared, young Mistress Lan's carriage crashing into the people in the middle of the street is something I witnessed with my own eyes. Do you still want to quibble? As she spoke, the young lady approached Yifan. Young Master Bai, we meet again. Yifan replied casually, Manager Nalan, there's no need for formalities. Seeing this greeting, young Ruru became somewhat anxious. Big brother Yifan, do you two know each other? In her mind, she couldn't help but wonder, I just heard others say that this beautiful elder sister is the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion, the largest trading house in Luyun City. How does big brother Yifan know such a person? Young Mistress Lan Xiner in the palanquin could only sneer. I never thought that the dignified manager Nalan would actually know a bunch of lowly commoners. Truly eye-opening. But she was immediately silenced by the manager's words, the people are the foundation of a country. Young Mistress Lan of Luyun City actually calls the commoners lowly and insignificant all day long. I wonder what kind of controversy these words will cause when they reach the royal capital. Annoyed, young Mistress Lan yelled, Nalan Ru, are you threatening me? Nalan Ru softly replied, I wouldn't dare to threaten you, but if you want to take them away today, you'll have to step over my Wanbao Pavilion. Young Mistress Lan had her own calculations. She knew that Wanbao Pavilion was the leading trading house in Yen country, with a solid foundation and numerous experts. Offending them would have unpredictable consequences. After thinking for a moment, she uttered arrogant words of retreat. Since Manager Nalan is willing to plead for these commoners, I will make an exception and spare them this time. Let's go, Lan Xiner ordered. Young Mistress Lan's carriage leaving made everyone around breathe a sigh of relief. We're saved. We're saved. We must thank Manager Nalan very much today. Nalan smiled gently upon hearing this. It's a small matter. Not only that, she also offered further assistance. Someone, take the brothers from Mujia village to the guest room to check their injuries. Yes, ma'am. Please follow me. We're troubling you, miss. Everyone left, leaving only young Ruru and Yifan. The girl asked softly, Big brother Yifan, why did this beautiful and wealthy elder sister help us? Do you have a relationship with her? Scratching his chin, Yifan speculated about that. Seriously speaking, she owes me money. Ruru was startled. Huh? She owes you money? The scene shifts to inside the guest room, where the manager and Yifan were sitting, sipping and enjoying tea. Suddenly, the manager showered Yifan with praises. Congratulations to young Master Bai for breaking through to the bone-severing realm. Reaching the bone-severing realm at this age is unprecedented in the history of Luyun City. I'm afraid. Receiving this praise, Yifan felt a little pleased, but his voice was still very humble. Don't mention it. If you hadn't helped me out today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to bring so many people away. Manager Nalan praised him in the previous sentence, but in the next, she expressed her probing intention. But I'm very curious. If you can easily take out so much dragon-tail grass, why would you live in seclusion in the countryside with those commoners? Yifan, inherently intelligent and perceptive, immediately saw through her intentions and said in a stern voice, Manager Nalan, let me give you a piece of advice. What you should know, I will naturally tell you. What you shouldn't know, stop probing. Nalan Ru replied somewhat timidly, yes. Yifan also didn't forget to remind her, oh, speaking of dragon-tail grass, I just remembered, Manager Nalan, you seem to still owe me 3,100,000 taels of gold. Right. I wonder if you've prepared it yet? Hearing about money, the manager's voice lowered. I'm still a little short. But we have a new shipment. Would young Master Bai like to take a look? If you find something you like, you can take it directly. Really? Of course it's true. Yifan recalled the fight with the city lord's mansion's guard commander earlier, where he had used the fist strike martial skill. Yifan thought for a moment and asked Nalan, "Do you have any martial skills?" Immediately, the manager led Yifan to the storage area. This is all the newly acquired martial skills in Wanbao Pavilion. Young Master Bai can choose as you please. Mountain Piercing Finger, a low-grade yellow rank martial skill. Once trained to minor completion, it can pierce through rocks. Yifan directly said, "Skip it." This is Black Sand Palm, a mid-grade yellow rank martial skill. This palm technique originated from the southern wilderness. Cultivating it requires black sand, a specialty of the southern wilderness. Yifan said, "Too troublesome, skip it." This martial skill is called Flower Piercing Hand, known for its flexibility and speed. Naturally, Yifan wouldn't be satisfied. Too feminine, skip it. Then there's only the last scroll left. This is Shadow Fist, the most precious martial skill we have, highest grade yellow rank. Yifan was immediately attracted by the highest grade yellow rank book. Highest grade, huh? Now this sounds more like it. The scene changes to the main hall of Wanbao Pavilion, where Ruru was sitting, seemingly waiting for something. Yifan and the manager gradually walked out. Nalan advised, to master this highest grade yellow rank martial skill, even a genius would need 2 or 3 months of arduous training. Seeing Yifan come out, little Ruru ran quickly to hug him. "Brother, you finally came out. Ruru, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to rest in the guest room?" Receiving her senior brother's concern, little Ruru replied caringly, "I was worried about you, so I came out to see how you were doing." Seeing such sibling affection, the manager was also happy for them. The relationship between young Master Yu and little sister Ruru is so good. People who don't know might think you two are blood siblings. Yifan pinched her cheek and said lovingly, "Little sister, you're such a little tail." Yifan took an object out of his inner pocket. "Right, Ruru, take this and wear it." Seeing the new outfit, the little girl's eyes lit up. "Is this for me?" Nalan Ru said, "Yes, little sister Ruru. Young Master Bai specially prepared it for you." While looking at items with the manager and passing by this beautiful outfit, Bai Yifan had ordered, "This outfit is very beautiful, wrap it up too. Your eyesight is excellent, young master." This fire embroidery flowing immortal outfit is made from top-grade flamed silkworms. It's not only exquisite and beautiful but can also warm the meridians and nourish yin, making it a very suitable gift for a young lady. Receiving this precious outfit, Ruru was overjoyed, deeply grateful for her senior brother's kindness. As the three of them were happy, someone suddenly ran in to report. Soon after, they were all gathered in second uncle's sick room. The physician attending to him had a grave expression as he looked at second uncle, who seemed to have no energy left and was sweating profusely. The physician's worried expression made everyone around more aware of second uncle's condition. "How could this happen, second uncle?" The physician slowly explained, "Unless a legendary great master intervenes, or a divine medicine appears, he cannot be saved. But where are there any great masters in this world? And where can we find so many divine medicines?" Mentioning divine medicine, Bai Yifan couldn't be ignored. He immediately affirmed, "Perhaps there really are." Hearing this, everyone around gasped. "Ah, really?" The scene shifts to a pharmacy on Earth. It was getting dark, and the staff member stretched. Finally, time to go home. That's all for work today. As the shop was about to close, the protagonist appeared, pulling the door open. The staff member was terrified upon seeing this. The person behind the door, with a demonic face, was Yifan. Back on the continent, everyone was anxious by second uncle's bedside. It's getting dark. Why hasn't big brother Yifan returned yet? Right after Ruru's thought, Yifan immediately appeared. "I'm back. Physician Tai, do you think these medicinal herbs can be used?" Even the physician was surprised by the rare medicinal herbs in Yifan's hands. This is the azure blood Qilin flower. Earth concealed 100 insect king grass. Warm spirit 7-star leaf. These are all rare and precious spiritual herbs in the world. Not reluctantly. They can definitely cure him. Hearing physician Tai's words, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Holding the herbs in his hand, the physician couldn't help but think, I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen so many spiritual herbs appear at the same time. Ruru, although young, was very observant. She was happy that second uncle was saved, but she didn't forget to observe her senior brother. Huh! Big brother Yifan, what happened to your hand? Yifan, who had been acting naturally, changed his expression when his pain was mentioned. This happened when he was on Earth, while jamming his hand in the door and saying, "Safflower, Noto ginseng, strychnine. Are there any other herbs that can heal leg injuries? Get them all for me." The staff member said, "Hey, I'm not." The automatic door clamped down on his hand. The rush made him forget that he was no longer at the bone-severing realm when he returned to modern times. 3 days later, in the kitchen, Rura kept complaining, "Second uncle, you said you'd rest more. Why are you down here? I know my own health. My leg is as hard as rock now. Don't worry too much. By the way, where's your brother Yifan? He went hunting. He said that sick people need a lot of nourishment, and he was being all mysterious, and wouldn't let me follow him." It turned out that the hunting expedition of someone who had reached the bone-severing realm involved hunting giant pythons. The monstrous beast opened its jaws wide, lunging at Yifan, its long and large body coiling around him with all its might. But without flinching, Yifan unleashed a powerful punch, forcing the monstrous beast to recoil. But the snake wasn't giving up. It opened its mouth again without fear. Yifan smirked, then unleashed another punch with a thud, shattering the giant python's bones and flesh, successfully obtaining its huge heart. This shadow fist is truly powerful. Bai Yifan was now at the mid-stage of the internal strengthening realm. Yifan carried a basket to hold the internal organs, the large basket now filled with bloody hearts. Phew, finally done. Naylan Ru said that the peak yellow rank martial skills are extremely difficult to comprehend, and even geniuses need 3 months of arduous training to master them. But after being simplified on Earth, this complex manual has become a guide for fools. If she knew that I've already mastered Shadow Fist and even broken through to the late stage of the internal strengthening realm, she would probably be shocked. But on second thought, to break through to the visceral tempering realm, I've been frantically eating animal organs for several days. That taste is truly unforgettable for life. Remembering the terrifying soup that Rura made, making Yifan want to vomit. Big brother Yifan, today's special is the pig liver, chicken gizzard, duck intestine, goat kidney, and snake gall soup that you like the most. After a while of hunting, Yifan said to himself, "I'll get some wild game to nourish Uncle Yan's body, then go back. Right, I'll pick some wild fruits too. Little Rura loves them." As soon as he finished speaking, sharp darts came flying towards him. Fortunately, he dodged them. After calming down, Yifan slowly approached. "Since you're here, don't hide. Come out." Hearing this, the group of people swarmed out like a disturbed beehive. "Brat, you actually noticed us. Then don't blame us for not leaving your body intact later." Pausing for 2 seconds to think, Yifan boldly guessed, "Is it young Mistress Lan of the City Lord's mansion who sent you? You don't need to care about that. In short, someone offered a high price for your life." With that, they all charged forward to kill him. At the same time, Yifan also charged, first engaging a late-stage internal strengthening cultivator, then 2 early-stage internal strengthening cultivators, plus 3 peak bone-severing cultivators. This buyer is really willing to spend. But I'm in a hurry, don't want Rura to worry, so I won't play with you any longer. Yifan used all his strength to unleash Shadow Fist. The immense power stunned the thugs, who cried out, "What? This power?" Yifan sent each thug flying. "Martial skill. You actually know martial skills? The intel clearly stated that you were just a bone-severing brat who didn't know any martial skills." The protagonist sneered, "There's only one possibility, the intel was wrong." This thug also clearly recognized Yifan's ability and the power of his punch, which could completely shatter their internal organs and bones, but he deliberately didn't kill them. How can he control his power so precisely? As soon as he finished his thought, the thug was met with a question from Yifan. "Tell me who sent you. If you do, I'll give you a painless death." This thug was completely speechless. "Humph, dream on. The assassination sect is the largest assassin organization in Luyan City. Even if we die, we won't sell the client's information. Go ahead, kill us." Feeling that threats wouldn't solve the problem, Yifan changed his approach. "So you're a tough nut to crack. Then I won't make things difficult for you. The assassination sect, right? I'll offer you double the price to buy the life of your client. Will you take this deal? At first, the assassins turned away. Humph, our assassination sect are all professional assassins. We will never be bought. But when they saw the large gold ingot in Yifun's hand, they immediately changed their minds. This, unless it's a price that's truly irresistible. Yifun asked again, so? They obediently replied like puppies, rest assured, master, the assassination sect guarantees that no assassin in Luyan City will dare to take your business. As for the client, please give us some time. After the mission is successful, we will inform you. After this transaction, Yifun could only smirk. No matter your background, if you want to kill me, then taste what it's like to have the tables turned. But I still need to find a way to buy more martial skills. At least I need to break through to the blood transformation realm, so I can walk freely in Luyan City. The next day, Lan Xiner walked and cursed, that little bitch Nailin Ru, she actually made an enemy of me, for those lowly country bumpkins. Does she really think I wouldn't dare to touch her Wanbao Pavilion? Behind her, Lin Yukai followed subserviently, fanning her continuously and coaxing her. Our Xiner knows the bigger picture and naturally won't bother with that Nailin Ru. Be careful not to get angry and harm your health. Look, this is the latest gold hairpin from Jinbao Pavilion. I had someone queue for a long time to buy it. Put it on and don't be angry anymore. Lan Xiner said with some pleasure. That's more like it. Just as she felt a bit happy, Lan Xiner suddenly saw Bai Yifun. Wait, that's... How can it be him? Lan Xiner angrily slapped Lin Yukai. Lin Yukai, you useless thing. Didn't you say you would kill that lowly commoner for me? Why is he still alive and kicking, appearing here? What? I spent a fortune hiring professional assassins. They shouldn't have failed. Useless. 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 You're truly good for nothing. I still have to deal with him myself. Xiner, don't walk so fast, wait for me. At this moment, inside the main hall of Wanbao Pavilion, it was very noisy and bustling. Yifun mentioning martial skills surprised Nailin Ru. Didn't you just buy a peak yellow rank martial skill, young master? Why are you in such a hurry to buy more? That's none of your concern. Anyway, right now, all I have is money. Hearing this answer, Nailin felt amused. Alright. But it's quite a coincidence. Yesterday, Wanbao Pavilion received a new shipment that we're preparing for auction. This floating silk steps, a high-grade yellow rank movement skill, should suit your needs. Manager Nailin, from now on, if there are any high-grade martial skills, there's no need for an auction. I'll take them all. At this moment, Lan Xiner walked in and said loudly, what arrogant words are coming from a poor country bumpkin? Manager Nailin, we'll buy everything this person looks at today, no matter how much he bids. I'll pay triple to buy his displeasure. I'm so sorry, young Mistress Lan, but Wanbao Pavilion's business principle has always been that the highest bidder wins. What? Could this lowly commoner bid higher than me? What a joke! If he can afford it, I'll crawl out of Wanbao Pavilion in front of everyone today. Bai Yifun glared at Lan Xiner and asked, really? My words are definitely set in stone. Many people here can testify. But if you can't pay, then kneel down and lick my shoes. At this moment, Bai Yifun took out a token. If that's the case, then Manager Nailin, please calculate the cost. Yes, young master. I can't wait to see this good show. Seeing the token, Xiana's jaw dropped. Wait, isn't that the most precious Shangyun token of Wanbao Pavilion? The others curiously asked, Shangyun token? What's that? Is it very powerful? The Shangyun token is a token specially made for special guests of Wanbao Pavilion. It represents supreme status. If they set their eyes on any other treasure in the trading house, the holder of this token can directly obtain it without bidding. Most importantly, the Shangyun token allows for unlimited spending in Wanbao Pavilion. Luyan City has over 20 million people, and those who can obtain this item can be counted on one hand. What is this young man's background? Why does Wanbao Pavilion value him so much? In fact, a few days ago, when treating Uncle Mo Yen at Wanbao Pavilion, young Master Bai, could you please be merciful and sell us some of the medicinal herbs you used for treatment just now? Manager Nailin, do I need to remind you that you haven't paid me back yet? This Shangyun token is the most precious token of our Wanbao Pavilion. I'll use it in exchange for some of those medicinal herbs. Is that all right? What's the use of the Shangyun token? Tell me about it first. Lan Xiana's face was now ashen. How can you have the Shangyun token? Even my father. Bai Yifan twirled the Shangyun token in his hand and smiled at Lan Xiana. Didn't young Mistress Lan just say you'd pay triple? I can pay 30 times, 300 times, 3,000 times. If young Mistress Lan can't offer a higher price, then you can start crawling. Lan Xiana's face turned pale, and she stammered I. Outside, Lin Yukai was frantically asking everyone, have you seen my Xiana? Who is she? She's the young mistress of our city lord's mansion, a beautiful woman like a celestial being. Full of charm, beautiful and with a very special temperament. Oh, the city lord's mansion's young mistress? I don't know if she's beautiful or not, but her temperament is indeed very special. Lan Xiana was struggling to crawl towards the door, being mocked by many people. Seeing this, Lin Yukai anxiously shouted, Xiana. As she crawled, she cursed inwardly in humiliation, Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Have I ever suffered such humiliation? Young Mistress Lan, if you think I, Bai Yifan, am a soft persimmon for others to squeeze, then you're wrong. I, Bai Yifan, don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. With that, Yifan took Xiana's hairpin. If you dare provoke me again, you'll be like this. The gold hairpin instantly turned into a pile of gold dust. Seeing this, Xiana felt a chill in her heart. Alright, watching a show is addictive. Goodbye. Lin Yukai immediately ran in. Out of the way for this young master. Xiana, are you alright? Lin Yukai, I've changed my mind. I don't want you to kill Bai Yifan anymore. I want to make his life a living hell. Bai Yifan's humiliation had dealt a huge blow to Xiana. He is Bai Yifan. Who else? Do you know that this lowly commoner just humiliated me? If you can't do it, then our marriage is off. Wait, Xiana, he's the mysterious person who robbed the Banshan Ju and the Ascension token last month. What did you say? I know you always wanted to cultivate in the Holy Land, so I wanted to bid on the Ascension token to make you happy, but I didn't expect him to rob it midway. I also sent people to follow him, but he used a trick to escape and his whereabouts have been unknown since then. Reporting, young master, that person's movement technique is uncanny. Your subordinate was unsuccessful and let him escape. What is his background? No, I must tell my father about this immediately. The scene shifts to a modern apartment complex. Waking up, Yifan sighed, my own bed is still the most comfortable. Yifan looked at the floating silk steps manual and thought, the floating silk steps I bought yesterday has a total of 108 variations, which were originally very complex. But after being simplified by Earth's laws, I was able to understand it all in one night. The power of Shadow Fist combined with the speed of floating silk steps, even if I encounter a peak blood transformation realm martial artist, I can still fight them. Alright, let's go downstairs to buy some cultivation resources and then go back. Yifan went to open the door. As soon as he stepped out, he met Guan Nio, the landlord. Yifan, you're home. Why didn't you answer my messages? I knocked on the door just now, and you didn't open it. Sister Gua, I'm sorry. I was sleeping just now, so I really didn't hear you. Yifan suddenly remembered, oh no, I was busy cultivating and forgot that today is rent day. Guan Nio widened her eyes and said loudly, don't think you can just brush it off. You said you'd pay all the rent by the end of the month. Where's the money? Sister, take this for now. I need to keep 200 for living expenses. I'll definitely pay the rest next month. The landlady grabbed Yifan's shirt and said, let me tell you, Yifan, what's going on with you? Even if you work as a waiter, you can earn 3,000 or 4,000 a month. How can a healthy young man like you not even afford the rent? Faced with Guan Nio's question, Yifan could only scratch his head and chuckle awkwardly. He thought to himself, I'm busy cultivating in the other world during the day and only come back at night to earn some money. Of course I can't earn much. But surprisingly, Guarua returned all the money to Yifan. She said, take it. How can you live with 200? Just take it for now. Remember to pay me back next month. Yifan, touched, said, thank you, Sister Gua. Back in the modern world, Yifan resumed his work as a delivery driver. Ding, your order has 10 minutes left before it's overdue. In the other world, he didn't worry about food or clothing, spending money like water. As soon as he returned to Earth, he was brought back to reality. He saw a poster on a utility pole, seeking a son. Li Hao, female, 28 years old, 168 centimeters tall, fair, smooth, charming, and a wealthy businesswoman. Due to a car accident, I lost the ability to give birth. I now need a kind and healthy man to fulfill my dream of becoming a mother. Remuneration, 300,000. If satisfied after the interview, I can pay a deposit of 100,000 up front. Contact information was provided. Being extremely broke, Yifan thought, should I try to pursue wealth in this risky situation? Just then, his phone rang. Hello, Dad? What's up? Then Yifan received shocking news. Dad, wait a minute, I'll be right there. Scene changes to Hangqing Hospital. Sitting on a chair, Yifan's father sadly recounted, the driver has been arrested. He was driving drunk and has no insurance. I've already mortgaged the house. I've borrowed from all my friends and relatives. The future treatment costs still lack 300,000, and there's no guarantee your mother will wake up. Xiao Fan, your mother and I are sorry. Yifan stepped forward to comfort his father. Dad, don't say that. We are a family. I'll find a way to handle the rest. After saying that, Xiao Fan quickly turned and walked away. His father watched him, feeling heartbroken for his son. Yifan walked in the night, lost in thought. He could only sigh at his current situation, having found no solution yet. Truly, a rope always breaks at its weakest point, and bad luck always chooses the unfortunate. Just then, Yifan heard someone screaming, "Let me go!" Yifan turned around and saw a group of young men chasing a girl. Let me go! Catch her! Don't let her escape! Don't touch me! If you don't want to get beaten, come with us obediently, or you'll regret it. Unable to stand it, Yifan rushed to rescue the girl. Stop! Yifan jumped up and kicked one of them in the head. He screamed in pain. The girl now looked at Yifan as a hero. A bunch of scum bullying a girl here. Get him, guys! One of them thought, damn it, weren't all the bodyguards around this woman taken care of? How come there's another one? One of them lunged at Yifan, aiming a punch at his face. Die! But Yifan quickly dodged. Good. Just as I predicted. My cultivation level in the other world, although not completely transferable to the modern world, has, through training during that time, formed muscle memory. Whether it's agility or reaction time, they've all increased significantly compared to before. In an instant, some were thrown headfirst into the ground, only able to cry out, while others were kicked high into the air by Yifan, leaving only screams of pain. The leader's face paled. He thought, in less than 3 minutes, he continuously took down 7 of my well-trained brothers. What terrifying combat prowess is this? As he was thinking, Yifan appeared right in front of him. It's over. By the time he retracted his hand, the leader had bid farewell to his teeth. Though beaten to a pulp, the leader told himself, I can't fight this guy. It's like throwing an egg at a rock. There's no chance of winning. The girl couldn't believe her eyes as she watched the men being beaten up. Sorry, I have an order to deliver. If I'm late, I'll be fined. If you're scared, I can call the police for you now and wait until they arrive. Take me home. I'll pay you 1 million as a thank you for saving me. Hearing 1 million, Yifan's expression changed, surprising the girl. Where is your home? Scene changes to the Tang family villa. Excuse me, Awu. Let me go inside and let everyone know I'm safe. Before reaching the room, she heard yelling. What? What are you all doing? If Rong Rong is harmed, all of you will kill yourselves on the spot. The subordinates bowed their heads in fear. Eldest miss, we will definitely find second miss. Suddenly, a loud voice called from outside, Sister Rong Rong. The girl's tears flowed. While I'm back. The young man beside her scratched his head awkwardly. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Chen Wu. Sister, I won't wander around anymore. It's good that you're back safe. It's good that you're back. Yifan sensed a joyful atmosphere between the two sisters. Seeing them, Yifan felt happy, but still sighed. In the living room, the elder sister sat cross-legged and said, I already know what happened. Thank you for saving my sister. If you don't mind, I'd like to host a banquet for you. No need to be so polite. A banquet isn't necessary. It's just that your sister promised me 1 million as a reward. This promise. Hearing this, the elder sister suddenly looked unhappy. What? She said she'd give you 1 million as a reward? Seeing his elder sister's murderous look, Ifan quickly said, "Pretend I didn't say anything." He thought, as expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Forget it. I just saw injustice and acted on it. I didn't expect any reward from the beginning. He thought he wouldn't get anything from this, but the elder sister suddenly flicked her younger sister's head. My sister Tang Chilo's life is only worth 1 million? Are you insulting yourself and looking down on me as your elder sister? While her younger sister cried, "Sister, it hurts. It hurts." Yifan was surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Here's 100 million. A small gift as a token of appreciation from our Tang Corporation. Wait, Tang Corporation? You mean the Tang Corporation with a market value of over 50 billion? Yes, but this little money is far from enough for what you've done for my sister. Our Tang Corporation owes you a great favor. If you need any help in the future, just... Without a second's hesitation, Yifan grabbed her hand and said, "No need to wait for the future. Right now, at this moment, I have something to ask of you. Is that all right?" The elder sister let out a surprised "huh?" 3 days later, at Hangqing Hospital. Don't worry, everything's been arranged. I've invited 5 of the best domestic and international experts in this field to study the surgical method. I believe your aunt will recover soon. Yifan's father stayed by his wife's side. Mei Quan, hang in there. You'll get better soon. The elder sister continued, I understand how you feel. My parents passed away early, and I only have this sister. So, no matter what, I don't want anything to happen to her. Sister Tang, thank you for this. You've really helped me a lot. If you need anything from Chinwu in the future, I will definitely do my best. Actually, I do have something I need your help with. Could you spare some time to train the security guards of our Tang Corporation? As soon as she finished speaking, a line of security guards appeared behind them, bowing their heads respectfully. Boss, please teach us how to fight. Wait, training? To be honest, not long ago, I sent someone to investigate who attacked Rong Rong. I guess it was a rival company who hired them, aiming to use this to control the Tang Corporation. But there's something that surprised me. Those professional mercenaries you beat are still hospitalized and haven't recovered. They seem to have psychological trauma. They even call out your name in their sleep. Get out. Don't come near me. Although I don't know how you did it, could you teach my people a little to improve their skills? Yifan scratched his head and chuckled. Well, it really takes actual combat experience and some tricks. Seeing he hadn't agreed yet, the elder sister said, It won't take up too much of your time, at most half a month. We'll also pay you accordingly, and you can set the price. Truly a businesswoman. There's no room for me to refuse. I'll try, but I can't guarantee it will be effective. Then it's settled. I'll arrange the time and ensure it doesn't take up too much of your personal time. It's just right to spend this time with my mother. After repaying this favor, we'll be even. At the training ground, he was instructing 2 security guards. That's right. If the opponent punches, you can quickly attack their groin. Yeah, I'm working at Tang Corporation for half a month. At the hospital, Yifan's mother had recovered. Mei Quan, you're finally awake. Where am I? After deciding on the treatment plan, my mother's surgery went very smoothly. She's also actively cooperating with the doctor. Eat more so you can recover. Finally, it's the final stage. Yifan put on the ring. Things here are settled. It's time to go back and see how things are. I've been busy for half a month and haven't gone back. I wonder how Uncle Tai and Roa Roa are doing after returning to Mo Village. Upon arriving at Mo Village, Yifan was horrified. He saw the entire village burnt to ashes. The place was filled with smoke and dust, no different from hell on earth. Yifan exclaimed, What happened here? Bai Yifan rushed into the burning fire, shouting, Roa Roa! Uncle Tai! Uncle Yen! Where is everyone? Suddenly he heard a voice call young Master Bai. Turning around, he saw it was shopkeeper Naylan. Finally, you're back. We've been waiting for you here. Naylan led Bai Yifan to a warehouse belonging to Wanbao Pavilion. This was where all the people from Wanbao Pavilion were taking shelter. After the fire, everyone was seriously injured, and groans of pain filled the air. Brother, it hurts. It hurts. Be gentle, brother. Sorry. Suddenly the door opened. Everyone panicked and shouted, Who is it? Uncle Tai. Uncle Yen. It's me, Yifan. Seeing Yifan return, everyone rejoiced. Yi-fan, you're back. It's Yi-fan. Yi-fan is back. Uncle Tai, I'm so glad everyone is okay. Yi-fan reached out to pat Uncle Tai's shoulder, but was surprised to find the inside of his sleeve empty. What happened? Uncle Tai, your right arm. And everyone else. The atmosphere fell silent. It's okay. It's just a lost arm. It's good that everyone is alive, isn't it? Wait, where's Ra? Why don't I see her? Hearing Yi-fan ask, everyone fell silent, stammering, Ra. Inside a room, Ra lay motionless, completely bandaged, moaning constantly, it hurts. It hurts so much. The old master brought in water. Ra, be good. You have to clean the wounds and change the medicine to stop the pain. As soon as the old master touched Ra's hand, she screamed, it hurts. Seeing her reflection in the basin, Ra cried out sadly, is this me? Then she knocked over the basin. I don't want to change the medicine. Ra, calm down. Grandpa, just let me die. Wah! I don't want to live like a monster. Seeing Ra so agitated, Yi-fan lightly tapped her head. Ra, be good. Sleep for a while, and you'll be fine. Brother Yi-fan, you're finally back. Nalan added, her life was saved, but she suffered severe burns. Her whole body is almost completely covered in wounds. Such a beautiful young girl, still in her most vibrant and innocent age. I don't know what she'll do in the future. Yi-fan furiously asked, who did this? The culprits are the Lin family and the City Lord's mansion. Scene changes to the City Lord's mansion. Tell me, what's going on today? It turned out that Lin Jukai brought many chests of spirit stones to curry favor with Xian Heir's father. Uncle Lin, your nephew has no particular reason. I just had someone collect a few chests of spirit stones, and I want to give them to Uncle Lin as a small token of my appreciation. Seeing the chests of spirit stones, the old man laughed heartily. The quality of these spirit stones is not bad. You've put in some effort. Xian Heir's eye for people is indeed good. You're a good person. I'm glad you like them, uncle. At this time, Xian Heir said sharply, humph, just flattering. Father, where's that brat by Yi-fan? It's been so long, and he hasn't been found yet. Didn't you say you wanted to vent my anger? Is that all the ability you have? Lin Jukai hurriedly went to Xian Heir's side, fanning her. Xian Heir, calm down, calm down. She ignored him, and just snorted. The City Lord, seeing this, said unhappily, Xian Heir, stop causing trouble. This Bai Yi-fan suddenly appeared, with financial resources comparable to an empire. I heard from Kai that he can even defeat a group of assassination sect experts, and even hire them in return. His strength is unfathomable. We can't be hasty in capturing him. Hearing this, Xian Heir showed her attitude towards her father. Alright, I know about the grievance you suffered at Wanbao Pavilion. I've asked Kai to lead people to exterminate the Lin family village. Consider it as venting some anger for you. Don't torment him anymore. But when we were disposing of the bodies, we discovered that among the 37 commoners of Missouri Village, more than 10 are unaccounted for. We don't know where the rest went. Could they have been rescued? Then issue a citywide warrant for the remnants of Mo Village and that by Yi-fan. Dig 3 feet into the ground, but find them for me. Shopkeeper Nalan recounted the whole story to Yi-fan. That's how it is. I have some connections in Luyan City and learned that the City Lord's mansion was going to exterminate the village. So I immediately arranged for people to go and rescue them. Unfortunately, the Lin family acted too quickly. By the time my people arrived, the entire village couldn't be saved. A few of you, go east and see if there are any survivors. Help! Help me! The screams and cries for help from the village were tragic. Danger! The house is about to collapse. Quickly, go inside. There's still someone trapped. Someone holding a baby cursed, damn it! They didn't even spare a child. A Lin family soldier shouted, hurry! This one is still breathing. Immediately, the men struck with their swords. At that time, Roa hid in a glutinous rice jar and escaped death. But because the fire was too intense, she suffered the most severe burns. Nalan said sadly, with my abilities, this is all I could do. Yi-fan bowed his head gratefully. Thank you, shopkeeper Nalan. I, Bai Yi-fan, will remember this kindness. Young Master Bai, what are you going to do now? Yifan's face was filled with murderous intent. Kill. Naylan immediately stopped him. No! The City Lord's mansion and the Lin family both have blood-tempering realm martial artists, and not just one. That City Lord Lan Ken has already reached the bone-cleansing realm, 5th level of body refinement. 5 horses couldn't tear his body apart. Moreover, I heard he also has a high-grade defensive magical artifact. You can't kill him. Although I don't like killing, if anyone kills my family and friends, I definitely won't show mercy. 5th level of body refinement? So what? I want to kill them. But before that, please take care of them for me. I have something more important to do now. Yifan returned to Earth and went to Yalatang to buy medicine for everyone. Huang Ling, Chuan Xiong, Huang Bai, Bing Pian Xiang Ru. I say, brother, does someone in your family have burns? Why have you been buying burn medicine lately? Don't ask about that. Alright, take care. The pharmacist thought, although he's a valued customer, he's always so mysterious. What a strange person. Yifan took his parents to the airport. Yifan, are you really not going on a trip with us? Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Go to the Maldives. Don't worry about money. There's 500,000 in the card, all earned from my training. Enough for you to play there for half a year. Mom just recovered, so it's a good time for Dad to go with her and relax. After saying that, Yifan turned to leave. His mother, reluctant, called out, Yifan. Yifan's father comforted his wife. Our son has grown up. He has his own things to do. Families should be a strong support for their children, not a burden hindering their progress. The scene shifted to Gua Girl's apartment. Her phone kept ringing, come here, come here. It's so late, who's sending so many messages? She opened her phone and saw Yifan's message, Sister Gua, I need to leave for a while. I've transferred the remaining rent owed to your account. The extra money is my prepayment for future rent. Thank you so much for everything. Sister Gua was surprised. Am I seeing things? He even knows how to show gratitude. Being able to prepay rent means he's found a job, but I hope it's not the type where he'd rather die than lose face. And suffers in silence, having to live on air next month. The girl's eyes widened when she opened her bank account. You have received a transfer. The amount has been added to your balance. Wait. 100,000, she mumbled. What on earth did this brat do? Meanwhile, Yifan had returned to the village and sought out the doctor. Physician Tai, are these medicinal herbs effective? According to the ancient secret formulas, they should be. But I'm really curious how you were able to gather so many legendary herbs that are rarely seen. So fast? I thought it was very slow. Yifan remembered the weight limit of the ancient ring. These past few days he could only go back and forth, bringing the herbs over in batches. Damn it, even after exceeding the limit, it still has to be smaller. Manager Naylan, we're here. Seeing the many precious medicinal herbs before him, Physician Tai thought to himself, just one of these medicinal primers is worth a fortune. Young Master Chen's friendship truly can be described as high as the sky and as deep as the sea. After the medicine was prepared, Yifan hurried to Ruo. Naylan asked Yifan, is the medicine ready? Yifan handed the bottle of medicine to her, and asked her to help apply it. Here you go. Don't worry. Ruo asked Yifan with tears in her eyes, brother can I really go back to how I was before? Yifan sat down and patted Ruo's head, comforting her, trust me. When you recover, I'll buy you 10 beautiful dresses. Don't you love beautiful clothes? The girl nodded softly and said A moment later, the mirror in the room fell and shattered. Ruo screamed, startling Yifan outside. Worried, Yifan rushed in. Ruo, what's wrong? But as soon as he opened the door, he saw that Ruo had fully recovered. Brother Yifan, I've really recovered. Ruo said apologetically, I'm so sorry. I was so surprised that I broke the mirror. Physician Tai sighed in relief. Ruo, you scared these old bones of mine. I thought something bad had happened. Yifan stroked her head. Ruo has become even more beautiful than before. Thank you, brother Yifan. Naylan, standing behind, stared at Yifan, puzzled. He carries a few Longwei herbs and wanders the Jianghu, with an endless treasury of spiritual herbs at his back. Just where does he come from? To repay Naylan for saving everyone, Yifan gifted her the Longwei herbs. Manager Naylan, these Longwei herbs are a token of my gratitude. Also, there's something else I want to ask of you. Please speak, young master. Bring out all the high-level martial arts techniques from Wanbao Pavilion. Also, I want to choose a place to seclude myself for cultivation as soon as possible. The scene changed to a mountain villa in the outskirts. Nayland prepared a lot of high-grade beast blood for Ifan, but he still felt it wasn't enough. I must strengthen myself quickly. I'm a whole major realm away from that Lam Can's body-cleansing realm cultivation. I must quickly close the gap. Thinking this, Ifan gulped down several bowls of beast blood. He was determined to practice Liangjian. After practicing for a while, he continued to drink beast blood. Despite being drenched in sweat, Ifan remained determined and practiced Liangjian again. Once again, Ifan felt it wasn't enough, something was still missing. This isn't enough. Seeing Ifan training like a madman, Physician Tai worriedly asked Nayland, manager, just how many martial arts techniques did you give him? He's been practicing continuously for days and nights like this. Is he really alright? And I don't know if my old eyes are deceiving me, but he's drinking the blood of high-grade demonic beasts like water. Nayland turned around and patted Physician Tai's shoulder. Physician Tai, it's better to know less about Jianghu matters. Now, even if he pulls out something else, I won't be surprised. As soon as the sun rose, Ifan practiced Baoyu sword technique. He practiced until the moon rose, then switched to Yingwei. Thus Ifan practiced day after day. His power increased significantly. Haha, finally, I've broken through. 4th level of body refinement, late blood tempering realm, I've finally broken through. Nayland and the guards came to congratulate him. Young Master Bai, you truly are powerful. You broke through to the late blood tempering realm in just half a month. Thank you, Manager Nayland, for these past few days. I'm about to take action. If I don't return by tomorrow morning, please protect Ruo, Uncle Tai, and the others. And get them out of the city, completely away from this place. Wait, young master, Nayland handed Ifan a box. Please keep this. What is this? Ifan opened the box and saw a talisman inside. This is a Man-Nyo talisman. After using it, it can greatly enhance a martial artist's strength. The other one is a protective talisman, used to defend against strong attacks. Their effects can last for half an incense stick, which should help you, young master. And this is the Jiansha sword, one of the 10 famous swords of the Yan Kingdom. It is said to be able to protect its owner. I specifically brought it from another branch for you. Thank you, Manager Nayland. This money I will. No need. It was a chance encounter. Young Master Bai is willing to risk his life to avenge Mu village. I, Nayland Ru, deeply admire this and am willing to assist you. I wish you a triumphant return, young master. Then I will engrave this kindness in my heart. The scene changed to the main gate of the Lin Manor. Ifan quickly arrived. It's here. Noticing someone barging in, the guards yelled, Halt! This is the Lin Manor. You cannot enter. Before finishing his sentence, the guard vanished. The guard next to him mumbled, This kid is strong. And then vanished as well. In an instant Ifan had dealt with the guards at the gate. I'm here to take your dog lives. Ifan walked straight into the Lin Manor. The revenge begins. Inside the Lin Manor, Master Lin, with a girl in each arm, was talking to his son. Father, don't worry, I'll be able to marry Xianer soon. Hearing this, his father was very pleased. As long as we climb into the city lord's manor, won't Lu Van City be the Lin family's world? Lin Daifu laughed heartily. Worthy of being my son, Lin Daifu. Truly promising. Hearing a loud noise outside, the old man asked, What's that sound? A guard was kicked in, landing painfully inside and groaning. Lin Daifu was startled. Huh? Who is it? Come out. How dare you cause trouble in my Lin Manor? We meet again, young Master Lin. Bai Fan. The guard cried out, Master, save me. Lin Yunkai laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Bai Fan. I was just looking for you, and you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. He charged towards Ifan. Today, I will capture you and personally hand you over to Xianer for disposal. Ifan quickly blocked the attack. Capture me? Just you? With that, Ifan broke Lin Yunkai's arm with one hand, making him scream. My arm! You dare break my arm! With his broken arm, Lin Yunkai's face was contorted as he thought, when did he break through to the late blood tempering realm? Ifan said confidently, I not only dare to break your arm, but I also dare to break your legs and give you a good beating. As he spoke, Ifan rushed forward and broke his legs. Lin Yukai lay writhing on the ground in pain, screaming. Ah! Only then did the old man, Lin Daifu, cry out, Kire! Father, run! Quickly called the city lord. All right. Kire, hang in there. Not letting Lin Daifu escape, Ifan blocked his way. Isn't it a bit too late to run? Choked and barely able to breathe, the old man still threatened loudly. You can't kill us. Ifan asked in a deep voice, why? Lin Daifu replied, my son and I were acting under the city lord's orders regarding Mu village. If you kill us, the city lord will definitely not spare you. Ifan said coldly, oh really? Lin Yukai, lying on the ground, said that's right. Xiner and I are engaged, practically the city lord's son-in-law. Just try touching us. The more they spoke, the angrier Ifan became, tightening his grip. With a gasp, Lin Daifu collapsed on the ground. Lin Yukai screamed, Father! Ifan said coldly, try it then. Lin Yukai was scared witless, scrambling backwards. You wouldn't dare! He knelt down, begging and kowtowing. By Ifan, don't kill me! I'm willing to give you the entire Lin family fortune. Please don't kill me! The Lin family's fortune? You're joking. Even if you packaged your entire Lin family, how much would you be worth? 10 million gold? Or 50 million? Since you're about to die, I'll let you in on a secret. Just one random herb of mine is worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of gold. Do you think I need to care about your Lin family? Lin Yukai was speechless. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. Don't kill me. No need to apologize. If you're truly remorseful, go down there and atone for the deaths of the Mu villagers with your father. Ifan squeezed Lin Yunkai's head hard, sending him to meet Yama. Now, it's the city lord's manor's turn. With that, Ifan instantly disappeared. The scene shifted to the main hall of the city lord's manor. A guard rushed in, panicked. It's bad. It's bad. City lord. It's bad. The Lin manor just sent word that they'd been attacked. Lambkin opened his eyes and said, what happened? According to the maidservant who escaped, a young man named Bai Yifan came seeking revenge and killed many people in the manor. Bai Yifan. Send my orders. Immediately seal off all exits, big and small, of Luvan City. Tell Generals Pangling and Yulei to bring 300 armored guards with me to the Lin manor to arrest that murderer. Lambkin gnashed his teeth as he walked. Damn it! Shouldn't that brat be dead already? He quickly mounted his horse and galloped off. Yuan Tao, Xie Bing, you two guard the manor and protect the young miss. Report immediately if anything happens. Your orders. A procession of people and horses followed Lambkin in an orderly fashion. Xiner asked General Xie, General Yuan, what is my father doing? Why such a commotion? Greetings, young Mississippi. He must be going to apprehend a court criminal. Apprehend a criminal? Then why aren't you going? The city lord told us to stay in the manor in case. All right, then guard outside the courtyard. I'll call you if anything happens. Xiner entered the manor, muttering, Father is so. Our city lord's manor has 4 generals, each at the blood-tempering realm. Father is at the body-cleansing realm. Which blind fool dares attack our city lord's manor? They must have a death wish. Miss, let me help you get ready for bed. Which nightgown would you like to wear today? Why is this dress still here? The maid replied fearfully, Young Master Lin said this dress is worth a fortune. Hearing this, Xiner cursed angrily, that bitch Mu Ruo doesn't even deserve to lick my shoes. How could her clothes be so good? Only that foolish man Lin Yukai would treat it as a treasure and secretly gift it to me. Throw it away! It's annoying just to look at it. Just thinking about those lowly commoners from Mu village makes me angry. And that Bai Yifan, stealing the Ascension order that belonged to me. If I ever see him again, I'll personally chop off his dog head. As Xiner was cursing, her 2 maids suddenly collapsed. Hunger! Lure! What's wrong with you? Yifan appeared ominously behind Xiner. Young Miss Lam, how do you plan to chop off my head? Her face paled as she turned around. You! Why are you here? This is the city lord's manor. You dare barge into my city lord's manor. Yi Fan stepped closer and asked, the city lord's manor? So what? Xian'er trembled, almost unable to stand. You stay back. Guards. Assassin. No need to shout. Your 100 courtyard guards, along with those 2 blood-tempering realm generals guarding the place, have all been killed by me. Xian'er's face turned deathly pale. Bai Yi Fan single-handedly killed 2 blood-tempering realm generals, and in an instant, no less. I didn't even hear a sound. Yi Fan drew his sword. Lam Xian'er, do you know why I'm here? I remember warning you not to provoke me. As he finished speaking, the sword rested on Xian'er's neck. Yi Fan asked again, the massacre of Mu village was planned by you and Lin Yukai, wasn't it? Lin Yukai is dead. And now it's your turn. Xian'er's legs buckled as she pleaded, no. Please don't. Bai Yi Fan, please spare me. I'm only 18. I don't want to die yet. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. Yi Fan retorted angrily, Ra is only 13. The children you burned to death in Mu village, some of them couldn't even walk. What did they do to deserve this? Bai Yi Fan, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I can. Right. I'm still a virgin. As she spoke, Xian'er started to unbutton her clothes. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill me? Seeing her undressing, Yi Fan slashed at her hand. Xian'er screamed in fear. A venomous woman like you, even if you stripped naked, would only disgust me. But the heavens are benevolent, and I can give you a chance to live. You said Ra isn't worthy of licking your shoes? Yi Fan put a foot on a chair and said, Then lick my shoes clean now. Xian'er stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. Well? Didn't you just say you'd do anything? Alright, I'll lick. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. So Xian'er lowered her head and did as Yi Fan said. Yi Fan looked at her and sneered. Young Miss Lam is really trying her best for her life. She thought to herself, damn you. Be smug now. I just need to stall until my father returns, and then he will tear you to shreds. Half an incense stick later, alright, I've licked them clean. Lick them clean? Then it's time to hit the road. With that, Yi Fan swung his sword, ending Xian'er's life. She only managed to let out a single ah before meeting her maker. On the streets outside, Lambkin suddenly felt a sense of unease. He let out a gasp. City Lord, what's wrong? Nothing, just a bit uneasy. A soldier ran up to report. It's bad, City Lord. I was ordered to scout ahead. Upon entering the Lin Manor, I found only corpses inside. Lin Daifu and Lin Yukai are nowhere to be found. Realizing he had been tricked, the old man immediately turned his horse. Not good. This is a diversionary tactic. Return to the manor quickly. Worried about his daughter, he galloped back. That little beast spy. If he dares lay a finger on Xian'er, I will exterminate his entire clan. Seeing Lambkin's panic, his 2 subordinates asked what had happened. He didn't answer, just ran back to his mansion, urging everyone to gather quickly. The sound of horse hooves echoed, then stopped in front of the mansion. Seeing the closed doors, he felt uneasy and exclaimed. Looking through the crack, he saw the bodies of his daughter and 2 subordinates. He cried out in pain, Hinner! Yi Fan was already waiting. You finally arrived. Lambkin gritted his teeth in fury and shouted, By Yi Fan! He stomped his foot, shattering the stones beneath. I swear I'll kill you! Yi Fan calmly drew his sword. Who kills who isn't certain yet. Bai Yi Fan used Jian Yu and slashed forward. The old man quickly dodged. This sword chi, could it be the Bao Yu sword technique? Thinking this, Lambkin landed and took a defensive stance. He frowned and thought. Bao Yu sword technique, a legendary peak Huang grade sword technique. Even I would need at least a year to grasp its basics. This kid has only been gone for 2 months. Yet he managed to cultivate it from the foundation of internal strength realm to its peak. Old man, you have a discerning eye. No wonder you could kill so many experts from my city lord's mansion. But a mere banned blood realm cultivator like you wants to fight against the marrow cleansing realm? You truly don't know the meaning of life and death. Lambkin then used his chi blood sandstorm. Yi Fan recognized it immediately, and used the second form of the Bao Yu sword technique to control the old man. Yi Fan used Ji Yu to counter Lambkin's power. Countless stones shot towards the old man. He yelled, What? Then he stood still, covering his face with his hands to endure the attack. Damn it! He growled. After a while, Lambkin regained his composure and used Yunlei barrier. Yi Fan looked at this technique with surprise. This is… Break it! The old man laughed triumphantly. Yi Fan realized he was using a magical artifact. You little beast, you actually forced me to use a magical artifact. Today, your death is at least somewhat meaningful. Die. Yi Fan circled around to dodge, and then started using Piao C steps. He used it to avoid several of Lambkin's attacks. The old man flew at him from behind. Little brat, where do you think you're going? Yi Fan thought to himself, damn, I can't dodge this. With a bang, everything exploded and turned into smoke. Thinking Yi Fan was dead, Lambkin laughed triumphantly. Little beast, you want to run? Keep running. Suddenly Yi Fan slowly walked out of the smoke. The old man was startled. What? What's going on? Not even a scratch? Lord Lamb, your lightning power is nothing special. The power of the lightning was absorbed. This protective talisman that Manager Na Lan gave me is really useful. Now, let's try the other one. Manhwa talisman. Upon using the protective talisman, Yi Fan's power surged like thunder. He felt his body burning. A talisman? You actually have a talisman? Yi Fan used the Baoyu sword technique and charged forward with its third form, Jian Bao. The power he unleashed was like a thunderbolt descending from the heavens. City Lord Lamb wouldn't be outdone. You little punk, I'll fight you to the death. He also unleashed his Lei Tingwan Jun. The clash of the two techniques created an incredibly terrifying force, sending both of them flying back. Lambkin was thrown backwards, while Yi Fan had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Even with a talisman to enhance your body, you're still too inexperienced to fight me with brute force. Oh? Who said I wanted to kill you with brute force? The old man worriedly thought, no, this is bad. Do you have another trick up your sleeve? It can't really be considered a trick. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan used instantaneous movement to dash next to the old man. Lambkin was stunned. Ah, this is… A sparkling stone emitting light was condensing before his chest. Baoyu sword technique, ultimate killing move! Instantly, the stone pierced Lambkin's chest. He cried out in pain. The Tishui sword continued to tear his body apart. Severely injured, Lambkin couldn't stand up. How? How could I be defeated by you? Impossible. From the moment you committed injustice, you should have known that there would be a day like this. Yi Fan thrust his sword with a final blow, ending his life. All grudges were settled. A scream of anguish from a man filled with sin echoed. Red blood splattered everywhere throughout the Lamb mansion, leaving only corpses. This is that magical artifact, right? It's the Yunlei ring. I never expected such a small ring to contain such powerful lightning. Yi Fan held the spoils of war and laughed triumphantly. It's mine now. At that moment, several subordinates returned to the mansion. Seeing the mansion filled with corpses, they panicked. The city lord, the young miss, our people, everyone's been killed. Listen up. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. These words terrified them. Scene changed to Wanbao Pavilion. Na Lan and Physician Tai were worried about Yi Fan. It's been so long. Why hasn't he returned? I wonder how young Master Bai Yi Fan is doing. A servant rushed in, panting. Manager, something big has happened. What is it? Na Lan asked nervously. Our people have sent news. Lam Defu, Lam Yun Kai of the Lam family are all dead. The city lord, Lam Hin, and all 4 generals have also been killed. The city lord's mansion was engulfed in flames and burned to the ground overnight. Na Lan was so overwhelmed that she couldn't stand. Physician Tai quickly supported her. She silently thanked Buddha. Heaven has blessed him. He did it. He actually did it. Physician Tai said with a serious face. Each of the 4 generals was at the Ban Blood realm. Together, they could fight against the mid-stage marrow cleansing realm cultivator. But young Master Bai clearly only broke through to the internal strength realm 2 months ago. While supporting Na Lan, Physician Tai thought to himself, the sky above Luyun City is about to change. Early this morning in the city, several guards were competing to post wanted notices. Make way! Make way! Step aside! People murmured, what happened? The wanted notice clearly stated, Bai Yi Fan, Yan country's latest wanted criminal. Whoever brings his head will be rewarded with 100 gold taels. Those who provide information about him will be rewarded with 50 gold taels. I don't think this person looks like someone who would do many evil deeds. Why is there a bounty on his head? Ifan passed by the posted notice. He reached out and tore down the paper with his face on it. Ifan clicked his tongue and thought, a wanted poster is one thing, but why did they draw me so ugly? Forget it. Since it's like this, I should find a new environment to play in. Thinking this, Ifan threw the wanted notice on the ground and walked away coldly. Scene changed to Wanbao Pavilion. Na Lan Ro was worried about Ifan. I wonder what his plans are after today. Suddenly, a box was thrown in through the window. Along with it was a letter. In the letter, Bai Yifan explained that he had to leave Luyun City immediately. He asked Lan Ro to take care of herself during this time. As for the box, it was a gift for her and everyone in Mujia village, enough to ensure they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. If fate allowed, they would meet again. Lan Ro opened it and found it filled with heavenly treasures she had never seen before. At this moment, she missed Ifan dearly. As for Ifan, he was riding his horse at full speed, leaving Luyun City. Soon, he reached Yunzhou Ferry, the border between Yan and Wei. On the way, he heard people talking about how recently the Five Elements Holy Land, one of the 10 great holy lands, was preparing to openly recruit disciples. Even the lowest level cultivation techniques of the Holy Land, if leaked to the secular world, would cause people to fight over them. Becoming a disciple and cultivating there would be the greatest opportunity. If one could become an elder of the Holy Land, then even princes, nobles, or the emperor himself wouldn't be worth bothering with. The Five Elements Holy Land in Wei was far away from their Yan country. If they didn't take the Yunzhou, even riding 10 to 14 horses to death wouldn't guarantee they'd reach it. Hearing this, Ifan became interested. Yunzhou was the most important transportation tool in the Wanggu continent, incredibly fast, capable of traversing the sky and reaching its destination directly. At this moment, Ifan joined the group heading to the Holy Land. Ifan went to the counter to buy a ticket to the Five Elements Holy Land. The clerk held out his hand and said, 500 gold taels for a ticket. He looked down on Ifan as a country bumpkin with no money. A night on the Yunzhou was expensive. Even the cheapest room cost 3,000 gold taels. If one couldn't pay, they could only sleep on a mat, exposed to the elements without any protective formations. Ifan simply took out a large amount of gold and gave it to him. Give me the most expensive room. Seeing this, the clerk was overjoyed. Ifan now seemed like a god of wealth descended to earth, experiencing the hardships of the mortal world. Suddenly, Wang Meng and Wang Ting, the prince and princess of the Kong prince's mansion, arrived and offered double the price for Ifan's room. Ifan asked him, "What do you mean by this?" Wang Ting was arrogant. "Nothing much. Whatever our royal family sets their eyes on is ours. This room, this young master will take it." Ifan felt this joke wasn't funny. "Look closely. I booked this room first." The clerk, a man of integrity, tried to reason with Wang Ting. "Please consider another room." He was a wise man. He couldn't afford to offend someone with power or someone with money. Wang Meng then spoke, "You ignorant fool, where did you come from, daring to confront our prince's mansion?" Then, they proudly announced their identities as the prince and princess. "Talking to you is already giving you face. Yet you dare to covet our royal family's things? Do you want to die?" Ifan sighed. "Why do I encounter this kind of person everywhere I go?" The surrounding people worried for him. "Just give them the room. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Don't provoke the imperial relatives." Ifan ignored them. "Princes, marquises, ministers, they're just titles. If I book this room, it's mine. I won't give it up, no matter how much money you offer." Hearing this, the Wang siblings gritted their teeth in anger. Ifan gestured with his chin. "Go to the back of the line and wait, you two ignorant dogs." Ifan repeated, "Did you hear me clearly?" The frightened clerk went to Wang Ting. "Please go to the back of the line. I'll reserve room number 2 next door for you, alright?" He was shrewd. One had power. The other had money. He couldn't afford to offend either. Wang Ting angrily said to Ifan, "Do you know the consequences of confronting the Kong prince's mansion?" Ifan replied, "I'm not afraid of even the current emperor." I'm just being reasonable. Wang Ting threatened, don't say I didn't warn you. Making enemies outside is extremely dangerous. When you're alone, you won't even know how you died. Yi Fan coldly stroked his chin. It's hard to say who's more dangerous. This young master would like to see what you can do besides running your mouth. Wang Ting gritted his teeth, unable to understand where this arrogant commoner came from. The clerk came over and asked them to calm down to avoid disturbing others. He would arrange everything. Seeing this, Wang Meng also advised her brother to let it go and not argue with ignorant commoners. Then she turned to the clerk and asked him to arrange for the Heaven Grade Room number 2. The Wang siblings were resentful but had no other choice. The clerk finally breathed a sigh of relief, having resolved the matter peacefully. Yi Fan called out, "Wait a minute. Did I agree?" Wang Tung was confused. Yi Fan scratched his ear. "I've never liked having noisy people next to me." Then he took out a pile of gold and told the clerk, "I'll buy all the Heaven Grade rooms." Wang Ting asked Yi Fan what he meant. Yi Fan crossed his arms. "I don't mean anything. First come, first served. I haven't finished speaking yet, is there a problem?" The clerk, now having struck it rich, happily treated Yi Fan as a VIP. He turned his face and told the Wang siblings to go to the back of the line. He had made a huge profit this time. Enough to last him a lifetime. Wang Ting angrily said, "You just wait, kid." Later, Yi Fan encountered a stranger who said, "Kid, you seem quite peaceful, unlike someone who looks very irritating." Then he offered him the room for free. The Wang siblings understood that this was clearly a deliberate provocation. Afterwards, everyone boarded the airship to the Holy Land. Yi Fan slowly entered the room he had booked. As he walked, a loud voice shouted, "Stop right there!" The person who came to find Yi Fan was a fat man. He had something to say to him. Then, the two of them happily sat down together for a chat. Hitting it off immediately, Yi Fan finally clinked glasses with him. The fat man's name was Lu Wei. He praised Yi Fan's earlier words, about how princes, marquises, and ministers were just titles. However, at this moment, Yi Fan still didn't know who he was. He introduced himself as Lu Wei, from a merchant family in Wu country. Yi Fan understood that Wu country was Yan country's neighbor, with a martial spirit and strength not inferior to Yan. Lu Wei said that meeting each other was fate, and because he admired Yi Fan's character, he wanted to come and make friends. His purpose for this trip was to participate in the entrance examination of the 5 elements, Holy Land. If Wang Meng and Wang Ting wanted to take revenge on Yi Fan, they could come find him. He would be the first one to not let them off. He even told them to sleep well tonight, as he would protect them. But Yi Fan wasn't worried about this at all. "Today, I invite brother Yi Fan for a drink, let's drink till we drop." Exactly 1 stick of incense later, Lu Wei collapsed on the table. Yi Fan sighed, exasperated, "I think you're the one who came to make things difficult for me." At this moment, a loud thunderclap resounded. The thunder shook the boat, causing Lu Wei to fall to the ground. The entire table of food landed on his face. Yi Fan went outside to inquire about what had happened. Stepping outside, he saw everyone had fallen and were rolling around because of the thunder and the approaching downpour. Another extremely powerful bolt of lightning struck. At this time, the ship's cabin caught fire, and some people lost their lives. Yi Fan was delighted because the lightning had come at just the right time. He took out the Cloud Thunder Ring to use. On the way here, Yi Fan had studied the Cloud Thunder Ring. It was an offensive artifact that could store lightning during thunderstorms and then release it when needed to kill enemies. It was a pity that there hadn't been any rain for 7 days. Now that the thunder and heavy rain had arrived, it was a wish come true. Yi Fan held out the Cloud Thunder Ring to start storing the lightning. Everyone on the airship was startled and terrified as the lightning in all directions became increasingly fierce. Even stranger, the lightning was converging in one place. Wherever it passed, the entire ship was shattered. They were frightened when the lightning struck directly into the rooms. What was going on? Wasn't their private room protected by a formation? At this time, only one person was happy, and that was Yi Fan. He wanted to absorb as much lightning as possible into the Cloud Thunder Ring. A moment later, the ring was fully charged with lightning. Yi Fan now had another trump card for defense. The people above were now joyfully announcing. Finally, they had arrived at 5 Elements City. This was the place to participate in the Holy Land's entrance examination. Lu Wei woke up at this time, his face swollen. He explained to Yi Fan that Wei Wang, in order to flatter the Five Elements Holy Land, had spent a large sum of money to build this city. Its level of splendor was no less than that of Wei Kingdom's royal capital. Looking at the massive structure in front of him, Yifan had to acknowledge that, for this Holy Land examination, thousands upon thousands of martial artists from all over the world had gathered here. Lu Wei told Yifan to quickly look up at the sky. Above, there were many cultivators riding strange objects to fly. Those people possessed mystical powers, unlike those who radiated blood qi outwards. Spiritual power could be transformed within the body, allowing them to fly in the sky, burrow into the earth, ride swords, and soar through the air. Nothing was impossible. Yifan understood that choosing the Holy Land as his destination was the right decision. Suddenly, from within the Holy Hall, an extremely powerful pressure radiated out, telling them to be silent. Those with weaker cultivation levels felt extremely uncomfortable, but Yifan was completely unaffected. From above, a figure appeared, looking like an immortal descending from the heavens. He said that he was Yen Wentong, an inner sect elder of the Five Elements, Holy Land, in charge of this entrance examination. Anyone who wished to cultivate in the Holy Land should go to the Eastern Martial City to register for the disciple examination. Hearing this, everyone jostled each other to go and register. Lu Wei and Yifan also temporarily parted ways to attend to their own matters. Lu Wei felt apologetic for not being able to continue protecting Yifan. Before leaving, he urged Yifan to find a place to hide and avoid being found by the Wang brothers. Yifan couldn't help but laugh at his naivety. At the sparring arena in the Eastern City, everyone was asked to line up neatly to register. Very quickly, a dejected person walked out, disqualified from the examination. At this time, another person registered, and it was Yifan's turn. Wang Ming recognized Yifan and pointed him out to his brother. The Wang brothers were thinking about how to deal with Yifan to vent their anger. However, there were more important matters to attend to. Once they officially became disciples of the Five Elements Holy Land, the humiliation they suffered in Yunzhou would definitely be repaid by that brat with his life. Bai Yifan went to register and stated that he was at the blood-tempering realm. Wanting felt smug because with such a cultivation level, Yifan wouldn't even pass the sparring stage. Even if he was lucky enough to get in, when it came to competing fiercely with others, he wouldn't gain anything. Yifan then produced a token and presented it to the registrar. After seeing the token, the registrar cheerfully informed Yifan that he could bypass the test. The Wang brothers thought they had misheard. What was this kid's background after all? The elder observing from the high wall then asked the messenger who the ascension token belonged to. Reporting to elder, it belongs to someone named Bai Yifan. I just used the spirit measuring steel to check his aptitude, and it's only the lowest yellow grade. Perhaps he's a rich young master with a lot of money who happened to obtain the ascension token. He then asked the elder for instructions on how to proceed. Elder Yen said that with such low aptitude, he could only be a servant disciple in the Holy Land. But since he has the ascension token, make an exception for him. Even with the discrepancy, let him be an outer disciple. Afterwards, the outer disciples were transported on the back of a phoenix. Yifan sighed. His realm in the secular world could have made him a commanding general. Unexpectedly, in the Five Elements Holy Land, he almost didn't even qualify as an outer disciple. He was thinking that he came from Earth, and only had yellow-grade aptitude. Clearly, his body's strength had already surpassed several major realms, so the aptitude assessment here was truly puzzling. However, Yifan didn't want to overthink it. Low aptitude was low aptitude. He had the unlimited resources of Earth behind him. As long as he diligently cultivated in the future, he would definitely shine. The phoenix carrying them quickly arrived at their destination. This place, with its magnificent and luxurious architecture, was the Five Elements Holy Land. Yifan was also surprised. Unexpectedly, this place was built within the clouds. Elder Yen explained that this was the Five Elements Heavenly Palace, the heart of the Holy Land, and only elite disciples or inner elders could enter. As for the mountain peaks above, those were their cultivation grounds from now on. From now on, you are outer disciples of the Five Elements Holy Land. Every action, every gesture, must comply with the sect rules, and you must always prioritize the interests of the Holy Land. Afterwards, they went to receive their identity jade tokens and maps of their respective residences. Everyone was extremely excited, except for Yifan, who remained indifferent. At the outer disciples' resting area, Yifan checked the items in the room and found cleansing talismans, swiftness talismans, some other talismans, along with spirit stones and high-grade healing pills. He had to admit that the Holy Land was generous. Items worth tens of millions were given away just for becoming an outer disciple. Yifan saw a book titled Ancient Chronicle of Wongu. This book discussed the basics of the Wongu continent. The 10 great holy lands of the continent were mentioned, including the Wuwei Holy Land and the Huangji Holy Land, the 5 Elements Holy Land and the Guanghan Holy Land. Next were the Zhenwu Holy Land and the Zhan Tian Holy Land. Then came the Tianshu Holy Land and the Duo Bao Holy Land. Finally, the Zihuang Holy Temple and the Piaomia Holy Land. Among them, the Wuwei Holy Land was the most mysterious. The number of disciples in the sect never exceeded 5, and each one was an astonishingly unparalleled genius. The Huangji Holy Land occupied the central continent, possessing the strongest power and acting the most tyrannical. The Jinwu Holy Land and the Zhan Tian Holy Land respectively specialized in body refinement and swordsmanship. The Guanghan Holy Land only accepted female disciples. The 5 Elements Holy Land was divided into 5 courtyards: metal, wood, water, earth, and fire. This was a newly promoted Holy Land, the youngest among the 10. Hearing that the Huangji Holy Land was the strongest made Yifan regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have gone there because he had endless money to spend. But if he was a waste, he wouldn't be noticed. At this time, Yifan suddenly remembered that the 3 realms of bone forging, internal organs, and blood tempering were all about cultivation. The marrow cleansing realm involved expelling impurities from the body and increasing the purity of blood qi. To increase his strength, he had to find a way to cleanse his marrow, change his tendons, and replace his blood. Then he wondered if there was anything on earth that could help him achieve this easily. Time passed quickly, and Yifan had been here for a month. During this month, he had continuously traveled back and forth between the 2 worlds. Because he discovered that using medicinal fluids could change his physique, and through reading materials, he found that ingesting them was even more stable. In the modern world, Angelica sinensis, lotus seeds, tiandong, and iron were all detoxification and purification methods used in veterinary clinics. He increasingly felt his body becoming lighter than before. His strength also increased exponentially. Yifan was in the process of breaking through the blood tempering realm. A moment later, Yifan successfully broke through. His blood qi surged like a protective cloak. This blood qi was comparable to the scattered blood qi of the aperture opening realm. Yifan threw a punch to test its power. Unexpectedly, a single swing of his arm caused many large trees to collapse. Yifan's punch now had a force of 120,000 jin, much stronger than the usual for this realm. His cultivation journey in the 5 Elements Holy Land was now officially beginning. At the Heart Martial Hall, many disciples had gathered early. This was the place that managed all matters, big and small, of the 5 Elements Holy Land, and it was also where disciples received and carried out missions. The elders were the ones who assigned them. During their cultivation period, 5 Elements Holy Land disciples could actively take on missions, big or small, in exchange for resources, rewards, and advancement points. Contribution points could be viewed on the disciples' identity tokens. Upon entry, each person was given 50 points. The most significant use of contribution points was to exchange them for weapons and techniques within the 5 Elements Holy Land. It was said that there were tens of thousands of martial skill manuals here. Even just one set was enough to significantly boost one's strength. There were 3 ways to obtain contribution points. The first was to complete low-level missions for marrow cleansing realm disciples, earning from 100 to 300 contribution points. Mid-level missions were for aperture opening realm disciples, with rewards from 300 to 1,000 contribution points. High-level missions were for Purple Mansion realm disciples, with rewards from 1,000 to 5,000 points. The second way was to directly submit heavenly and earthly treasures. The final method was to capture or kill criminals on the Holy Land's wanted list. The third method yielded the most contribution points, and the fastest, but those who made it onto this list were the Holy Land's most bloodthirsty and vicious criminals. Every year, a few arrogant and conceited Holy Temple disciples would take on the challenge, only to never return. Yifan smiled thoughtfully. The contribution points from sect missions are too few, and killing criminals is dangerous. Handing over heavenly and earthly treasures is the most stable option. This is truly tailor-made for me. But the Five Elements Holy Land is not comparable to Luyan City. This place is very complex. If I take out too many heavenly and earthly treasures, it's inevitable that someone will target me. Although I'm not afraid of trouble, to avoid too much trouble, it's better to do sect missions as a disguise, and then unexpectedly obtain heavenly and earthly treasures. Yifan went to the elder to accept low-level missions. Afterwards, he and some other disciples left after finishing their business. On the way, Yifan encountered some thugs within the Holy Land who were trying to extort spirit stones from newly admitted outer disciples. Unexpectedly, even in this holy place, there were still such hooligans, like robbers, intercepting and stealing spirit stones from fellow disciples. One of the leaders was the scoundrel Wang Ting. The one who advised him was Chao Yang, an outer disciple. He threatened a newly admitted disciple, forcing him to actively hand over his spirit stones, rather than appearing to be coerced. The other disciple trembled and said, "It's done? Can we go now?" Chao Yang, acting arrogantly, upon hearing this, slapped the disciple. "Whether it's over or not is for me to decide." Seeing the disciple being hit, the other new disciples immediately rushed forward to help him. At this time, someone approached, catching Wang Ting's attention. It was the person he hated the most. Chao Yang asked Wang Ting if he knew this person. Wang Ting then recounted to Chao Yang the story of his encounter with Yifan. Wang Ting emphasized to Chao Yang that although he wasn't sure of this guy's abilities, he was very generous. On the selection day, he had to use an ascension token to enter the Holy Land. Hearing this, Chao Yang said he must come from a wealthy family. Such a person surely had a lot of good things. But Yifan wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. As he walked, he pondered. Suddenly taking out treasures would definitely attract attention. He wasn't strong enough to protect himself yet. While he was lost in thought, Chao Yang approached him. He told Yifan to let him borrow any good items he had. Yifan didn't immediately understand what he meant. Chao Yang put on a fierce expression and threatened Yifan to hand over his spirit stones quickly. The outer disciples who had just sympathized with Yifan unexpectedly had to run into Chao Yang. This kid Chao Yang was used to acting tyrannically. Usually, relying on his superior martial arts, he bullied those weaker than him. Almost every new disciple had been beaten by him. Some had resisted, but only to be beaten even more severely. Seeing this, Yifan gave a sly smile. "Want to borrow spirit stones?" "Sure. But you have to kneel down and beg me." Chao Yang was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. Wang Ting's expression was even more surprised. Faced with Yifan's defiance, he couldn't hold back any longer and threw a punch at his face. However, Yifan easily dodged, and as a result, the ground beneath Chao Yang's feet shattered. Yifan's reaction greatly surprised Chao Yang. The newly arrived outer disciples felt that Yifan's movement technique was incredibly fast. Wang Ting was worried. That peak marrow cleansing realm Chao Yang couldn't even gain a slight advantage. It seemed that brat's strength was greater than he had imagined. Chao Yang emanated a pressure and asked Yifan, "Do you dare to repeat what you just said?" Yifan raised a finger and wagged it, confidently saying, "Kowtow once, and I'll let you borrow a spirit stone. Kowtow 10 times in a row, and I'll let you borrow another one." "How many kowtows do you want to do?" At this point, Chao Yang couldn't endure it any longer. He would make Yifan pay for his ignorance. Just then, Lu Wei appeared and told Chao Yang to stop, "Otherwise, I'll report you to the elders." Lu Wei was extremely surprised that the person he was defending was actually Yifan. Yifan asked him, "What are you so surprised about? You didn't ask me where I was going before either." Chao Yang, standing behind them, was furious that Yifan had ignored him. Seeing the dangerous situation, Yifan quickly pushed Lu Wei aside. Then, as quick as lightning, he grabbed Chao Yang by the neck. Chao Yang was choked and couldn't breathe. The most frightened person at this moment was Wang Ting, who was questioning his entire existence. How could Yifan, a new disciple, be so strong? Yifan, gripping Chao Yang's neck, said, "Brother, why don't you adhere to martial virtue? Sneak attacking someone from behind isn't good." The surrounding people thought they were seeing things. Chao Yang was being beaten to a pulp by a new disciple. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wei was speechless. Chao Yang, showing signs of being unable to hold on, pleaded, "Let me go." Yifan coldly told him, "If you apologize to me, we can consider this matter settled. People like you certainly won't want to lose face, so let's change the terms." I also want to borrow some spirit stones from senior brother. What do you think? But at this point, with Yifan gripping his neck, how could Chaoyang speak? Basically, Yifan didn't want to let him speak. He leaned in close, pretending to listen to Chaoyang's words, saying that he was too embarrassed to apologize. Well, that's alright. Having said that, Yifan reached out and took the spirit stones that Chaoyang had just acquired. If senior brother doesn't want to apologize, then I'll just borrow these spirit stones. After that, Yifan also slapped him hard across the face. The blow sent Chaoyang stumbling backward. His underlings rushed over, asking with concern, "Senior brother, are you alright?" Yifan returned the spirit stones he took from Chaoyang to the new disciples. They asked, "If you give them all back to us, won't you take any for yourself?" Yifan glanced over to the other side, saying, "There's no rush. Aren't there still a few rats left?" Chaoyang's underlings fearfully offered their spirit stones to Yifan. Yifan ordered them to leave the stones on the ground and get lost. Terrified, they didn't dare to leave normally but instead rolled on the ground. They even asked if their rolling posture met the standards. Wang Tang, although furious, only dared to glare at him. Suddenly, Yifan sensed something strange. He clearly felt a surge of hatred, but the surroundings were empty. It turned out that Wang Tang had used an invisibility talisman to escape. Lu Wei approached, praising Yifan's prowess but also worried. "Aren't you afraid of Chaoyang seeking revenge after being injured like that?" Yifan wasn't worried about that. People like Chaoyang are used to showing off their power. If they suffer a loss, they'll just keep it to themselves. But if he doesn't know his place and comes looking for trouble, I'll welcome him properly. Lu Wei came over, put his arm around Yifan's shoulder, and said admiringly, "This is the second time you've made me look at you with new eyes. Just now, another fellow disciple and I accepted a mission. And we're short-handed. Do you want to join us?" This was exactly what Yifan needed, so he asked, "Lu Wei, what kind of mission is it?" Lu Wei explained the mission as they walked. "Recently, there's a general named Yang Shizhong at the southern border who's suspected of colluding with the demonic clan and plotting treason. He's even capturing innocent people to cultivate blood. Magic. It's a low-level mission, but the reward isn't bad. If we obtain evidence, each of us can get 60 contribution points." Then, Lu Wei took Yifan to meet everyone else. There were 3 outer disciples, Zhang Tai, Shin Sinyu, and Lu Gao. They were Lu Wei's neighbors and usually saw each other. Then Lu Wei introduced Yifan to everyone. Lu Gao showed disdain towards Lu Wei. "After all this time, I thought you found someone capable. In the end, you brought this guy? He used the Heaven's mandate to bypass the assessment. His aptitude is only at the low level of the yellow rank. Are you inviting him to join us so he can drag us down?" Hearing this, Yifan was furious. Lu Wei defended him. "Although his cultivation level isn't high, I've witnessed his strength firsthand." Yifan walked over and asked Lu Gao, "Senior brother Lu, with your extensive experience, you must have read quite a few books, right?" Lu Gao, not a fool, asked back, "What do you mean?" Yifan told him, "The books often say that people who say things like that usually end up getting slapped in the face." Hearing this, Lu Gao slammed the table angrily, but Zhang Tai and Sinyu intervened. Sinyu said that she trusted Lu Wei's judgment. Lu Gao, still with his arrogant demeanor, said, "If anyone's to blame for this, it can only be me. How could I have hoped that a waste with the Taotai bloodline like you could find someone capable?" Hearing this, Lu Wei's face turned pale with anger. Yifan didn't know what the Taotai bloodline was. Sinyu asked, "You're Lu Wei's friend, how can you not know? People with the Taotai bloodline possess an innate aptitude derived from the ancient ferocious beast called Taotai. People with this bloodline have eaten much more than others since childhood. Cultivation is very easy for them, they just need to eat constantly. The higher the spiritual energy content in the food, the faster their cultivation speed. From another perspective, the Taotai bloodline is also a kind of wasted bloodline because it requires hundreds of times more cultivation resources than people of the same age. It becomes even more terrifying later on." The other person spoke up, "The elders of the Holy Land aren't stupid. With that amount of resources, they could completely train hundreds of cultivators to the same realm." Sinyu told him to shut up, asking what the point of talking so much was. Lu Wei said apologetically, "It's all right. I've understood this principle since I was young. But as long as there's a chance, I'll try my best to obtain cultivation resources for myself." Zhang Tai, who seemed like a good person, came over and patted Lu Wei's shoulder in comfort. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Yi Fan thought to himself, I can't speak for anything else, but the resources on Earth are practically endless. Even the 10 Holy Lands combined might not be able to compare. As long as I want to, I can quickly cultivate you to the divine ability realm, even surpassing their existence. But now isn't the best time. Not to mention our friendship isn't deep enough yet. If Lu Wei asks where these treasures come from, I won't have a way to explain it. For now, I still need to observe further. Afterwards, the 4 of them went to the border of the United States. They looked at a portrait, and said it was Yang Shizhong. He has 4 commanders under him. Only Ban Shui and Ting Feng are relatively difficult to deal with, able to mobilize 300,000 elite soldiers at any time. Hearing this, everyone was very worried. Yi Fan understood. It's hard to fight against so many people. With such a large army gathered in one place, even if every single one of them is only at the body tempering realm, it will still be very difficult to deal with. Given this situation, Yi Fan suggested that everyone act discreetly. Lu Gao agreed with that. He also added, according to the intel, Yang Shizhong is colluding with the demonic clan, capturing civilians to cultivate. If we can find evidence, it's best to capture him alive. Otherwise, bringing back his body will suffice. Then, they moved together to the general's mansion. Here, soldiers lined up neatly, their strength not to be underestimated. Lu Gao told everyone to use concealment talismans. Everyone took out their concealment talismans and used them. Then, they all entered together. Because of the concealment talismans, the soldiers here didn't notice the presence of the 5 of them. They could only feel a strange gust of wind pass by. So Yi Fan's group successfully infiltrated the mansion, bypassing the soldiers in their first step. The second step was to find Yang Shizhong. Shin Sinyu was the first to spot him. At that moment, Yang Shizhong was entering from outside the city. He then returned to the general's mansion. Yang Shizhong showed great love for his wife and children. If it weren't for his busy military duties, he would return to dine with his wife every day. Hearing this, his wife said sadly, if only our Susu was still here, I wouldn't be so lonely. Hearing this, Yang Shizhong seemed displeased. He told his wife to rest early so he could go and cultivate. His wife didn't understand why Yang Shizhong was suddenly angry for no reason. Yang Shizhong walked to the door and then suddenly stopped. He turned and looked back. Yi Fan's group was surprised to see him looking in their direction because they were using concealment talismans. Could we have been exposed? But then they were relieved because Yang Shizhong turned away again. Lu Gao told everyone to immediately follow him. After entering a room, Yang Shizhong ordered all the doors to be closed. He reached out and gently turned a vase placed on the table. This was the switch that opened a secret tunnel. Everyone was surprised that there was a secret passage hidden within the general's mansion. They would wait for Yang Shizhong to go down, and then they would figure out what to do. The room was now quiet again. Yang Shizhong had been down there for a while now. Lu Gao told everyone to enter together. Going inside, they didn't expect this room to hide such a large underground palace. Everyone walked close together, staying alert. Suddenly Yi Fan smelled the stench of blood. Lu Gao also noticed it. As expected, Yang Shizhong is cultivating demonic blood arts. Sinyu was the first to spot it. She had very good observation skills. It really is Yang Shizhong cultivating demonic arts. There's even a pool of blood here. There are so many white bones below. Just how many people has this guy killed? And there's demonic chi on their bodies. So this villain is refining corpses. Lu Gao ordered the 4 of them to go to the east, west, south, and north sides, respectively, and wait for his command before acting. But before anyone could move, Yang Shizhong spoke up. Since you're here, there's no need to hide anymore. A wave of demonic chi struck the 5 of them. Lu Gao was surprised, not understanding how he was discovered. Yang Shizhong sneered. So it's just a few brats sneaking into the general's mansion. Are you looking for death? Lu Gao wasn't frightened. He pointed his sword at Yang Shizhong and declared, you, as the city's defending general, colluded with the demonic path, murdered innocent people, and refined corpses, committing heinous crimes. Today, the disciples of the 5 elements Holy Land will definitely kill you. Hearing this, Yang Shizhong just laughed loudly. Even Holy Land disciples have come here? Yang Shizhong gave an evil smile. I'm just one step away from completing my blood demon transformation. At this point, Yi Fan realized he had intentionally lured them in. Then, Yang Shizhong's secret chamber was completely sealed. He raised his hands, activating his demonic arts, intending to turn the 5 of them into new sacrifices. But Lu Gao wasn't afraid. He charged forward with his sword. As Sun Yu and Lu Wei were about to act, Yi Fan immediately stopped them. On the pillars, the corpse demons began to move. 4 of them, numbered 2 to 5, broke free from their chains. Then, they rushed to attack Yi Fan's group. Their speed was so fast that Zhang Tai and Lu Gao were frightened. Only Yi Fan could keep up with their speed. He pulled Sun Yu and Lu Wei back. Not only were they fast, but they were also very strong. Zhang Tai realized these weren't ordinary corpses but demon puppets. Lu Gao was also struggling to hold his own. Their situation was extremely dire. Zhang Tai was seriously injured but could still fight. Lu Gao didn't expect Yang Shizhong to dare to cultivate demonic arts. Yi Fan understood that corpse demons were created using special techniques to turn the bodies of the dead into controlled puppets. But demon puppets were refined from living people. These puppets could retain the original person's strength and memories, and then they could continue to cultivate, constantly becoming stronger. Moreover, there seemed to be an even stronger demon puppet that hadn't moved yet. This matter was truly troublesome. Yang Shizhong ordered the 4 demon puppets to continue their assault. Yi Fan's group had no choice but to fight for their lives. Lu Gao, having the highest cultivation, managed to strike a demon puppet. The demon puppet fell backward, making Lu Gao think he had finished it off. But in Yang Shizhong's eyes, that action was merely foolish. How could his demon puppet die so easily? After Yang Shizhong infused it with demonic qi, it recovered as before. Its astonishingly fast recovery shocked Yi Fan's group. Lu Gao told them to help hold back the demon puppets, so he could charge forward and kill Yang Shizhong. To capture the bandits, we must first capture their leader. After saying this, he attached a talisman to his sword. The sword, imbued with the flying sword talisman, shot out like an arrow. Its target was Yang Shizhong, but he simply raised a hand to block it. Yang Shizhong then waved his hand at Lu Gao's sword. The sword spun in midair and then bounced back, striking Lu Gao and seriously injuring him. Lu Wei worriedly rushed over to check Lu Gao's injuries. Lu Gao realized Yang Shizhong's cultivation level was higher than he had imagined. Lu Wei was extremely worried because even Lu Gao, with the highest cultivation among them, couldn't withstand him. Bored, Yang Shizhong ordered the demon puppets to throw them into the blood pit. The 3 of them felt utter despair. At this moment, Yi Fan quietly moved behind Yang Shizhong. A swift swooshing sound rang out. Yang Shizhong's arm was instantly severed. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wei and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Yang Shizhong screamed in pain from having his arm cut off. Then, he furiously attacked Yi Fan's back with all his might. Yi Fan didn't bother turning around. He immediately swung his sword behind his back, towards Yang Shizhong. Then, he unleashed the second form of the precious rain sword technique to attack. Seeing Yi Fan's powerful attack, Yang Shizhong had to create a blood shield for defense. But the power of the sword beam was beyond his expectations. The blood shield couldn't block Yi Fan's attack. A loud explosion echoed. After the smoke cleared, the demon puppets were incapacitated. Yi Fan had his sword at Yang Shizhong's throat. He told him to surrender immediately. Sun Yu and Lu Wei couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Yang Shizhong trembled all over. He didn't expect a yellow rank sword technique to injure him like this. As expected of a Holy Land disciple. But he was determined not to be defeated. Yang Shizhong declared that today would surely be the day Yi Fan and his group died. Seeing his expression, Yi Fan realized something was wrong. The strongest demon puppet was finally unleashed. Before Yi Fan could react, it charged towards him. Looking at the monster rushing towards him, Yi Fan quickly shouted, "Not good! Everyone, run!" The monster's power was immense. A single punch easily destroyed the ground, sending everyone scattering. "This is bad. It's too strong. We're no match for it." Quickly hiding behind a large pillar, Lu Wei frantically shook Yang Shizhong, hoping to wake him up. But it seemed that due to his severe injuries, the old man had fallen into a coma. Now there was no one here who could stop the monster. Just then, Yang Shizhong's breathing weakened and he slowly passed away in Lu Wei's arms, causing the young man to panic and shout, "He's dead! He's dead!" As soon as Yang Shizhong died, the monster was completely unleashed, clawing madly at its chest and roaring with terrifying sounds. The situation became even more critical as the monster completely lost control, its terrifying power warping the surrounding air. Jumping up and destroying the surrounding pillars, it charged towards Yifan's group. Someone shouted, "It attacks based on sound. We need to hide and stay silent." So, the group once again hid behind another pillar, stealthily watching the monster. "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Hearing the question, Lu Gao gravely whispered, "Retreat, what else can we do? We can't defeat it with just us few." Immediately, Yifan lowered his voice and rejected the suggestion. "No, if we don't deal with this demonic creature here and let it get out, it will only harm innocent lives. We must resolve this here." As he spoke, Yifan stared at the monster with sharp eyes, causing Lu Gao to angrily glare at him. "Shut up! What can you do alone? We should leave quickly and find a way to call for reinforcements." Before he could finish, Lu Wei came over and patted Yifan's shoulder. "Who says Brother Yifan is alone? I'm here too." Lu Gao became even angrier and tried to keep his voice down as he questioned, "Lu Wei, what do you mean?" Seeing this, Lu Wei stepped forward, faced Lu Gao, and posed a question. "Senior brother Lu, ask yourself, even if we go out and immediately request help from the Holy Land, when will the reinforcements arrive at the earliest?" This question caused Lu Gao to hesitate because it was a serious issue. The fastest reinforcements will arrive in an hour, and an hour is more than enough time for that demonic creature to suck blood. I'm afraid it will slaughter all the people within 100 miles, creating immeasurable karma. Although my martial arts are average, I'm definitely not someone who clings to life and fears death. Lu Wei confidently patted his chest and clenched his fist. "I'd rather perish together with the demonic path than sacrifice the lives of others to save my own." Astonished by Lu Wei's resolve and noble heart, several junior disciples around him expressed their agreement and stood behind him. "Well said. We'll join you. We'll risk our lives against this demonic puppet." Looking at the ignorant people in front of him, senior brother Lu gnashed his teeth in anger. "You guys are clearly courting death." Silent until now, with a gloomy expression, Yifan suddenly spoke. "Great calamity is upon us. If no one dares to fight against adversity, what will become of this country? What will become of our homes? In this world, there are people who know they will die, yet they still bravely charge forward. Isn't that the essence of chaotic times?" Faced with their sharp words, senior brother Lu finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Are you all crazy? Who's the leader of this mission?" His loud voice attracted the attention of the monster. Once again, its fiery eyes turned towards them, charging with incredible speed. "Oh no! It's coming towards us!" Feeling the terrifying pressure bearing down on them, Lu Wei's group didn't retreat. They drew their swords, prepared to risk their lives against the monster. Just as the monster shattered the protective pillar, Yifan used his piao-miao steps, moving like a gentle breeze towards the monster. Seeing him approach the monster, senior brother Lu angrily cursed, "You idiot! A body-tempering realm cultivator trying to fight a chi condensation realm monster in close combat. You're hopeless! You can't even hurt it!" Hearing those words, Yifan formed a hand seal with sharp eyes, retorting, "Then open your eyes wide and watch." As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan used the lightning cloud ring, a strange lightning bolt appearing from his hand and shooting straight towards the monster, creating swirling vortexes in the air. "Look closely. Who's the real idiot now? Thunderbolt myriad armies!" Yifan shouted, and the lightning bolt pierced the monster's body, sending it flying backward. The destructive power of this technique was truly terrifying. The residual lightning easily destroyed the surrounding pillars. The monster's entire body was enveloped in lightning, immobilizing it. It gradually roared in pain as wisps of black smoke rose from its body. Someone shouted, "The demon is dead!" This is the power of pure yang lightning, which perfectly counters bloodthirsty monsters. Easily repelling the monster, under everyone's astonished gazes, Yifan said calmly, "I decide whether to show mercy to the opponent." The monster's body gradually shrunk, its energy dissipating. Everyone saw it look up at the sky, tears falling down its wrinkled cheeks as it cried, "General! General! I have no regrets." Surprised by this scene, Yifan wondered, does this monster still have humanity? Watching the monster's body completely disappear, he fell into deep thought. Normal demons have their humanity erased by the spellcaster for complete control. Yet, this monster still retained its humanity and obeyed the spellcaster. The only explanation is that it willingly became a demon. How is this possible? The others didn't care much about that. They just breathed a sigh of relief at having survived the catastrophe. The pure yang flames that burned the demon's body had extinguished. It was truly destroyed. At this moment, senior brother Lu noticed the ring on Yifun's finger and asked, "No way, is that a magical tool? Where did you get it?" Yifun quickly hid the ring, as a trump card shouldn't be easily revealed. He then sat down beside the crimson blood pool and examined the liquid inside. "This blood seems a bit off." Seeing him standing by the blood pool, the others approached with concern. "Yifun, what's wrong?" "It turns out this sacrificial blood pool doesn't seem to be made from human blood. It feels like animal blood. But the intelligence clearly stated that General Yang Shizhong was a demon. How could he use animal blood?" No one answered their question. They were met with rumbling tremors from above, and rocks fell, causing panic. "Not good. The underground palace is collapsing." Yifun shouted, "Quickly retreat. Get out of here." They acted quickly, but it seemed they weren't faster than the giant boulders. A pillar fell directly behind Lu Wei, and he couldn't dodge it. At the critical moment, a slender, white hand reached out into the air. A surge of powerful spiritual energy enveloped everyone. In the blink of an eye, an emerald green energy shield formed, protecting the group from the falling rocks. "Oh my God! What is this shield energy?" It appeared just in time. A beautiful girl in a green dress suddenly appeared from the hole in the ceiling. It was Xiaotuo, a disciple from the Wood Institute. Her sweet voice rang out, "Are you all alright?" Lu Wei recognized her and smiled happily. "It's senior sister Xiaotuo from the Wood Institute." Yifun silently observed her spiritual energy, sensing something unusual. Floating down from the ceiling, Xiaotuo sincerely praised, "You encountered a peak chi condensation realm bloodthirsty demon and still survived. This is truly a miracle. When we return to the Holy Land, I must spread the word about your bravery." As she spoke, another pillar fell from the ceiling, right behind her. Seeing this, everyone shouted warnings, "Senior sister, be careful." Facing the danger, Xiaotuo's expression remained calm. She snapped her fingers gently. Instantly, the pillar behind her exploded into small pieces, accompanied by a sweet smile. "Don't worry, junior disciples. I sensed the danger long ago." The terrifying power of this senior sister left everyone astonished, their jaws dropping. Divine ability secret realm cultivators are truly powerful. With a hint of awe in their hearts, everyone bowed to Xiaotuo. "Greetings, senior sister. And thank you for saving our lives." Xiaotuo nodded in satisfaction, her eyes sweeping over everyone before stopping at Yifun. "Your name is Yifun, right? A mid-stage body tempering realm cultivator, yet you were able to kill a chi condensation realm demon in an instant. You are very strong." Yifun humbly replied, "It was just luck." Hearing this, Xiaotuo cheerfully patted his shoulder. "I heard everything you said earlier, when you resolutely faced the monster. For an outer disciple to have such awareness is truly commendable." Seeing Yifun being praised by the senior sister, senior brother Lu approached the general's corpse, cursing inwardly, he clearly has such powerful techniques. Yet he concealed them. What a villain! Searching the corpse, he found a spatial storage ring. Unexpectedly, an ordinary general in the secular world possesses such a rare storage treasure. Just as he was about to pocket it, Xiaotuo suddenly appeared beside him and snatched the ring. "This is the best item on this general, right? You have a keen eye." She then tossed the ring to Yifun. Yifun killed the monster, and the general. The spoils of war naturally belonged to him. "Thank you, senior sister." Receiving this treasure, Yifun was secretly delighted. Spatial storage treasures were rare in this world. With it, he'd have an explanation when submitting heavenly and earthly treasures to the contribution hall. While Yifun was happy, senior brother Lu couldn't smile. He trembled with anger, silently harboring resentment. Damn it, Yifun! Just you wait." Xiaotuo looked down at the general's corpse and sighed. Speaking of which, Yang Shizhong's story is truly tragic. He was originally a loyal general, guarding the border for the Wei Kingdom. He spent his life fighting and protecting the common people, a rare and good general. His only daughter Yang Susu, fell in love with the general under Yang Shizhong's command. Yet, she was forced by the Wei king to marry into the Man tribe for peace. In the end, she tragically suffered humiliation and died at the hands of the Man people. Perhaps Yang Shizhong colluded with the demonic path and refined this demon to avenge his daughter. His goal was naturally to take revenge on the Wei royal family. Hearing her recount the story, everyone suddenly realized. No wonder Lady Yang said that. She said if her Susu were still here, she wouldn't be so lonely. The tragic story stirred mixed emotions in Xiaotuo's heart. He still has scars on his body, left from battles he fought in the past, right? No wonder that demon still had a bit of humanity. It turns out he was the general and also the lover of the general's daughter. He chose to become a demon willingly. Suddenly, senior brother Lu stepped forward and stomped on the general's corpse, cursing, "He's already dead. Saying anything more is useless. And he doesn't deserve sympathy. Coming here was a waste of time." Seeing him do this, Yifan shouted stop, and lightly kicked a stone at his feet. The stone flew straight towards senior brother Lu's back, causing him to cry out in pain. "Yifan, what are you doing?" Yifan picked up General Yang's body and replied, "He's already dead. There's no need to insult his corpse to vent your anger. Wait a minute, where are you taking the body?" "To return it to Lady Yang, of course." Hearing this, senior brother Lu panicked and tried to stop him. "You can take the body, but I must take his head. Otherwise, we can't complete the mission." Seeing his persistence, Yifan stopped, turned around, and glared at him. "I'll only say this once. I must deliver the complete body to Lady Yang. Do you understand? Yifan, will you stop it?" Senior brother Lu anxiously insisted. Seeing they were about to argue, Xiaotuo stepped forward and handed Yifan a tiger talisman. "There's no need to argue. Just hand this over, and it will be enough. This is Yang Shizhong's tiger talisman, which commands troops. You can consider it a token. To a general, a tiger talisman is more important than life itself. Bringing it back will definitely complete the mission. And I, Xiaotuo, support Yifan's way of doing things." Since Xiaotuo had spoken, senior brother Lu had to agree. Of course, he wasn't happy about it, and felt even more resentment towards Yifan. The next day, the group stood before Yang Shizhong's newly erected grave, sighing. The whole truth had been told to Lady Yang. Hearing this, Yifan asked, "Will Lady Yang be alright after knowing the truth?" Xiaotuo nodded and then shook her head. It seems Lady Yang had anticipated this day. She said her husband always carried too much on his shoulders. Now, he can reunite with their daughter in the afterlife. Finally free from the cycle of karma, Lady Yang plans to devote herself to Buddhist practices, chanting scriptures and performing good deeds to help her husband and daughter attain enlightenment. She also hopes to help the wandering souls in this world escape suffering and be reincarnated soon. Yifan nodded. "That's good. We should also be going." Walking behind, a curious junior sister asked Xiaotuo, "By the way, senior sister Yi, how did you find us?" "Actually, I was following senior sister Jiang to the Wei border to hunt a demon king. However, my strength is too weak to be of any help, so senior sister Jiang told me to capture the remaining stragglers. Coincidentally, I passed by here and detected a terrifying demonic aura, so I followed it and found the Yang residence." Hearing Xiaotuo's explanation, Yifan's group felt speechless. If her strength is considered weak, what kind of monsters are in the sect? And senior sister Yi, you just mentioned senior sister Jiang. Could it be her? Xiaotuo happily nodded in confirmation. "That's right. You guessed correctly. Senior sister Jiang is the holy maiden of our 5 elements holy land, known as Dong Lingji among the 5 true disciples." Hearing this, Yifan tilted his head in confusion. What's a holy maiden? And what are the 5 true disciples? Everyone was also at a loss with him, as it seemed he knew nothing. The 5 true disciples are the 5 most outstanding disciples. They have all received the true inheritance from the institute heads of the 5 institutes within the 5 elements, Holy Land. They are Dong Lingji, Nan Jianxian, Xiaoyin, Bei Feihu, and Zhong Shilong. Senior sister Jiang Dong Lingji is the youngest and has the highest cultivation among the 5 true disciples. She is also the most beautiful woman in the 5 elements, Holy Land. Therefore, she is called the Holy Maiden. Xiaotuo greatly admired Jiang Lingji, and every time she talked about her senior sister, her face lit up with admiration. Hey, I'm telling you guys, do you want to witness the holy maiden's demeanor with your own eyes? At the same time, in the 10,000-leaf forest, an earth-shattering battle between the righteous and demonic factions was taking place. The terrifying energy seemed to envelop the entire forest. The disciples of the Holy Land used all their spiritual energy to try and resist the monsters. However, many had been struck down by a giant monster. Or rather, not exactly a monster. From within a swirling vortex of blood, giant tentacles emerged. Along with it came the cackling laughter of the great Compassion Demon King. Ha ha! A bunch of shrimps can't do anything to me. Does the Five Elements Holy Land have no one left to send such small fry to battle? Facing him was a breathtakingly beautiful celestial maiden with an outstanding demeanor. It was none other than Jiang Lingji, the senior sister of the Wood Institute. Forming hand seals and summoning spiritual energy, Jiang Lingji calmly replied, "I alone am more than enough for a demon king like you." Below, Xiaotuo had led her junior disciples closer to observe. "See? That's senior sister Jiang. Our cultivation is too low, so just watch from afar. Don't cause them any more trouble." However, Yifan's attention wasn't on the senior sister. He was completely focused on the demon king, because the energy emanating from him was truly terrifying. Even from 10 miles away, he could sense the frightening aura. The great Compassion Demon King was enraged by Jiang Lingji. He flailed his wriggling tentacles. "Ignorant woman! Today is your death day." Seeing the incoming attack, Jiang Lingji immediately made a decision. "Disciples of the Wood Institute, listen to my command. Form the Azure Sky Locking Dragon formation." As soon as she finished speaking, the remaining disciples took their positions, forming a formation with a surge of life-filled spiritual energy. From the formation, countless giant roots imbued with life force surged towards the great Compassion Demon King. Seeing this formation, the great Compassion Demon King was momentarily startled. But before he could react, he was enveloped and trapped within an invisible cage. Seeing this, the disciples below cheered, "Great! We've trapped it." Trapped within the formation, the great Compassion Demon King let out a shrill, horrifying sound. "Jiang Lingji, do you think you can trap me like this?" As he spoke, his tentacles continuously attacked the formation. This caused the disciples maintaining the formation to panic. The demon's power was too strong, making the formation unstable. At this moment, Jiang Lingji, who had been silent, drew her sword and pointed it at the Demon King. "Who said I only wanted to trap you?" Suddenly, a golden bird illusion appeared and flew towards the Demon King with incredible speed. He was completely caught off guard by the golden bird's appearance, as he had no idea when it had been there. 10 miles away, Yifan's expression changed as he sensed something. "What's this? How can this golden bird suddenly erupt with such powerful energy fluctuations?" It turned out that the formation was merely a means for Jiang Lingji to create an opportunity to unleash her technique. "Witness my technique, Great Compassion Demon King! Golden Crow Phoenix, devour it!" Jiang Lingji shouted, and the illusion of the golden crow expanded, opening its huge mouth to engulf the formation trapping the Great Compassion Demon King. As his body was gradually enveloped by the golden crow's annihilation flames, the Great Compassion Demon King roared in pain, his curses echoing like sounds from hell. "Ah! Jiang Lingji, I will never forgive you!" Hearing the threat, Jiang Lingji coldly snorted. "You no longer have the chance. The golden crow's annihilation flames will burn everything of yours, be it your physical body, nascent soul, or true spirit. Annihilation flames, annihilate him." As soon as she finished speaking, the golden crow illusion completely swallowed the Great Compassion Demon King, forming a strange energy cage. The Demon King's screams gradually weakened and then ceased. Seeing this scene, several disciples cheered, "We won. Finally, the Great Compassion Demon King is dead. Careful, everyone. Use your protective spells." Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted from the center of the energy cage, its residual power spreading outwards. Even 10 miles away, Yifan's group was blown back by the energy. This explosive power is too strong. Even from such a distance, we can still feel the intense heat. Jiang Lingji actually defeated the infamous Demon King with just one move. Her golden crow's summoning technique was truly terrifyingly powerful. Could this be the true strength of a true disciple? Amidst everyone's admiring exclamations, Jiang Lingji gently landed on the ground. Senior sister, are you alright? Jiang Lingji slowly shook her head and ordered, I'm fine. Clean up the battlefield. Xiao Tuo proudly explained to Yifan's group, the Golden Crow illusion just now is a heavenly and earthly Dharma manifestation. Only powerful divine ability secret realm 7th stage experts can cultivate it. Its power is very impressive, isn't it? It's not just impressive. It's almost like a celestial being from the heavens. Yifan himself was also shocked by that terrifying power. He wondered if he could ever reach that realm. Just then, Jiang Lingji suddenly turned her head towards the forest and shouted, Come out! Don't hide there anymore. Xiutuo led Yifan's group out and smiled at Jiang Lingji. Oops, we've been discovered. Hee, senior sister, when did you discover us? Jiang Lingji looked at Yifan's group and sternly asked Xiutuo, Why did you bring these outer disciples here? What if something dangerous happened? Facing her senior sister's gaze, Xiutuo stuck out her tongue. Isn't it because I wanted them to broaden their horizons? And also admire senior sister's heroic bearing? Moreover, I discovered a good seedling. This by Yifan is only at the body tempering realm, yet he can defeat a peak chi condensation realm cultivator. He's truly talented. As she spoke, she pushed Yifan in front of Jiang Lingji. Jiang Lingji asked suspiciously, You said body tempering realm fighting against peak chi condensation realm? Before Xiaotuo could answer, Jiang Lingji faced Yifan. Little junior brother, is what she said true? Yifan nodded blankly. Yes. Haha, then you are indeed very strong. Jiang Lingji smiled in praise. However, her pure and clear eyes made Yifan look directly at her. He blushed and replied shyly, Senior sister, you overpraise me. My meager cultivation is not worth mentioning. Senior brother Lu stood aside, snorting disdainfully. No matter how strong he is, he's only a yellow-grade talent. Suddenly the blonde girl in the group, who had been eavesdropping, pouted and sighed. Oh my, your jealousy doesn't need to be so obvious. She then stomped hard on senior brother Lu's foot, causing him to yelp in pain. If you don't know how to speak, just shut up. Hearing these words, Jiang Lingji asked Yifan in surprise, You're a yellow-grade talent? Yifan nodded again. Seeing the senior sister bring this up, senior brother Lu secretly smirked. I almost forgot, this Yifan is at the bottom of the yellow grade. The 5 elements Holy Land values rank so much. With such poor talent, how can he catch the Holy Maiden's eye? But contrary to his expectations, Jiang Lingji smiled and praised him again. If his talent is only yellow grade, then he's even more impressive. Do you know that the Holy Master of the Floating Mist Holy Land also has yellow grade talent? On this ancient desolate continent, talent doesn't represent everything. There are many seniors with low talent but powerful cultivation. Keep working hard, Yifan. If you can reach the Divine Ability Secret Realm in the future, I can recommend you to the Wood Institute for Cultivation. Watching the senior sister's departing figure, Yifan gratefully replied, Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely work hard. Senior brother Lu was startled when he heard the senior sister's words. What? A recommendation from the Holy Maiden herself? Those who receive recommendations from the 5 true disciples are highly regarded by the elders of the 5 institutes. And they will also be awarded a lot of cultivation resources. How can this Yifan be so lucky? Seeing the Holy Maiden and other senior disciples leave, the chubby Lu Wei led the others. It's getting late. Let's go back and exchange for contribution points. That afternoon, at the contribution hall within the sect, Yifan's group went to report the completion of the mission to subdue Yang Shizhong to Elder Qi. After inspecting the tiger talisman Yifan presented, the elder nodded. You've completed this mission well. Here are your contribution points. Thank you, elder. Receiving his token, Yifan thought to himself, a low-level mission that awards 60 contribution points is quite good for a new disciple. Everyone was happy to receive their contribution points. Now we can exchange for new martial techniques. They chatted and laughed as they left the contribution hall. Just then, a voice stopped them. Yifan, stop right there. They turned around and saw that it was none other than Lu Gao. What's the matter? Lu Gao scowled at Yifan with hostility. Judging by your look, you want to keep the items in Yang Shizhong's storage ring all to yourself, right? Yifan smiled and nodded. That's right. So what? Lu Gao shouted, I don't allow it. As the team leader, I have the right to distribute the spoils of war. Hand over the storage ring. Lu Wei couldn't help but point at his face and scold, Lu Gao, I've been putting up with you for a long time. You didn't dare speak when senior sister Yi was here. Now that she's gone, you're trying to rob us openly? Lu Gao angrily roared, You damn fatty! What did you just say? Lu Wei seriously replied, Roar all you want. If it weren't for Yifan, we would have died in the underground palace. How dare you demand the spoils of war now? A malicious smirk appeared on Lu Gao's face. Humph, let's be clear. I also contributed and even got injured, so I deserve a share of the items in the storage ring. And I'm the leader of this mission. You, Yifan, must apologize to me personally or else. Just as he said this, Yifan suddenly rushed towards Lu Gao. He then swung his hand and delivered a slap that sent blood spraying from Lu Gao's mouth. Lu Gao, don't bully people too much. Seeing Yifan resorting to violence, the surrounding people hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't be impulsive, Yifan. But Yifan grabbed Lu Gao's hair and forced him to kneel. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened in the secret chamber, have I? You want me to apologize? Fine, but you have to kneel down and listen. Crying out in pain, Lu Gao trembled with rage. Yifan, I initially showed kindness by accepting trash like you into the team. Now you repeatedly disrespect me. This is unforgivable. He suddenly retreated and hid behind the blonde girl, threatening, Today I'm being magnanimous and won't hold it against you. I'll spare your life. From now on. Show some respect to your senior brother. Next time, I won't be so easy to talk to. As he spoke, he covered his swollen face and turned to leave, cursing inwardly, Who's giving you a next time, Yifan? Just you wait. But Yifan didn't follow common sense. He suddenly called out to stop him. Senior brother Lu, wait a minute. Hearing the call, Lu Gao turned around with a hint of joy. Have you come to your senses? Actually, I don't want to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, another slap landed squarely on Lu Gao's face. He only managed to let out a yelp before being knocked to the ground. This blow seemed stronger than the previous one, sending his body flying further before crashing to the ground. Yifan, stop hitting him. That's enough. Let's go. This isn't the place to fight. Yifan's ferocity and decisiveness astonished everyone. Walking over to Lu Gao, who had fallen on his backside, Yifan rubbed his hand and sighed. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. It's better to make your face equally swollen on both sides for balance. His head beaten like a pig's, Lu Gao couldn't take it anymore. He drew his sword and roared, You little beast! I'll fight you to the death. But Yifan was a step faster, his sword placed against Lu Gao's neck. You damn dog, Lu Gao, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll beat you every time I see you. Now get lost. Facing the sword and the terrifying gaze, Lu Gao dared not utter a word. After settling things, Yifan turned and left, ignoring Lu Gao lying there in humiliation and hatred. The fight attracted the attention of many disciples around. They recognized the young man as Yifan, a newly admitted disciple. They never expected him to be so aggressive and powerful. And so bold. Doesn't he know that fighting between disciples violates sect rules? Lu Wei also worriedly reminded Yifan, Junior brother, you were too impulsive just now. You should have waited until we were out of the contribution hall before hitting him. If he reports this to the contribution hall's law enforcement department, you'll be punished. Yifan shook his head, indicating that it was fine. He then took out 3 jade bottles containing a viscous liquid from his storage ring. Here, everyone, share these. Looking closely at the items in his hands, everyone was astonished. Isn't this the blood of a 4th-stage Jingming bird? A 4th-stage spirit beast, equivalent to a divine ability spirit refinement realm human cultivator. Just 1 bottle of this can be exchanged for 10,000 contribution points. Yifan, are you really giving this to us? Could it be from Yang Shudong's storage ring? Yifan distributed the bottles with a smile and nodded. Don't be so polite. We completed this mission together, so everyone gets a share. You can exchange them for contribution points or use them to aid your cultivation, it's up to you. The reason Yifan was so generous was that he still had the chicken blood he brought from Earth, which he used to break through to the body tempering realm. Moreover, after Yang Shizhong's incident, these three people had gone through life and death with him. They had decent character and were trustworthy, so helping them was also helping himself. Thinking of this, Yifan took out several glistening beast hearts from his storage ring. Lu Wei, your talent is unique. These will be beneficial for your cultivation. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Everyone was astonished by Yifan's generosity and kindness. These were the hearts of spirit beasts, even more valuable than their blood, by 100-fold. Jingming birds live in flocks. When attacked, they will alert each other, and are not easily captured. Coupled with their ferocious nature, obtaining their blood is already extremely difficult, let alone their hearts. Understanding the value of the beast hearts, Lu Wei was moved to tears, hugging Yifan tightly. Yifan, no, big brother, bye. From today onwards, you are my big brother. Even my own brother isn't as amazing as you. At the same time, at the Contribution Hall's Law Enforcement Department, Lu Gao was reporting Yifan to the elder. The elder's cold voice rang out, is what you said true? Elder, you are wise. It's true. During this mission, Yifan not only disobeyed orders, but also acted as if he were the team leader. After completing the mission, he kept all the treasures for himself. I went to reason with him, but he dared to hit me in front of everyone. If this matter isn't dealt with seriously, it will damage the dignity of the Contribution Hall's Law Enforcement Department. The elder pondered seriously and then threw a token onto the ground, ordering, Yilong and Feng Suo, bring Yifan here. I will personally interrogate him. Receiving the order, the two disciples from the Law Enforcement Department immediately left their ranks and strode out with fierce expressions. A moment later, at the edge of a nearby forest, Lu Gao suddenly intercepted the two law enforcement disciples. Two senior brothers, please wait. I have a request. Senior brothers, please help me teach that by brat a lesson. Here's a small token of my appreciation. As he spoke, he took out several gold bars and stuffed them into their hands. The two law enforcement disciples accepted the gold and smirked disdainfully. With just this little bit, it's difficult for us to do anything. Moreover, for cases like this, he must take the true serum, which is beyond our control. Hearing this, Lu Gao painfully took out another pouch and handed it to them. Ah, senior brothers are resourceful and surely know what to do. This is all I have. I'll find some more when I get back and bring it over. You must think of a way. Accepting the pouch, the two smirked with delight. Oh, this is quite heavy. Are you really willing to part with all your possessions? These words immediately brought a delighted smile to Lu Gao's face. Of course I am. As long as that brat learns his lesson, this money is worth it. Outwardly, he appeared hateful, but his true target was still the storage ring. You can't catch a wolf without losing a child. He gambled that there must be valuable treasures within that storage ring. Receiving the large sum of money, the two law enforcement disciples nodded. All right, no problem. We'll just secretly switch the truth serum with a fake one. As for that brat, it doesn't matter what he says in front of the elder. Yifan will definitely be found guilty. Good, good. Thank you, senior brothers. That night, at Yifan's residence, he was meditating with his eyes closed under a tree. He struck a meditative pose, his hands forming a circle, his mind silently chanting the cultivation mantra. Work diligently without rest, and all ailments will turn to dust. Suddenly, Yifan's closed eyes opened wide, glowing brightly like a blood moon. Here it is. Now's the time. Blood shield, activate. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red screen appeared, shielding Yifan's body. Blood shield is a top-tier human-grade defensive martial technique. As cultivation increases, the user can create a stronger blood shield, capable of blocking even hidden weapons. It's definitely worth cultivating. And this martial technique is probably the most valuable item in Yang Shizhong's storage ring. Most of the rest are just some nourishing pills. Thinking of this, Yifan decided to bring some fruits and vegetables from Earth, and exchange them at the Contribution Hall tomorrow. Suddenly, the door to his courtyard was kicked open, accompanied by a loud shout. Yifan, are you there? It turned out to be the two law enforcement disciples, barging in aggressively. You're Yifan, right? We're from the Law Enforcement Department. You dared to assault someone outside the Contribution Hall. How audacious! Come with us. Watching the two disciples approach, Lu Gao stood smugly behind them, smirking. Yifan, oh Yifan, the worst thing you could have done was provoke someone vengeful like me. Ha ha. Unexpectedly, Yifan didn't resist at all and approached the two disciples. All right, please lead the way. I also have an important matter to attend to at the contribution hall. Hearing that, one of the disciples asked curiously, You have a problem? What exactly happened? Immediately, Yifan feigned ignorance and looked towards Lu Ao behind him. Huh? Didn't senior brother Lu tell you? I have some tier 4 demonic beast blood to turn in. But he wanted to monopolize it, so I had to fight him. This information made the enforcement hall disciple glance unhappily at Lu Ao. Oh, tier 4 demonic beast blood is worth quite a bit of money and contribution points. Isn't it? Lu Ao immediately panicked and explained, Senior brothers, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't know anything about this. It's alright. If you don't know, you don't know. Anyway, when we use the truth serum, we'll know who's lying. Looking at the disciple's smile, Lu Ao gritted his teeth in anger. Thinking, damn, is this a threat? Having no other choice, he approached the two disciples and whispered, Please forgive me, and let's negotiate. Once I get the spoils, I'll split the money and contribution points 50-50 with you. The two greedy disciples smiled and suggested, We'll take 8 parts, you two take 2. Lu Ao's eyes widened. He nodded in agreement, but inside, he was furious. Damn it! This is a huge loss. It's all because of that bastard Yifan. Having reached a satisfactory agreement, the two turned to Yifan with a smile. We have to enforce the rules, so don't waste our time. Come with us. Yifan suddenly pointed to his clothes and explained, I understand, but I've just finished cultivating and haven't had time to tidy myself up. If I end up being sent to the prison, someone will stink the place up. Can you two senior brothers let me go inside and change into a clean set of clothes? The two nodded in agreement, not forgetting to threaten, We'll go with you, so don't try anything funny. And Lu Ao, you wait here for us to come back. Having said that, the two followed Yifan into the room. Hey kid, don't try anything. If we really fight, you're no match for the two of us. Yifan opened his wardrobe and replied, I understand. I'm not stupid enough to fight with two senior brothers. Let me see. I need to find a clean set of clothes. As he searched for clothes, the two disciples stood in the middle of the room, talking to each other in astonishment. Brother, something doesn't seem right. How is the spiritual energy in his room even denser than ours as inner disciples? Brother, look! What's that? The shaved-headed disciple saw something in the distance, and hurriedly pointed it out to his older brother. Is that thing casually spread on the floor a rug woven from Dolo divine grass? What? No way! And is that thing used as a footrest for the bed made from the teeth of a lion hound? This color. Oh my God! That's right, no mistake. And there's more. That foot-wiping towel hanging on the wash basin. Looks like it's made from the feathers of the Fuguan golden eagle, a divine beast of the northern region. My God, divine beast feathers used to wipe feet? These treasures are all extremely rare. How could an outer disciple like him obtain them? That's right. I've only ever seen these things at auctions. Looking at the panicked faces of the two, Yifan smiled. Oh, these are just some worthless household items of mine. I'm sorry to have made you two senior brothers laugh. And this is a bag of bath medicine I made myself. If you two senior brothers don't mind, please accept it. As he spoke, Yifan placed 2 bags into their hands, making their eyes widen in disbelief. These are all top-tier treasures. Not to mention inner disciples, even elders would have difficulty finding them. The precious treasures and Yifan's generosity made them worriedly discuss amongst themselves. They wondered about Yifan's background. Possessing these treasures, he must be someone with an extraordinary background. Did they really want to offend such a person? Outside, Lu Ao had been waiting impatiently. Is something strange going on? Why are those two senior brothers taking so long? Just then, the two of them came out smiling, carrying a medicine bottle in their hands. Junior brother, have you been waiting long? Ha! Seeing them approach, Lu Ao asked in alarm, Senior brothers, what are you going to do? What are we going to do? Haha, of course, we're taking you, junior brother, to the enforcement hall. We understand the principle of a full meal versus many small meals. After saying that, they gave a malicious smile and held out the truth serum bottle. What? What? What's going on? Luao couldn't hide his panic, his mouth agape but unable to resist as he was escorted to the enforcement hall. A moment later, at the enforcement hall, the two disciples stepped forward to report, "Elder, everything has been thoroughly investigated." Suddenly, Luao, kneeling on the ground, confessed, "Elder, it was I who wanted to flee the battle and monopolize the spoils. I hated Yifan and intentionally framed him. All of this was my doing. It has nothing to do with Yifan. It was all the effect of the truth serum, making it impossible for him to lie." The elder listened to the whole story from beginning to end, yawning in boredom. Nothing more to say. Failing to lead the team and harming fellow disciples, I sentence you to half a year's confinement and 3 months of repentance at Repentance Cliff. Seeing this, Luao panicked and pointed at the two disciples, shouting, "Elder, wait! There are also these two enforcement disciples." But before he could finish, the two stepped forward and slammed his head against the ground. "Wise elder, we subordinates will take him away now." The elder continued, "Also, Yifan, for turning in the heavenly and earthly treasures you are rewarded. Go to the front hall and receive 30,000 contribution points. Alright, take him away." So, the chicken thief ended up losing everything. It served him right. The two disciples even patted Yifan on the shoulder, and said that if he needed any help in the future, he should just ask. They might not have much else to offer, but they had a bit of brotherly love. Yifan smiled and nodded in agreement. A moment later both of them walked back to their residences, each carrying the treasures they had received. "This time, we've hit the jackpot. We're really smart, haha." Just then, a giant bag suddenly appeared from the sky and enveloped them. Unable to react, both were swallowed by the bag and shouted continuously, "Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself. Brother, this bag can't be torn. What do we do?" In their panic, another figure appeared and repeatedly struck the bag, imprisoning them, causing them to cry out in pain. "Ah! That hurts. Who is it? Stop hitting. Please spare us." After a good beating, the mysterious person snatched all the treasures from the two, leaving them dumbfounded. Watching the fleeing figure of the mysterious person, the two didn't dare to pursue. The person who attacked them was too powerful to fight. The mysterious person chuckled softly as they left. "Haha, we will meet again." The face covering was removed, revealing Yifan's sinister smile. "You can't handle my way of caring for others." The next morning, Yifan went to the martial skills pavilion in the 5 Elements, Holy Land. After hearing his request, the elder asked again in surprise, "Did you just say you wanted to exchange for the Earth grade peak level martial skill, Ox Demon's strength technique? Have you thought it through?" Under the elder's suspicious gaze, Yifan smiled confidently. "Yes, elder. Please give it to me." Taking the book from the shelf, the elder sighed and reminded him, "I advise you not to waste your effort. Not to mention that this cultivation technique costs a lot of contribution points. It's also obscure, difficult to understand, and extremely profound. With your current realm, how can you possibly comprehend it?" Yifan smiled and leaned closer. "That's no need for elder to worry about." The elder stopped talking and handed him the cultivation technique. "You just won't listen to an elder's advice. You'll learn your lesson. Here, take it." Receiving the manual, Yifan smiled inwardly. "Now that my realm has been elevated and I have a new martial skill, what's next?" A moment later, he arrived at the Talisman Hall in the 5 Elements, Holy Land, where he continuously pointed at the talismans on the shelves. "I'll take this one, and this one too. I don't need these. Take the rest for me." The person in charge of the Talisman Hall looked at Yifan's contribution point-filled badge and was stunned. Where did this kid get so many contribution points? Not stopping there, he went straight to the Spiritual Weapon Pavilion, where the Holy Land's weapons were stored. "Elder, please wrap up all the weapons on this half of the wall for me. This weapon isn't bad either." Yifan admired the sword in his hand and sighed. It's time for new equipment. His extravagant spending spree and continuous purchases astonished all the surrounding disciples. Am I seeing things? Does Yifan want to clean out the Talisman Hall and the Spiritual Weapon Pavilion? Even the Demon Slayer's sword, the legendary treasure of the Spiritual Weapon Pavilion, has been exchanged. How many contribution points does this kid have? Hearing everyone's discussion, Yifan smiled inwardly. Of course, it's a number you wouldn't even dare to imagine. That night, behind the mountain of the Five Elements' Holy Land, Yifan decided to practice the newly acquired Ox Demon Strength technique. The simplified version mentioned that cultivating this technique requires finding a way for the meridians to absorb a large amount of essence from the blood of bovine spiritual beasts. Cow's blood on earth brought here will become the blood of bovine spiritual beasts. I can have as much as I want, so I can use it freely. After that, intense exercise is needed to transform the essence into the martial practitioner's own strength. Apply each drop of blood to the body and recite the cultivation technique. In a desolate and remote place like the back of this mountain, only a few bats in the sky could play with Yifan. So he used stones to tease the bats, angering them and causing them to chase him. Thanks to the bats' pursuit, Yifan ran while feeling his body absorb the essence from the spiritual beast's blood. The strength in his body was constantly increasing, but the bats were also quite fast. If so, let's try receiving a punch after strengthening my power. Thinking of this, a terrifying fist was thrown, aimed directly at a nearby bat. The bat was sent flying backward, hitting one of its companions, and both lost their lives. Without stopping, Yifan ran while marveling at his own power. Not bad. I can clearly feel my meridians boiling. With the help of the spiritual beast cow blood, my body now has the strength of 30 strong horses. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted, "Enough, bats! Try receiving this move of mine. Parting mountains, striking ox." Immediately, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Yifan's muscular body. In that instant, the entire flock of bats was obliterated, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Phew, so the Ox Demon's strength technique is complete. Suddenly, Yifan sensed a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, causing him to become vigilant. Following the strange spiritual energy wave, Yifan arrived at a cliff face where a mysterious person in a black cloak stood, shouting into the air, "Come out! I know you're here. My time is precious. Just say what you want." As the mysterious cloaked figure finished speaking, a vortex filled with dark spiritual energy suddenly appeared in front of him. From within the vortex, a strange voice echoed. "Kikik, it's truly difficult to meet you, my old friend." The vortex gradually dissipated, revealing a bizarre will suspended in midair. "Hee, you've been a spy in the Five Elements' Holy Land for so many years." Along with the sound, a monstrous figure emerged from the center of the wheel. It was Zhuanlun Mozen of the demonic path. "You're looking more and more human. I wonder if you've forgotten your identity, as the Mozen of the everlasting hate demonic sect after being a spy for so long." Hearing Zhuanlun Mozen reveal his identity, the mysterious figure angrily shouted, "Cut the crap. You contacted me using the communication talisman because of the Great Compassion Demon King's death, right? Tell me, what are you planning to do, Eternal Night Demonic Sect?" At the same time, behind a nearby tree, Yifan completely concealed his aura and observed their conversation, feeling a surge of emotions. "What's going on? There's a demonic spy within the Five Elements. Holy Land?" Zhuanlun Mozen opened his fanged mouth in fury. "That brat Jianglinka, ever since she became a core disciple, has attacked our demonic fortresses no less than 100 times. Now, even the Great Compassion Demon King has died at her hands. Of course I'm thinking of a way to quickly eliminate her to please the demon god." From Zhuanlun Mozen's words, Yifan heard the two words demon god and seemed quite surprised. The mysterious spy looked at Zhuanlun Mozen for a moment and sighed. "You want to kill her? Jianglinka is the Holy Lord's prized disciple. She's the top core disciple of the Wood Institute. Aren't you afraid of provoking a war between the human and demonic races by killing her within the Holy Land?" Zhuanlun Mozen smiled grotesquely and replied, "That's why I need you. I believe you can definitely think of a way to handle this matter more discreetly." After pondering for a moment, the mysterious spy opened his mouth. "In 3 days, the Outer Disciples' Spirit Herb Garden trial will begin. In previous years, it was overseen by Yan Yantong, but it seems that this year, Jianglinka has been put in charge. If she makes a mistake, she'll be sent to Sorrowful Ghost Cliff. Security there is lax, so making her disappear will be much easier." Zhuanlun Mozen smiled and praised. "This method isn't bad at all. At that time, I, Zhuanlun Mozen, will create some spirit medicines. You find a way to release them into the valley to attract a group of elite disciples. I will arrange for a spiritual beast to kill them all. How about that? The spy praised, your mind works fast indeed. At this point, Xuanlun Mozen's figure gradually disappeared into the dark vortex, leaving behind his eerie laughter echoing in the air. If all the talents of the 5 elements Holy Land perish, Jiang Linka will hardly escape being implicated, haha. Unexpectedly, just by going to cultivate, Yifan had accidentally uncovered such a vicious scheme. He thought to himself that he must quickly find a way to resolve this and leave this place first. Just then, the mysterious spy sensed movement behind him and immediately launched an attack. Who's there? Yifan's eyes widened at the energy sphere approaching him. Crap! I've been discovered. This is too dangerous. Even though it was just a casual attack, the spy's power was too terrifying, easily creating several explosions where Yifan had just been standing. After the dust settled, the spy silently sensed for a moment, and then shook his head. Huh? Nothing? Was I being paranoid? Forget it. There's no sign of life around here. It seems I was overthinking it. I can't stay here long. With that, his figure gradually faded into the air and completely disappeared. When the area was clear, Yifan suddenly reappeared in midair, cautiously on guard. Fortunately, I haven't used up all my transmigrations today, so I just went back to Earth to avoid that attack. I almost died. I didn't expect the demonic race to be scheming in every way possible against Jiang Linka. The more Yifan thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. I absolutely can't let the demonic race's plot succeed. But currently, he had no evidence. If he suddenly reported it, he was afraid it would alert the enemy. A small outer disciple overhearing the conversation of 2 great demon lords and still managing to escape wouldn't be easily believed without a good explanation. This can't be ignored. It seems the only way is to personally go to the Spirit Herb Institute to investigate. Time passed quickly, and soon it was daytime. At the Spirit Herb Institute, many outer disciples had gathered, preparing for the trial. Yifan and his companions also arrived and were stunned by the large number of disciples present. The reason for such a large number of participants was that if they performed well in the trial, they had the chance to be noticed by the elders and promoted to inner disciples. Everyone naturally competed fiercely to participate. As the crowd bustled, a cold voice rang out, silencing everyone. Move aside, move aside. Show some respect and don't block this young master's path. A young man with sharp eyes, accompanied by 4 others, swaggered down the middle of the path. Look! Isn't that Chang Feng leading the way? Not only Chang Feng, but Huan Jun and Yang Xiaodai are here too, along with Sherman and Xie Yuan Bai. I heard that these 5 are the most outstanding outer disciples, already selected by the 5 inner institutes. As soon as they break through to the divine ability realm, they'll immediately be accepted into the inner institutes. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yifan thought to himself, Xuanlun Mozen wants to kill elite disciples. It seems these people are among them. Thinking of this, he turned to Xian Wu and asked, By the way, Xian Wu, what do you know about the demonic race that you can tell me? Xian Wu tilted her head curiously. Why are you suddenly interested in the demonic race, Yifan? About the demonic race, since ancient times, they have been the opposing force to our human race. Unlike our cultivation world, they have a simple and crude division based on combat power. The highest level of the demonic race is the demon god. Next is the demon emperor, then below are the demon lords. Below them are the demon kings and demon masters. The lowest rank are the demonic soldiers. The demon god is the supreme leader of the demonic race, and there is only one. It is said that his power is immeasurable, and no one can escape his grasp. No one has ever seen his true face. Under the demon god, there are 7 great demonic sects: the Eternal Night demonic sect, the Sun and Moon demonic sect, the White Bone demonic sect, the Azure demonic sect, the Everlasting Hate demonic sect, the Crimson Desire demonic sect, and the Shadow demonic sect. They are all ruthless killers, committing all sorts of evil deeds, and naturally, they treat humans as food. They are the greatest threat to the human race, alongside the demonic beasts. So that's how it is. It seems this matter is indeed very difficult to resolve. Yifan pondered silently. As the crowd buzzed, a cold voice rang out, silencing everyone. Quiet down. Then, a beautiful, radiant figure appeared in midair and spoke to everyone. Junior brothers and sisters, the Spirit Herb Garden trial is about to begin. I will be fully in charge of this year's trial, so I hope everyone can abide by the following rules. Many disciples below looked up, their eyes wide with amazement at the beautiful senior sister. They recognized her as Senior Sister Jiang, known as Dong Linka. Many were seeing her beauty for the first time, and she truly seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Standing tall and proud, Jiang Linka announced, first, fighting is encouraged during the trial, but killing is prohibited. Especially for disciples at the Tufu realm. You are not allowed to attack lower realm disciples like those at the body tempering realm and Qi opening realm. Second, the trial duration is 7 days. After the trial concludes, you are not allowed to remain here. Third, any good spirit herbs collected must be placed in the provided pouches. Everyone, please queue up to receive your pouch, and after registering at the end of the trial, you may keep your spoils. Anyone who violates these 3 rules will be dealt with according to sect rules. Alright, this year's Spirit Herb Garden trial officially begins. As soon as Jiang Linka finished speaking, many disciples rushed towards the trial barrier. Let's go! I must be the first to find precious spirit herbs. Yifan, along with his companions, also headed towards the barrier and entered the Spirit Herb Garden. Stepping out of the spatial gate, he officially set foot in one of the Holy Land's key areas. The spiritual energy within the Spirit Herb Garden was incredibly dense, making everyone feel like they were immersed in warm water. Many people entered together, but now, Yifan was alone. It seemed that during the transmission process, they were randomly separated to different locations. He had heard from Lu Wei that the Spirit Herb Garden was a place opened by an ancestor of the 5 elements, Holy Land, using supreme divine abilities. This place spanned hundreds of miles. The deeper one went, the higher the probability of finding spiritual herbs, but there would also be many dangerous demonic beasts guarding them. After taking only a few steps into the forest, Yifan quickly detected movement nearby. He decided to approach and investigate. As he emerged from the bend, he was confronted by several giant snake heads attacking from above, their fangs incredibly sharp, dripping with venom. Humph! A mere beast dares to be arrogant before me? Immediately, the Demon Slayer's sword that Yifan had just purchased appeared in his hand. Take this. Wind-breaking slash. Powerful sword Qi enveloped the giant snake, causing it to roar in pain. In mere seconds, the monster was sliced into many pieces. Yifan recognized it as a magma serpent, a tier 4 demonic beast. It might be troublesome for ordinary disciples, but for the current Yifan, it posed no threat. I wonder where the demonic beast that Zhuanwen Mozen arranged is. There's no clue at all. Yifan sighed. Forget it. I'll keep going and figure it out later. After walking a few more steps, he heard someone's cry for help ahead. It sounds like someone is approaching. Nearby, a beautiful young woman was facing 2 bullies. Don't come any closer. You robbed my spirit herbs, and now you want to do such beastly things? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the elders? Hearing this, the perverted bully let out an eerie laugh, making the girl almost faint from fear. Punished by the elders? The elder in charge of punishments is my 7th uncle. Who in the outer sect dares to touch me? Seeing him continuing to taunt, the other young man standing beside him reminded him, Senior Brother Gao, don't waste your breath on this girl. Hurry up, lest someone discovers us. Don't be so hasty, haha. How about we both go at it, brother? You can enjoy yourself too. As he spoke, the bulky Gao reached out with his hand, attempting to strip the girl's clothes. Hearing Senior Brother Gao's words, the other man smiled and stepped forward, unzipping his pants. Thank you for your consideration, Senior Brother Gao. He thought to himself. If it weren't for the long period of abstinence on this mountain, would I, a prince, need to share a woman with this guy? Just as they were about to act, a stone flew from afar at an incredible speed, hitting the 2 scoundrels directly in the head. They cried out in pain and anger. Who is it? Show yourself. Which bastard dared to sneak attack me? From behind the trees, Yifan suddenly stepped out and questioned coldly. There aren't many other things in this Spirit Herb Garden, but there are plenty of animals. What are you doing here in broad daylight? The 2 shouted in unison, Yifan. While the girl, as if seeing her savior, hurriedly pleaded, This senior brother, please save me. They not only robbed my spirit herbs, but they also wanted to. The hulking senior brother Gao stepped in front of Yifan and looked down menacingly. You little punk, it's you! Heaven has eyes! I didn't expect to meet you here. With sharp eyes, Yifan stared back at the bulky man. I'm too lazy to beat you up again, you underling. Will you scram yourself, or should I break your legs and make you leave? His words infuriated Gao, who clenched his fist. Haha, what a joke! Yifan, do you think I'm still the same Gao Yang as before? I've been cultivating diligently during this time. And now my cultivation has broken through to the peak of the Qi opening realm. You've come at the right time. Let's settle our new and old scores together. Immediately, a fist filled with violent energy swung straight towards Yifan. Unexpectedly, Yifan casually raised an arm to block the fist, leaving Gao dumbfounded. Is that all? It seems you can't even beat one of my fingers, Gao Yang. No, he only used one finger to stop the attack. It seems you can't even beat one of my fingers, Gao Yang. Looking at the scene before him, Gao trembled in fear. How is this possible? Has this Yifan become several times stronger than before? Without pausing, Yifan's other hand appeared in front of Gao's face with a warning. I'm warning you one last time. If I ever see you bullying the weak again, I will completely cripple you. Now get lost. A light flick of his finger, carrying terrifying energy, sent Gao Yang flying. He was sent tumbling across the ground, screaming in pain. After dealing with one of them, Yifan took out a handkerchief and wiped his hand, sneering in disdain. Beating trash like you really dirties my hands. As for the other animal. As he finished speaking, he glanced at the remaining man, who panicked and pointed at him, questioning, Yifan, what do you want? Let me warn you, my sister Wang Meng is now an inner disciple. Do you know what an inner disciple means? It means someone who will become an elder of the Holy Land in the future. If you tell someone to die, you will die. As he spoke, he didn't forget to deploy a blood shield to protect himself. However, Yifan's fist easily shattered the shield and struck his throat. Are you threatening me? With just one punch, the man's internal organs were ruptured. He realized with horror that Yifan had become far more terrifying than before. Looking down from above, Yifan asked coldly, Is the inner disciple you speak of very strong? Seeing his terrifying gaze, the man hurriedly backed away. What do you want to do? It hurts. Don't come any closer. Yifan coldly delivered a kick, sending the man flying into the air, causing him to drop his storage bag. Go find somewhere cool to stay. I hate it most when people threaten me. The man was kicked into a nearby lake, landing butt first and losing consciousness. After dealing with the two scoundrels, Yifan picked up the storage bags they had dropped. Oh my, you have quite a few good things on you. Too bad they all belong to me now. The girl, who had been frightened, now calmed down and approached to express her gratitude. Senior brother Bai, thank you for saving me. If not for you, I'm afraid I would have been ruined by those. 2. It was nothing. Don't mention it. But junior sister, are you injured? Take this medicine to heal. It will help you recover quickly. As he spoke, Yifan took out some spirit herbs from the storage bag and gave them to her. The girl's eyes sparkled as she stared at the spirit herbs. It's the rare ice soul golden coin grass. This is rarely even seen at auctions. Senior brother Bai, you're really giving this to me? Seeing the girl's loose clothing, Yifan awkwardly reminded her, Ahem, miss, your clothes are falling off. Oh, ordinary linkeo aren't very effective for me. I need higher grade lingyao. Hearing him, the girl was startled, realizing that her top was about to fall off, so she hurriedly covered herself. So that's how it is. If senior brother wants to find lingyao, just follow this river upstream, and you can find the Yao Yuan in the depths. However, once you cross this forbidden river, it means that 7th level Yaosho might appear at any time. With our cultivation level, it's like an egg hitting a rock. Hearing the girl mention the forbidden river, Yifan secretly thought, this might be a trap set by the Mazong. I need to investigate. Time gradually passed. Deep within the forbidden river, some disciples discovered a king linkeo growing in the middle of a waterfall. With this linkeo, our achievements in this grand meeting won't be low at all. But don't celebrate too soon. Look at what's guarding the linkeo below. Unexpectedly, it's a giant Shiziyuan. Damn it! With it guarding the king linkeo, we have no chance of getting it. On the other side, Lu Hui's group and Zhang Tai also discovered the herb. What should we do? This Shiziyuan is at least a 6th level Yaosho. If we act rashly now, it won't end well. That's right, let's wait here. Moreover, more and more high-level disciples are gathering. Lu Hui and Zhang Tai's strength isn't enough to stand out. Lu Hui nodded in agreement with this assessment. Haha, that's right. The high-level disciples will definitely make a move soon. Being able to witness such a battle is worth it for us. Just as he said this, Lu Hui suddenly felt a strange presence behind him, so he immediately turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" Surprisingly, the person who appeared was Yifan. He patted Lu Hui's shoulder and praised him. It's admirable that you guys have such awareness, and your vigilance isn't bad either. Then the group gathered around and asked Yifan, "Where have you been? We've been looking for you for a long time. It wasn't easy for us to get together. By the way, Yifan, who is this young lady?" Yifan moved aside to reveal the girl he had just saved. "Let me introduce you. This is Su Shun, also a newcomer from the same batch as us. And these three are Lu Hui, Zhang Tai, and Qin Wu." So Su Shun recounted the story of how she was bullied and rescued by senior brother Bai. So that's how it was. "In that case, junior sister, why don't you join us?" Lu Hui suggested. At this moment, Changfeng's group was preparing to attack the Shiziyuan. Changfeng's current realm was Zifu realm, 1st level, so he naturally became the commander of the battle. Lao Meng and Huier throw rocks from the outside to distract the Shiziyuan and make it move away from the Kingming KO. As soon as the order was given, Meng Faisi, Kaiqiao realm, 8th level, and Huier, Kaiqiao realm, 7th level, immediately rushed down to attack. While the Shiziyuan was being attacked by the rocks, Chang Feng continued to command, Huang Ba and Liang Fei, attack from both sides. "No problem, we're on it." Immediately, Huang Ba, Kaiqiao realm, 9th level, and Liang Fei, Kaiqiao realm, 9th level, rushed down simultaneously. As for the front, leave it to me. Everyone, maintain formation, don't panic. Die, Shiziyuan. Take this. In that instant, their group surrounded the Shiziyuan from all directions and launched deadly attacks. Sensing Changfeng's overwhelming aura, the surrounding disciples were stunned. As expected of a Zifu realm disciple, so strong. Attacking without any flaws, even directing 4 Kaiqiao realm disciples to cooperate so seamlessly. But contrary to their expectations, the Shiziyuan suddenly roared loudly, creating waves of sound that repelled the attack. It's a sonic attack. Not good, the senior brothers have been separated. Chang Feng was pushed back, struggling to hold his sword, and wondered, damn it, why is this Shiziyuan so strong? All 5 of them were blown away by the Shiziyuan with just one blow. Cries of pain echoed. "Ah, we couldn't even withstand a single attack. At this rate, we'll all die here." The Shiziyuan, as if enraged, continued to charge towards one person. Faisi, seeing it approaching him, screamed in terror, "I'm done for. The Shiziyuan is targeting me." Unable to react, he was immediately struck in the chest. The blow was so powerful that he was covered in blood, crashing hard into the cliff behind him. "Damn it, why is this Shiziyuan so strong? It's much stronger than it appeared just now. Why does it seem like it's gone mad?" Changfeng's group were all injured. They didn't understand what was happening, but Yifan, who was observing, suddenly realized this is berserk. This 6th level Yaosho hasn't unlocked its spiritual intelligence, but it has activated its bloodline and gone berserk in this desperate situation? Faced with the critical situation, Chang Feng yelled, "Everyone, run! Get out of its attack range!" As he was about to flee, the girl and his team grabbed his leg and pleaded, "Senior brother, take me with you. Don't leave me behind. My leg was hit by its attack and is injured." Chang Feng gritted his teeth and looked back. That Shiziyuan is about to catch up. It's running this way. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. So he struggled with his legs and yelled at his junior sister, "Let go. Don't hold me back." But since the girl also didn't want to die, she held onto Changfeng's leg with all her might. Changfeng's face grew increasingly pale as he frantically thought of a solution. "Damn it! If this goes on, I'll become food for this beast." At that moment, he suddenly sensed a presence nearby and immediately turned to look. Huh! There's someone hiding over there. Yifan, standing behind a tree, also noticed that Chang Feng was looking at him, so he wondered, What does he want to do? Under Yifan's curious gaze, Chang Feng took out a piece of fragrant meat from his storage bag. This meat contains a lot of spiritual energy, and no spiritual beast can resist it. With his life on the line and no other options, he immediately threw the meat towards where Yifan was standing. The Shiziyuan was immediately attracted by the spiritual energy from the meat, its eyes shining brightly. Yifan's group was terrified. Not good. The Shiziyuan is running towards us. In the blink of an eye, it attacked right in front of them, and someone screamed in horror, Yifan, dodge. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Yifan reached out and snatched the meat. Then, as he ran, he yelled to his companions, Don't worry. Wait for me to come back. Hey, stupid beast, over here. Holding the meat and attracting the beast's attention, he ran deep into the forest. As expected, the beast was completely captivated by the meat, so it madly chased after Yifan. On the other side, Lu Hui's group watched Yifan's retreating figure with mixed emotions. Brother Bai went to save us by using himself as bait. Will he be alright? That's a 6th level Yashou. The surrounding disciples were also surprised by this scene. Unexpectedly, someone like Yifan would willingly act as bait to save everyone. The 3 members of Lu Hui's team were worried and wanted to chase after Yifan, but Su Shun stopped them. Wait, senior brothers and sister, where are you going? It's very dangerous ahead. Junior sister Su Shun, please move aside. We can't let Yifan face the danger alone. If you're willing to help, you can come with us. But if you're afraid, you don't need to follow. Faced with these words, Su Shun was at a loss as to what to choose. At this moment, Chang Feng walked over and sneered, Haha, junior sister Su, you're right not to go. I bet Yifan has already been eaten by the Shiziyuan, not even leaving a bone behind. Hearing him say this, Chang Feng's 2 original teammates stepped forward and questioned, Chang Feng, you abandoned your teammate and harmed Yifan. Do you have any shame? Chang Feng gritted his teeth and spat, So what? I didn't force him. If you keep talking, I'll beat you too. Get lost. Hui'er was so angry that she wanted to tear this bastard apart. Despicable. He's truly a hypocritical, sanctimonious villain. Ignoring everyone's hateful gazes, Chang Feng walked towards the Linkeo in the middle of the lake, thinking to himself, Hee, with this Linkeo, I can ask the elders to refine the nourishing soul. Pill. Breaking through to the divine ability secret realm is within my grasp. So what if my methods are despicable? The result is all that matters. Yifan, oh Yifan, I really have to thank you, haha. Just as his hand touched the Linkeo, a cold voice rang out, Get your filthy hands off my Linkeo. At the same time, Yifan's figure appeared beside him, delivering a resounding slap to Changfeng's face, knocking him backwards. The blow was so strong that blood splattered, and Chang Feng rolled into the lake, yelling. The surrounding people gasped at this scene. Oh my God, what happened? Yifan isn't injured at all. That's right, that's right. Unexpectedly, he returned so quickly. Ignoring everyone, Yifan plucked the Linkeo and put it into his storage bag. For this Linkeo. You dared to harm me. You're really unlucky. This Linkeo looks less valuable than a blade of grass I picked up from earth. These people are so envious, it's laughable. Lu Hui's group, seeing Yifan unharmed, was overjoyed and asked him one after another, Are you okay? Are you alright? Of course I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? This doesn't even count as a warm-up. A moment later, Chang Feng struggled to climb ashore from the lake, yelling nonstop, It's you? You're still alive? Where's the Shiziyuan? Hearing this, Yifan suddenly put on a thoughtful, mysterious expression. As he spoke, he thought of the scene of the Yaosho lying unconscious in the deep pit, its entire body bruised and battered. It's probably having a sweet dream right now. Hearing his words, everyone around was bewildered and disbelieving. Isn't he only at Kaiqiao realm? How could he escape from the Yaosho on his own? Could it be pure luck? Yifan's indifferent and arrogant demeanor infuriated Chang Feng. Just a small newcomer, a trash with the legendary complete level aptitude, dares to make me lose face. Unable to swallow his anger, Chang Feng stood up and suddenly used the Xianbing Claw attack. Yifan, a complete level aptitude trash. Put down the Kingming KO, or don't blame me for being impolite. The girl in Yifan's group yelled when she saw this scene, Senior brother Chang Feng, you're a Zifu realm disciple, How can you resort to such means to rob a junior brother of his opportunity? Cut the crap. Today, I'm robbing him, so what? Anyone who dares to insult me will only have one way to go, death. Sensing the unwavering momentum of Changfeng's attack, Yifan smiled confidently. Come on, you really haven't learned your lesson. Finishing his words, he used the blood shield martial skill, summoning a shield of blood to block the attack. Easily blocking the Xianbing claw, Yifan sighed. Zifu realm only has this much strength. How pathetic. So weak that I feel it's a waste to use this move against you, Changfeng. Under Changfeng's astonished gaze, Yifan suddenly grabbed his arm. Yifan's whole body was now engulfed in blood-red light, his eyes shining brightly, dispelling the darkness. The muscles on his body continuously exploded with terrifying power. This was the Ox Demon Great Fist technique, a new skill Yifan learned after cultivating the Ox Demon cultivation method. All his strength was concentrated in his fist. Seeing this scene, Changfeng hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Brother Yifan, spare me. I was wrong. His plea was met with a direct attack. Amidst Changfeng's pained howls, the surrounding people exclaimed, Mother! Senior brother Changfeng was sent flying with one punch. Good heavens, what's going on? Changfeng was defeated? By someone who just joined 2 months ago. This is too powerful. Yifan smiled faintly and walked towards Changfeng. Senior brother Changfeng, didn't you call me trash before? So, you can't even beat a trash? Doesn't that make you even more trashy? Seeing Yifan approaching, Changfeng panicked. What do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless. The rules state that Zifu realm disciples can't attack Kaiqiao realm disciples. That's right, the rules do say that. Zifu realm disciples aren't allowed to attack lower-level Kaiqiao realm disciples. Yifan nodded in agreement. But the rules don't say that Kaiqiao realm disciples can't defeat Zifu realm disciples. So, despite Changfeng's struggles and fear, he was soundly beaten by Yifan. Despite this, he still talked tough, continuously threatening, Damn you, Yifan! I definitely won't let you off. Holding Changfeng's storage bag, Yifan smiled humorously. If you won't let me off, then I'll wait and play with you. By the way, your storage bag is quite heavy. I won't be polite. After obtaining the spoils, Yifan returned and wanted to share the items with his companions. Here, each of you pick 2 items. Lu Hui's group happily picked out the items they liked, everyone smiling, except for Su Shun, who stood to the side. Su Shun, to be fair, you already have the lint kale, so you won't get any of these. Although slightly disappointed, she nodded politely. Senior brother. While they were chatting happily, Changfeng pulled out a sharp dagger from his pocket. No matter the cost, Changfeng must kill him today. He originally intended to sneak attack Yifan, but a hammer of energy suddenly appeared from the sky and slammed straight into Changfeng's leg. The sudden pain made him scream like a stuck pig. This scene immediately attracted Yifan's attention. Staring at the hammer, he recognized it as a weapon condensed from blood qi. A group of people, each with weapons condensed from blood qi, walked over and scolded Changfeng, You brat, you actually sneak attacked a fellow disciple. Such behavior is a disgrace to our outer disciples. Yifan stood aside and observed. As far as he knew, at the body tempering realm, one could use blood qi to condense a simple garment, at the Kaiqiao realm a set of armor, and at the Zifu realm a weapon. These weapons, created from blood qi, were readily available and extremely convenient, their power no less than that of low-grade magical artifacts. The newcomers were all Zifu realm experts. They despised people like Changfeng and continued to beat him up. Kicking Changfeng away, the leader, named Huanjun, Zifu realm, first level, looked at Yifan and suggested, Brother, I've taught him a lesson for you. No need to be polite. Your skills aren't bad. Dare to go upstream to the Forbidden River with our group? It turned out he was proposing to form a team with Yifan. As time passed, the sun set behind the mountains. At the upper reaches of the Forbidden River, there was a valley called Ziding Valley. Here, the high-grade Lingyao Garden was located within a barrier, requiring everyone to combine their spiritual energy to break the protective formation. In unison, all the disciples present lined up, focusing their energy into a single attack, continuously striking the protective barrier. Booming sounds reverberated continuously until the barrier, unable to withstand it any longer, began to crack. Yan Xiaodai Zifu Realm, second level, used voice transmission to shout to everyone, hold on a little longer. Just a little more, and the restriction will be opened. At this moment, Shimin, Zifu Realm, 2nd level, Huanjin, and Yifan also walked over calmly. They channeled their spiritual energy into each other, creating a powerful flow of energy from one person to the next. Someone shouted break, followed by the cracking sound of the barrier as a hole was opened. Oh my god, it's finally open! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Shimin curiously asked, Senior brother, you've finally arrived. Seeing them conversing, Yifan understood the situation. So that's how it is. It seems this Seeding Valley's strength is impressive, requiring combined forces to open the restriction. It's understandable why they needed to form a team. By now, the elite disciples of the outer sect should all be here, right? Yifan thought to himself, not forgetting the dark plot of that spy Yen Mazong. Shimin, with her silver-white hair, glanced at Yifan curiously. Isn't that Yifan? I remember he joined less than 3 months ago. How dare he come to a place like this? Hearing this, Huanjin calmly explained to her, You don't know, do you? Even Changfeng was defeated by Yifan. Don't underestimate him. Alright, now that the barrier is broken, let's go inside and take a look. As he spoke, Huanjin led everyone inside. Inside Seeding Valley, a pale purple light enveloped everything, giving it a mystical appearance. The spiritual energy here was also incredibly abundant, with ling-dyed butterflies fluttering in the air. But why is it so quiet here? There aren't any Yaosho. Seeding Valley is the territory of the Xiaoya Wolf, one of the strongest Yaosho in the entire Yaoyuan. So ordinary Yaosho wouldn't dare intrude here. Everyone looked around cautiously, and suddenly someone shouted joyfully, Look, everyone! It's the Xinghua! This flower can be used to create high-grade ascension pills. Its roots and leaves can also be used as medicine for healing. It's truly invaluable. If sold, it's worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. Since I discovered it first, it belongs to me. As he spoke, the young man reached out to touch the beautiful flower in front of him. Suddenly, at that very moment, a giant white shadow with shining eyes abruptly appeared. Seeing this, Yifan shouted, Careful! Ambush! By the time everyone turned around, the young man had been knocked down, lying on the ground. What happened? Look at what's in that shadow! They stared blankly at the hazy smoke, their mouths agape in disbelief. This is... How can this be? We encountered it right away? Appearing before them was a giant wolf, constantly emitting sparks of lightning. It's here! It's the Xiaoya Wolf, a 7th level Yaosho. With the appearance of this Yaosho, the disciples scattered like birds, fleeing in all directions. Some were even too scared to run. Only a few powerful disciples who could condense weapons from blood chi stood their ground to fight. What are you panicking about? The strength of a 7th level Yaosho is equivalent to a human Zifu realm. With so many of us, are we afraid we can't handle it? That's right. The Xiaoya Wolf's hide can be sold for 120,000 spirit stones. I want its eyes to cultivate a pupil technique. Don't anyone fight me for them. Saying this, the group summoned their blood chi weapons. Hearing them, Yifan momentarily agreed, but he felt something wasn't right. This Yaosho's aura is very strange. Not only was the aura strange, but a human-like smile appeared on the Yaosho's face. Its expression was like that of an experienced hunter watching its prey fall into a trap. The feeling it gave Yifan became increasingly dangerous. Yaosho aren't Lingsho. Yaosho haven't unlocked their spiritual intelligence, so how can they have human expressions like this? But the elite disciples of the outer sect didn't notice this strangeness. Their courage told them to move forward and fight. They completely ignored the Yaosho's warnings. Haha, these attacks again? I'm a whole realm higher than that last disciple, you monster. Before he could finish speaking, Huanjin was suddenly torn to pieces by the Yaosho's sharp claws. The surrounding disciples froze, their mouths wide open. How is this possible? Huanjin is at Zifu realm, 1st level, yet he was killed by a single claw from the Xiaoya Wolf? Not stopping there, the Xiaoya Wolf howled, creating a sonic wave that pushed back all the disciples, making them cough up blood. Terror began to grip their hearts. We're done for. At this rate, we'll all die. Run! This one is a Lingsho, its battle prowess above Zifu realm. Faced with this chaotic situation, Yifan forced himself to stay calm. He began to piece together the events from the clues: elite disciples, Lingyao Garden, and then the Ling Show. That's right, it's here, the trap the Mozong set. This Ling Show made such a big commotion as soon as it attacked. This time, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. At the same time, at the Muyuan, Jiang Linka and her junior sisters were meditating. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she sensed something. Not good. Something's happened at Ziding Valley. Immediately, Jiang Linka soared into the sky, flying towards Ziding Valley, while shouting to her junior sisters below, "Everyone, listen up. Prepare yourselves and quickly head to Ziding Valley." Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. "Senior sister Jiang, what's going on?" "Wait for us." Back at Ziding Valley, the surviving disciples were hiding behind a huge boulder. They didn't know what to do, as even with their combined strength, they couldn't do anything against the monster. Even the usually strong Shermin, having witnessed her companions fall one after another, was gradually consumed by fear. She just sat there trembling and praying, looking utterly pathetic. "Damn it, that Yasho cornered us here, but it's not attacking. Is it deliberately toying with us?" Suddenly, the Yasho raised its head and howled towards the sky. "What is it doing? This howl, is it calling its companions?" Hearing this, everyone became even more afraid. One Xiaoya wolf was already difficult to deal with. If more came, wouldn't their chances of survival be even slimmer? After listening carefully for a moment, Yifan shook his head. "No, this call isn't for its own kind. It's calling all beasts." "Oh my God, look everyone! All the wild beasts in Ziding Valley have been summoned by this monster." Its sharp claws tapped lightly on the ground, like a monarch commanding its subjects. "What is this Xiaoya wolf trying to do? Does it want to command those wild beasts to kill us?" All the wild beasts were completely under its control. That's right, according to rumors, Lingsho are comparable to humans at the divine ability secret realm. They possess extraordinary intelligence and can even control ordinary Yasho to fight for them. Damn it! Now the Xiaoya wolf has ordered Yasho to guard the exit. If we don't think of something soon, I'm afraid we'll all be captured in less than an hour. Knowing that the Xiaoya wolf was a Lingsho, they were at a loss. They all wondered why there was a Lingsho in the Yaoyuan. Could we have been tricked by the sect? They clearly said the highest level Yasho was only 7th level. Among them, Shermin was the first to lose her composure. Screaming that she didn't want to die, she ran towards the valley exit. Everyone wanted to stop her, but no one could catch up. Of course, Shermin's reckless action attracted the Xiaoya wolf. It easily killed her with a single bite, punishing her for her foolishness. Another elite disciple lost their life. The hearts of the remaining disciples completely crumbled as fear took over. The tense and desperate atmosphere made Yifan very uncomfortable. Even the elite disciples had lost their composure. This can't go on. If it were just me against the Xiaoya wolf, it would be more than enough. But now I have to ensure the safety of the entire group. After commanding the wild beasts, the Xiaoya wolf closed its eyes to rest. It makes sense. The roles of hunter and prey have been reversed. It seems this Xiaoya wolf is trying to lure in bigger fish using these ordinary disciples. Looking up at the moon in the night sky, Yifan estimated the time. There's not much time left. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for us. At this point, we can only rely on wit to survive. Thinking of this, Yifan used light steps to rush out from behind the boulder, while instructing everyone, "You guys stay behind the rock and don't move. Let me find a way to deal with them and clear the path." "Yifan, are you tired of living? Come back here." Faced with the dangerous situation, they didn't believe that Yifan could handle it alone. But ignoring their pleas, he continued to rush forward, not forgetting to remind everyone, "I'm about to use my ultimate move. Everyone, focus your minds and calm your breathing." Saying this, he took a bunch of something from his bag and threw it straight at the ground. "You wild beasts, taste the power of this." Immediately, a horribly foul odor filled the air, forcing everyone to cover their noses. "Wait, what is that? Oh, that smell is disgusting. It stinks. What is this? Can this stinky plant really deal with those wild beasts?" It turned out that what Yifan threw was strange lint kale. But it seems the stench has no effect on the Lingsho. "No, look at the beasts behind the Xiaoya wolf. They're all falling to the ground. More and more beasts collapsed, unconscious, their fate unknown. But as long as it was effective, it meant they were saved this time. The beasts that were close by collapsed, while those further away quickly retreated, not daring to take another step forward. This stench seems to be some kind of poison. And its effect is terrifying. At this moment, the girl in the team widened her eyes and exclaimed, "I know what this is. This is the Wan Shi Hui Chao recorded in the books. It said that even a small piece can emit the putrid stench of tens of thousands of corpses, and no living creature within 100 miles dares to approach." But how did Yifan obtain this? This linkeo is extremely rare and precious. Standing on a high branch, listening to everyone's discussion, Yifan learned the name of this plant. Unexpectedly, the stinky grass I brought from Earth has such a noble name here. On Earth, it was just an ordinary stinky plant that emitted a foul odor, and Yifan had to work hard to dig it up in the forest. Knowing that he had to participate in the Yaoyuan trial, he collected these on Earth and brought them over for self-defense. Ancient people on Earth often used stinky grass to repel wild beasts. So he thought it might have some effect on Yaosho. Unexpectedly, it's so effective. The people hiding behind the rock, while covering their noses, gave him a thumbs up. "Yifan, you're amazing. Very impressive. Great. The beasts surrounding us have all fallen. The path ahead is temporarily safe." Yifan jumped down from the high branch and smiled. "The other nuisances are taken care of. Next is your turn, Xiaoya Wolf." Holding his sharp sword, Yifan slowly approached, and the Lingshou also stood up. Can Yifan defeat the Xiaoya Wolf? This was the common question on everyone's mind as they looked into the terrifying eyes of the Lingshou. Who knows? But right now, Yifan is our only hope, determining whether we live or die. Without hesitation, the two adversaries clashed, their opposing energies colliding. The sword in Yifan's hand erupted in fierce flames with the blazing flame/martial skill. The fiery slash struck the Xiaoya Wolf's massive body, producing a metallic clang. So hard. Hard as iron. A full-powered attack from Yifan only managed to scratch its skin. The monster's defensive power was truly terrifying. Seeing that the human's attack didn't harm it, the Xiaoya Wolf even let out a human-like chuckle. That damn expression again. Yifan frowned. Attacking its weak points, like its belly, only did this much damage? Damn it, it's charging! This is extremely dangerous. The Lingshou's mouth was full of terrifying fangs. This won't do. I have to find a way to restrict its movements. Yifan immediately used floating steps to dodge the Lingshou's giant claw. After attacking with its claw, it opened its massive, sharp-toothed maw and snapped at him. At this point, I can only try this. Come on! Yifan thought to himself and decided on a risky tactic. He used light steps to approach the monster and thrust his sword straight into its throat, drawing blood. A disciple watching from behind the rock cried out, "How foolish! That might severely injure the Xiaoya Wolf, but he'll also lose his weapon, maybe even his arm. Then he'll have no chance of winning." But unexpectedly, Yifan's other hand suddenly condensed a blood-red stream of energy, forming another weapon. Everyone's eyes widened in shock and horror. They saw a blood-red blood-chi blade condensed on Yifan's other hand. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan coldly delivered a killing blow to the Xiaoya Wolf's head. Enough playing around. Die! Blood stained the air, highlighting Yifan's heroic figure. The Xiaoya Wolf is dead? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. How can Yifan use abilities beyond his realm? Could it be? Someone's mouth dropped open as if they had seen a ghost. He broke through. He broke through in the midst of battle. Yifan broke through to the Zifu realm during this life-or-death struggle. We won? We actually won? I can't believe we were saved by Yifan. He's only been here for how long? He's too strong. While everyone thought they were dreaming, Yifan admired the weapon he had just condensed. So this is the feeling of condensing chi into a weapon at the Zifu realm? Not bad at all. Suddenly, at this moment, a plume of black smoke rose from the corpse of the Xiaoya Wolf, accompanied by a creepy cackling laughter. Huh! This voice is... Yifan was stunned and immediately became wary. Not good. It's demonic chi controlling the spiritual beast. It still wants to revive the Xiaoya Wolf. But before he could do anything, several shimmering golden ropes suddenly appeared from the sky. These were the Sexcon Thursday Toa magical treasure, specifically designed to trap and capture spiritual beasts. The golden ropes enveloped the Xiaoya wolf's corpse, burning it continuously. Wisps of black smoke sizzled and gradually dissipated, accompanied by agonizing screams. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! I'm not reconciled! I'm not reconciled! In the blink of an eye, the spiritual beast's entire body was bound and burned by the true Ma Liulihua, glazed demon-slaying fire. In the next instant, Kuang Lingca appeared amidst the flames in midair. Is everyone all right? Seeing senior sister Kuang's arrival, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally! You're here! If you had been any later, the disciples here would all have been killed by this demonic chi. Seeing the arrival of their rescuer, everyone couldn't hide their joy. They had truly walked a path between life and death. Gently landing on the ground, Kuang Lingca cast another spell, completely destroying the orchid demon's remains, then turned to face everyone with a stern expression. Can someone tell me what happened here? Immediately, an enraged disciple pointed at senior sister and yelled, Senior sister, you still have the nerve to ask us? We should be asking you. Isn't it because of your negligence that a demon beast at this level was allowed into the garden? We almost died. Seeing his anger, Yifan stepped forward to intervene. This fellow disciple, if you don't know the situation, please don't jump to conclusions. The black chi just now was no longer that of a spiritual beast from the garden. There might be other hidden circumstances. If senior sister hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid we would all have died unjustly. As he mentioned this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the chi just now was truly disgusting, completely different from the spiritual chi of the medicinal garden. Yes, I agree with Brother Bai. Reporting to senior sister, this is what happened. We went to the Ziting Valley to search for spiritual herbs and unexpectedly encountered this Xiaoya wolf that had evolved into a spiritual beast. Fortunately, Brother Yifan used the Wanshuryo 8 Sao, 10,000 corpses evil suppressing grass, to repel the demon beast, allowing us to hold on until now. Otherwise, we would have already suffered heavy casualties. Kuang Lingca turned to Yifan curiously and asked, Wanshuryo 8 Sao? Where did you obtain such a precious treasure? Yifan, unsure how to explain, could only offer an embarrassed chuckle. Haha, just a coincidence. Alright, you all did well. As for this matter, I, Kuang Lingca, will investigate it myself. With that, she knelt beside the orchid demon's remains and used her spiritual power to probe them. Before the trial began, Kuang Lingca had inspected every level 7 demon beast in the medicinal garden. This Xiaoya wolf was indeed about to evolve into a spiritual beast, so she had placed a restriction within its body to suppress its power. However, upon checking now, the restriction was gone. Yifan astutely questioned, could it have broken through the restriction on its own? Kuang Lingca shook her head gravely. Absolutely impossible. I possess the divine ability 7th layer. Even if this beast reached the heavens, it couldn't break the restriction I placed. Hearing this, Yifan calmly and seemingly casually suggested, then there's only one explanation, senior sister, you've been framed. After a moment of contemplation, Kuang Lingca nodded, as she also thought the same. Alright, now all disciples, please leave Ziting Valley first. I will thoroughly investigate this matter and give everyone a satisfactory answer. Having reached this point, some disciples, though dissatisfied, had no choice but to leave. Humph, let's go. We almost became cannon fodder. As they left, Kuang Lingca softly expressed her gratitude to Yifan. Thank you. If it weren't for your help just now, the disciples would have all been killed by the demon beast. This can be considered as you indirectly saving me. To express my gratitude, I'll gift you this. As she spoke, she presented a manual with the 3 large characters Sui Jin Ji, gold-shattering finger. Kuang Lingca smiled beautifully and nodded. I don't have many martial skills on hand. This high-level skill manual is the most suitable for you. I hope you don't mind it. Taking the manual, Yifan bowed slightly. Obedience is better than politeness. Then, many thanks, senior sister. Not stopping there, Kuang Lingca also handed him a bottle of mysterious pills. Yifan, you just entered the Tufu realm, right? I'll also give you 3 Wenfudan, stable palace pills. I believe they will be quite beneficial to your cultivation. Ah, all right. Thank you, senior sister. However, she suddenly leaned closer, staring curiously at Yifan. But I'm still very curious. Aren't you supposed to have a perfect grade aptitude? Yet your cultivation speed is so fast. There's no one who shirt Sao in this spiritual herb garden. Where did you get it from? Ifan gave an embarrassed chuckle and scratched his head. Haha, I can't hide anything from senior sister. It's thanks to young Sherdong's storage ring. There are some good things inside that have boosted my cultivation, and the one whose shirt Sao was also in there. Oh, is that so? Haha. I'll believe you for now, senior sister. After that, Ifan initially wanted to leave, but he suddenly stopped and whispered, Right, senior sister. I have a feeling that this matter can't be separated from the demonic race, and also. As he said that, he fell silent, making Kwang Lingtsa ask seriously, and also what? The reason Ifan stopped talking was that he had just sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual power. Could someone be spying on them? Therefore, Ifan decided to keep quiet and leave. It's nothing, senior sister. In short, be careful. He understood that the 5 elements sacred ground had a spy whose strength surpassed even senior sister Kwang. This matter was a big deal, so the fewer people who knew, the better, until it was thoroughly investigated. As the disciples gradually departed, senior sister Kwang's junior sisters finally arrived. Their strength wasn't as great as Kwang Lingxia's, so their speed was much slower. Alright, follow me. Let's temporarily suspend all training activities in the spiritual garden and thoroughly investigate this matter. After completing the inspection, Kwang Lingtsa went to the main hall of the 5 elements sacred ground to report. An elder with the appearance of a middle-aged woman spoke. Headmasters, don't jump to conclusions. I believe there's something fishy about this. The one who had just spoken was Tu Shanrong, the headmaster of the Water Institute. Xia Jingshang, headmaster of the Earth Institute, sternly shook his head. Humph, what could be hidden? In my opinion, Kwang Lingtsa was careless and negligent, which led to this incident. Hearing him say this, Yen Tiansa, headmaster of the Metal Institute, smiled conciliatorily. Senior brother, you're being too serious. Every year during the spiritual herb garden training, a few dozen disciples die. This year's death toll hasn't even reached 10, which can't be considered a disaster. Xia Jingshang wasn't willing to stop, continuously questioning, but as far as I know, if Kwang Lingtsa had been even a moment later, all of our elite outer disciples would have been slaughtered. She almost committed a grave sin. Tu Shanrong disagreed. Although that's true, not long ago, Lingtsa killed the great compassion demon king of the Eternal Night Demon sect. This is a great contribution. So there's no need for severe punishment. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. How can merit and fault be compared? Seeing them arguing, the woman named Muluo, headmaster of the Wood Institute, interrupted. Enough. Kwang Lingtsa, you didn't handle the spiritual herb garden training well this time. I'm punishing you with 3 months of forfeited pay, and you will teach outer disciples at the Chuan Gong Hall for 3 months. Do you accept? Hearing her master's words, Kwang Lingtsa respectfully bowed. Yes, disciple accepts the punishment. Then, Muluo looked towards Xia Jingshang and asked softly. Senior brother, since this matter was caused by the negligence of a disciple from my Wood Institute, naturally, I will be the one to administer the punishment. As Lingxia's master, I'm willing to forfeit half a year of my own pay. Do you have any objections? Though unwilling, Xia Jingshang nodded. I have no objections. After resolving the issue of merit and fault, Yen Tiansa smiled and asked Kwang Lingtsa, as I understand, the crisis this time was resolved by a disciple named Ifan. Correct? Reporting to Headmaster Yen, that is indeed the case. Speaking of this, Tu Shanrong expressed curiosity. A disciple who recently joined the sect has already achieved many feats, and his cultivation has progressed rapidly. It seems this person possesses extraordinary talent and fortunate encounters. I wonder how far he will develop in the future. It's a pity. If senior sister were here, she would surely be interested in this disciple. As they spoke, everyone looked towards an empty chair with a flame symbol, unoccupied. At the same time, quietly meditating in his room, Ifan suddenly sneezed loudly. Oh my, who's talking about me behind my back? Upon returning to his small courtyard, he immediately tried the Wenfu Dan that senior sister had given him, but unfortunately it didn't achieve the desired effect. It seems the quality of this pill is still insufficient. The Tu Fu, also known as the consciousness sea, is the source of all spiritual power and divine abilities and can give rise to the nascent soul. It produces spiritual power and stores divine abilities. However, upon initially breaking through to the Tu Fu realm, one cannot yet fully control this power. One must nourish the brain, specifically the Ni Palace, to a certain extent before complete transformation can occur. As for how to nourish the Ni Palace, the intricacies within are such that carelessness can easily lead to chi deviation. But if it's a matter of like cures like, Ifan had a brilliant idea. With that thought, he retrieved several walnuts from his storage pouch, gleaming as if made of beautiful gold. These walnuts were just ordinary walnuts that Ifan had bought in the modern world and brought here, the large, premium kind from Lausan. On Earth, walnuts were excellent for brain nourishment. He hoped that bringing them here would amplify that effect. Hopefully, walnuts in this world can also be effective. Pondering this, Ifan proceeded to eat several walnuts. Moments later, feeling his brain gradually warming up, he calmly sat in meditation. As he sank into meditation, embracing the UNG, one origin returning to one, he sensed the power from the spiritual medicine converging in his Ni Palace. He remained tranquil like this for a full hour before his closed eyes suddenly opened, and Ifan exhaled a sigh of relief. Haha, great success. The power within my body can now completely obey the commands of my divine sense. My body has also adapted to the new energy source from the Tu Fu. Having resolved one issue, Ifan pulled out the martial skill manual that senior sister Kuang Lingca had given him. Next is to tackle this secret manual and bring it to Earth for simplification. Back in his room on Earth, Ifan stretched languidly. He hadn't been home in a while. Now that he had so much money, he should find an opportunity to relax and enjoy himself here for a few days. Most importantly, don't miss any important news. As he spoke, he picked up his phone to check his messages and calls. Several messages assuring him of their well-being were from his mother. Her health had recovered, so she advised him not to worry. His parents were currently traveling in the Maldives. My parents and even Sister Gua. It seems everyone is doing well. That puts my mind at ease. Scrolling through, he noticed that second Miss Tong had sent him numerous messages. Every few days she would send a message, but she hadn't received a reply. Strange, why did she send me so many messages? Ifan quietly replied, sorry, I've been a little busy lately and just saw your messages. Did you encounter any problems? Before he received her reply, the doorbell of Ifan's house suddenly rang. Coming. Who is it? Ringing the doorbell in the middle of the night. It was quite a coincidence that someone came looking for him as soon as he returned to Earth. The door opened, revealing Xinghui, Ifan's childhood friend. Ifan! Long time no see. Reunited with his old friend, they decided to go to a bar in Hengtan for a few drinks. It was then that Xinghui explained why he was here at this hour. It turned out that Xinghui was in Hengtan for work, so he took the opportunity to visit Ifan. Hey, since when did you start driving that car? That's my dream car. Ifan, you didn't snag some rich lady, did you? Ifan smiled, looking at the glass of wine in his hand, and shook his head. We haven't seen each other in years, and you still know how to tease me, Xinghui. Haha, this isn't teasing, it's praising you, Ifan. With my looks, I wouldn't even be considered by a rich lady. Come on, let's not talk nonsense. Cheers. After a few sips of wine, a somewhat familiar female voice came from behind them. No, don't touch me. I really can't drink anymore. Sitting next to this beautiful woman was a man with a perverted smile. Hee, Rong, give me face and have another drink. Recognizing the woman as Tong Rong, Ifan's expression turned serious as he approached them, telling Xinghui to wait a moment. The perverted man with glasses was secretly smirking to himself. It wasn't easy to get a date with this young miss at a bar under the guise of being classmates. Her bodyguards were still outside, so he could drag her to the restroom later to do that. Once the rice was cooked, he wouldn't have to worry about marrying this young miss. Therefore, he continuously tried to get her drunk. Rong, just one more cup. Just one last drink. Finish it. Suddenly, Ifan appeared beside them and squeezed the man's arm tightly, making him cry out in pain. She said she can't drink anymore. Didn't you hear? Enraged, the bastard swung his fist, intending to attack. You little punk, who the hell are you? Get lost and mind your own business. I'm your grandpa, you bastard! As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful fist landed squarely on the man's stomach, sending him crashing into the table. Ifan glared at him coldly and threatened, "Get out of here. If I see you harassing Tongrong again, I'll cripple you. Do you hear me?" The other party, realizing he had kicked an iron plate, quickly begged for forgiveness. Ignoring him, Ifan walked over and helped Tongrong up. "Are you okay? Can you stand? Why are you so foolish to let yourself get into this kind of situation?" In her drunken stupor, Tongrong recognized him as Ifan. "Where are your bodyguards? Why did they leave you alone here?" Hearing his question, Tongrong also wondered why she was here. It all started 2 hours earlier when she was lying in bed and received Ifan's message. He finally replied to my message. At that time, she wanted to meet him, but he declined due to being busy, which greatly annoyed her. Now, her frustration overflowed, and Tongrong immediately threw her arms around Ifan, crying, "You bastard! Why are you ignoring me?" Being embraced so intimately, Ifan froze, unsure what to do. "I want to see you. Why is it so difficult? Where have you been all these days? Have you been seeing another woman? Is she prettier than me? Richer than me? Am I that unattractive? Did you say you were coming to the bar to drink just now?" Seeing her rambling more and more, Ifan quickly stopped her. "Hey, don't talk nonsense." Xinghui, who had been observing the whole time, gave Ifan a knowing look. "Ho, you really did snag a rich lady, huh?" Ifan cried out in frustration, "Don't talk nonsense. Come and help me." Helping Tongrong out of the bar, Ifan spoke to her 2 bodyguards. "Your miss is too drunk. I've spoken to her sister. You can go back first. I'll take her home safely tomorrow." Then, he led the still crying and complaining Tongrong into his car. Okay, we won't go to your house. Get in the car first." Xinghui, standing aside, gave a thumbs up and winked. "Remember to use protection." "Oh my God, it's not what you think." After an unknown amount of time, when he finally got her to lie down on the bed, Ifan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally home. He wondered how things had turned out this way. Tongrong, completely drunk, lay on the bed with her alluring figure, mumbling, "Ifan, I have something very important to tell you." Helplessly, he had to take off her shoes and socks himself. A man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. It would be hard to explain even if he had 100 mouths. Seeing Tongrong gradually sit up, Ifan sighed. "My lady, I'm taking your shoes off, so please go to sleep. If you have something to say it tomorrow." He also found it puzzling, unsure what this girl had to say that she absolutely had to meet in person. Preoccupied with removing her shoes, Ifan didn't notice her hand reaching towards him. Unexpectedly, Tongrong cupped his smooth face. "Huh! Tongrong, what are you doing? Quiet! Don't talk, just listen to me." Their breaths mingled, incredibly close and ambiguous. "Ifan, I want to tell you, actually I and you, with you." Ifan's eyes widened, listening to every word she was about to say. However, before he could hear clearly, she vomited directly onto his face, utterly disgusting. Ifan was completely petrified, silently wondering, "Second Miss Tong, are you here to torment me?" After vomiting, she took off all her clothes, stood up, and stretched. "So uncomfortable. I need to take a shower. The bathroom is this way." "Oh my God, and don't take your clothes off randomly. There's vomit on them." After a while of struggling, they both finally got into bed. Because the washed clothes weren't dry yet and he slept naked, Ifan felt very cold. "I've been wandering around in the other world all day and forgot to buy things for the house. There's only one blanket and no clothes." Moreover, he still didn't know what Tongrong was trying to say. But then again, this girl's figure was really nice. Thinking of something naughty, Ifan quickly composed himself. "No more random thoughts, go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the mall to buy a bed and blankets." Just as he was drifting off, Tongrong suddenly wrapped her arms around him. "Ifan, this time, you're finally a little closer to me." Ifan was startled, not expecting her to still be awake. He listened quietly as she continued, "Ifan, do you know? Since that day, I've always been thinking about you." Rong, I. Ifan wanted to turn around, but she firmly prevented him. "Don't turn around, I'll be embarrassed." I haven't had a chance to see you this whole time. If I could see you again, it would be so good. But you always make it so hard to understand, sometimes close, sometimes distant. Only now, holding you, do I feel a sense of reality. As she spoke, her hands tightened around Ifan's body. Ever since I was little, others have always obeyed me. I've never experienced the feeling of wanting to see someone of the opposite sex. But all this time, I've been so restless. I think I've fallen for you. I want to confirm whether my feelings for you are just admiration or genuine affection. So tonight, can we lie in the same bed, share the same blanket? Ifan was at a loss for what to do. Rong Rong, are you drunk? Do you know what you're saying? Tang Rong replied in a very soft voice, No, I'm very sober. Please. After a moment of silence, she noticed Ifan getting out of bed and asked anxiously, Ifan, are you leaving? If you dislike me. Before she could finish, her words were cut off by Ifan's warm kiss. Gazing at the tears rolling down her cheeks, Ifan whispered affectionately, A gentleman never refuses a lady's request, especially when she's crying. Then they entwined, their kiss becoming much more passionate and intense than before. The next morning, Ifan woke up naked, basking in the sunlight. Oh my, I'm so tired. I slept too late last night. Looking around, he didn't see Rong Rong anywhere. Where did she go so early in the morning? As he spoke, Ifan reached for his phone on the table. There were a few messages from Rong Rong, essentially saying that she had confirmed her feelings for him, but she needed some time to sort out her emotions and asked him not to tell her sister about last night. Looking at the messages, Ifan felt speechless. They say men don't recognize people after putting on their pants. Why is it the opposite for me? I thought it was mutual affection. But I'm screwed. If her overprotective older sister finds out, she'll definitely skin me alive. After settling some matters in the modern world, Ifan returned to the other world and headed towards his residence. He easily pierced the body of a bird flying high in the sky with the Sui Jinji technique. After being simplified on Earth, the Sui Jinji was extremely suitable for long-range attacks. Moreover, its power could be flexibly adjusted. For instance, this bird was only knocked unconscious and would wake up later, not losing its life. Releasing the unlucky bird, Ifan sighed. I have another advantage in future encounters with strong enemies. Suddenly, at this moment, a wave of spiritual power surged from afar, startling Ifan. It was followed by the echoing sound of a bell from the mountain peak. This is the Thian AM bell, signaling an announcement from Five Elements Mountain. At the same time, Liu Hui, carrying his large belly, ran over to inform him, Brother Fan, the elders have summoned all outer disciples. Something big must be happening. As the disciples gradually gathered in front of the main hall, Xia Jingshang, headmaster of the Earth Institute, announced loudly, We have just received news that the Huiyan Mato, Fire Cloud Devil, of the Two Law Demons sect has massacred a small city on the border of the Yen Kingdom, capturing 180,000 mortals to cultivate his demonic arts. His crimes are heinous. After deliberation with the True Martial Sacred Ground and the Multi-Treasure Sacred Ground, our Five Elements Sacred Ground has decided to act on behalf of heaven and enter the Wanguma Khan, ancient demonic wasteland, to subdue this devil. This training expedition is voluntary for outer disciples. The three with the best performance will be rewarded with a Wang Trandan, Oblivion Pill, a top-grade magical artifact, the Honglin Jian, Red Lotus Sword, and a top-tier human-grade martial skill manual, the Bangguin Quiet, Tyrant Origin Art. Those interested can register at the Zhongwu Hall. We will depart in 1 day. Hearing that the reward included a Wang Trandan, everyone thought they had misheard. The Wang Trandan was a mid-grade spiritual pill. It was said that those at the peak of the Tu Fu realm had a 90% chance of breaking through to the Divine Abilities Secret Realm upon consuming it, making it incredibly precious. Moreover, there was also a top-grade magical artifact and a top-tier human-grade martial skill manual. For the outer sect to offer such rewards, this training expedition was definitely not simple. Everyone contemplated whether they should participate. Even Ifan's group was no exception, but they all relied on Ifan's decision. This training expedition involves 3 sacred grounds. It seems the higher-ups want the outer disciples to perform well and bring glory to their respective sacred grounds. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer so many good things. But the eternal demonic abyss is the headquarters of the demonic race. Anyone who goes in there to cultivate is putting their life on the line. Do they really need to go? Hearing this question, Lu Hui smiled, leading the way. Yes, we should go, regardless. Even if we don't achieve the top 3 rewards, slaying a few demons would be a good way to hone ourselves. Seeing that everyone wasn't afraid, Yifan smiled and agreed. Alright, let's go together. I also want to find a good place to cultivate. Thinking to himself, Yifan's expression turned serious. But could this training be instigated by the spy in the Gout and Holy Land? If so, it would be truly dangerous. The bald man in the group timely reminded, if we've decided to go, we can't go empty-handed. We should still prepare more specialized equipment. The Eternal Demonic Abyss has 99 levels. Each level is a small world. All the spaces combined are more than 100 times larger than the land area. The abyss is without light all year round. Countless subterranean demonic creatures live and nest there, such as yakshas, rakshasas, evil demons, giant demons, enchanting demons and asuras, and so on. There are countless rare treasures in the demonic abyss, especially various spiritual herbs and subterranean minerals. The deeper you go, the more there are. But accordingly, the demonic creatures become increasingly terrifying. However, because they live underground all year round, the demonic creatures share a weakness. They are extremely afraid of sunlight. So we must prepare more night pearls or light-emitting talismans and treasures. Hearing everyone's explanation, Yifan secretly smiled. Oh, they fear sunlight? Then that's easy to handle. 3 days later, outside Heiao City. This Heiao City is where cultivators and martial artists gather. Inside the city, you can sell demon corpses or buy nourishing pills, explained the Earth Institute's dean while leading the way. Outside Heiao City, there are many entrances to the Eternal Demonic Abyss. And these are communication talismans commonly used among the 3 great holy lands and the 5 great sections. In times of danger, you can infuse spiritual energy into them. If you're lucky, someone might come to save you, the elder finished, handing a stack of talismans to each person. Body refining realm disciples will train on the 4th to 5th levels of the demonic abyss, and aperture opening realm disciples will train on the 6th to 7th levels. Spirit severing realm disciples will train from the 8th to 9th levels of the demonic abyss. As for the 10th level and below, without the cultivation, divine abilities, and secret realms, it's best not to go and throw your life away. Have you all heard clearly? The disciples replied in unison, yes, we have. All right, then disband. Immediately, the group dispersed in 8 directions, heading to different locations. The 2 girls in Yifan's group wanted to buy weapons in the city first because their demonic swords were somewhat worn, and they also wanted to buy some rations along the way. Not only them, but many other disciples also decided to go to the weapon shop. Looking around, Yifan exclaimed, Heiao City is truly prosperous. Even a small weapon shop has high-quality weapons. Su Shun had her eye on a sword, but a disciple from the Xiangjia sect snatched it. Excuse me, miss, I had my eye on the sword first. Her senior brother, Zhao He, stepped forward to mediate. Junior sister, don't be impulsive. It seems they are from the 5 elements, Holy Land. Hearing this, the girl, Sun Xing, sneered, so what if they are from the 5 elements, Holy Land? They're just stepping stones for the Holy Land. These words made Yifan frown and wonder, where did these ignorant fools crawl out from to offer experience points? Seeing others insulting their Holy Land, everyone felt indignant. Miss, you can't say that. Even if we are stepping stones, we are still a holy land, many times stronger than third-rate sects like yours. Speaking of this, Sun Xing angrily yelled, who are you calling a third-rate sect? You damn fatty, open your dog eyes and look closely. Our Xiangjia sect is a second-grade sect recognized by the continent. Lu Hui smiled and shook his head. Second grade, third rate, isn't it all the same? In the eyes of the Holy Land disciples, we are all trash. This girl was indeed hot-tempered, so she couldn't hold back any longer and rushed to attack. Who are you calling trash? Do you want to die? But before she could take a few steps, a sword tip pressed against her, accompanied by a cold shout, stop. Yifan, I never hit women, but that excludes women who cause trouble for no reason. Put down your sword and get lost. Feeling the blade close to her body, Sun Xing trembled in fear. Yifan's speed was so fast that she couldn't see it. Defeated, they had to give up the sword and leave, their faces turned away. Humph, it's just a broken sword. What's so rare about it? After this incident, Yifan seriously reminded Su Shun, you need to cultivate more diligently. Otherwise, you will always be bullied. In the demonic abyss, not everyone will have the time to follow and protect you. Yifan was only worried about her, and didn't mean to blame her. In a world where the strong are respected, strength is everything. A moment later, at an inn, Sun Xing, who had caused trouble earlier, was slapped hard across the face and scolded, useless thing. You've lost all face. Sun Xing knelt on the ground, crying and pleading, I'm sorry, Elder Xiang. I've embarrassed the sect. Elder Xiang of the Xiangjia sect looked down coldly from above. Haven't I reminded you that this is Heiyao City? Don't act rashly without absolute certainty. Especially against the five elements' holy land. The elder sat down on a chair, rubbing his forehead in frustration. The five elements' holy land has declined and is very likely to be demoted to a first-grade sect at this tournament. At that time, there will be a vacant seat among the 10 great holy lands. Although our Xiangjia sect is a second-grade sect, with the support of the Zhenwu Holy Land, we might be able to compete. But look at you, at this critical and sensitive moment, you've smeared the sect's name, and were even defeated by an outer disciple of the five elements, Holy Land. I don't care how you do it, but you must regain our face. Otherwise, I will hold all of you accountable. Overwhelmed with fear, Sun Xing quickly nodded in agreement. That night, on the outskirts of Heiyao City, Yifan's group found an entrance to the eternal demonic abyss very close by. Alright, is everyone ready? Let's go in. Time passed, and they reached the 6th level of the demonic abyss, continuously killing many demonic creatures until everyone was exhausted. There aren't many demonic creatures nearby anymore. So let's rest after killing these ones. Many low-level demonic creatures were easily defeated by them. Everyone tried their best to display their ultimate skills to hone themselves. Haha, these past few days, we've reached the 6th level, and we've killed no less than 800, if not 1,000, demonic creatures. This place is truly a gathering place for the demonic race. Gradually, they gained confidence and were no longer afraid. In the process, they also found various spiritual herbs several times. For example, this time, the girl found a demonic spirit herb. Just looking at it, you can tell it's very precious. This thing can be sold for a very high price. At this time, Yifan walked closer and signaled. Everyone, it's time. Let's split up here. I plan to go down to the 7th level. Your realms aren't stable, so stay here and cultivate. I also came to the demonic abyss to cultivate, so I can't just stay in the safe zone doing nothing. Lu Wei, your current strength is the strongest, so please take good care of Xian Wu and the others. After giving his instructions, Yifan was about to leave, but Su Shun called out to him softly, Senior brother Bai, can you stay a few more days? I haven't even gotten a single demonic herb. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head. Ask Lu Wei to take you to find some. This place is so big. There must be many treasures. Unable to persuade him, Su Shun had to obey, but it seemed like she had something on her mind. Don't worry, Su Shun. We all have spiritual herbs, so the next one will be yours. At this time, on the 7th level of the demonic abyss, it was truly a living hell. A disciple hid behind a rock, looking at the horrifying scene in front of him in fear. I can't beat it. I really can't beat it. This level 6 Yiksha is truly terrifying. The senior brothers in front of them couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the Yiksha and lost their lives here. Now, only this one disciple was hiding there. At this moment, all he could think about was running away. What trial? What reward? It's better to run away while they're not paying attention. Suddenly, a Yiksha head appeared from the sky, laughing loudly and staring at the disciple, making him almost wet his pants. Scared out of his wits, the disciple used all his strength to run, shouting, Help! Help! The Yiksha chased after him like it was chasing prey, laughing ha-ha as it prepared to throw its trident. Its trident was like a magical artifact containing strange power, flying straight towards the disciple. I'm dead for sure. This time, I'm really doomed. I don't want to die yet. Just when he thought he was about to meet his maker, a terrifying gold-shattering finger appeared. The gold-shattering finger shattered the trident, saving his life. The gold-shattering finger didn't stop there. It pierced through the air and charged towards the Yiksha in the sky, attacking it. With just one blow, it was knocked down to the ground. Fan's indifferent voice rang out, sighing, "I didn't expect the first demonic beast I encountered upon reaching the 7th level would be a yiksha. Just in time, I can use you as a flying mount and test my new skill." His voice was quite loud, so it quickly attracted the attention of the other yikshas. The disciple, who had survived the disaster, was overjoyed. Fan stepped on the head of the yiksha he had just killed, a smile on his lips. Come on, let me play with you." Secretly noting their numbers, Fan wondered, why are there only so few? Seeing the yikshas rushing towards them, the disciple behind shouted a warning. "Not good. They've all been drawn here. Little brother, do you have any light-emitting treasures on you?" Fan shook his head. "No." He said he didn't need such things, then condensed his blood chi into a blood blade in his hand. Hearing Fan's words, the disciple panicked. "What are you talking about? Senior brother's stronger than you, died here. We're doomed. With so many of them, we can't escape." Before he could finish speaking, Fan, standing in front of him, immediately used the floating feather steps to soar into the sky. "Don't worry, they're just small fry. Not enough for me to beat." As soon as he finished speaking, all the yikshas were decapitated and fell to the ground, much to the disciples' utter shock. So? Strong or not can't be judged by appearances. Standing still, spreading out his spiritual sense to perceive the situation behind him, Fan knew that there were now 7 body refining realm and 5 aperture opening realm yikshas left. He decided to use the protective rain sword technique, summoning countless sword chi to continuously attack them. At this moment, Fan gravely sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Unexpectedly, there's such a powerful one among the yikshas. A trident flew from behind, but Fan used the floating feather steps in time to teleport away. Looking up at the sky, he discovered a gigantic yiksha demon. This demon is probably at the mid-stage spirit severing realm. Finally, a somewhat strong one has arrived. Capture the thief first, capture the king. Ignoring the other yikshas, Fan rushed to attack the strongest one here. The move he used this time was the splitting slash, but it was blocked. This yiksha's reaction is quite fast. If that's the case, then try this move. Immediately Fan's hand glowed, forming a gigantic claw imprint that pierced through the yiksha's body. This was the evolved Gold Shattering Finger. Its other name was the Gold Shattering Claw. It easily dealt with the opponent. The disciple was so shocked that he watched this scene in disbelief. He actually killed a spirit-severing realm yiksha in an instant? The other yikshas were frightened and ran away. Is this person really from our sect? He's too ridiculously strong. Watching the fleeing yikshas, Fan smiled and raised a finger, energy converging within. You want to leave already? Since you're here, stay. He continuously unleashed the Gold Shattering Finger, easily taking down a large number of yikshas. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead. Too strong. This person is truly too strong. There are no words to describe the horror in this disciple's heart at this moment. Ignoring him, Fan went to the corpses of the yikshas and broke off their horns. Each yiksha horn can be used to refine magical artifacts. Handing in a pair rewards 200 contribution points. Although he didn't lack contribution points, there was no need to be wasteful. Just testing the Gold Shattering Finger had such an effect. Should I cultivate all 5 fingers? Fan thought as he was about to leave, but the disciple hurriedly chased after him, wanting his protection. Wait. Please, great senior, take me with you. 2 days had passed since the battle with the yikshas. Fan had also encountered quite a few underground demonic creatures, such as 2-headed demonic hounds, black water demonic serpents, corpse-armored insects, and 3 or 4 groups of yikshas, all of which he had killed. Yet Fan still hadn't found the entrance to the 8th level. He didn't want to bully the weak on the 7th level anymore. At this moment, the communication talisman on Fan suddenly lit up. What's this? Someone's calling for help. It seems to be coming from that direction. Nearby, Yuanir, a disciple of the 5 Elements Holy Land, and her junior sisters were facing an attack. Xiao He, Sunxing, let my junior sisters go. What do you want? Facing them were the 2 siblings from the Xiangjia sect who had caused trouble with Fan's group earlier. They had captured 2 female disciples of the 5 Elements, Holy Land, and were threatening them. 5 Elements Holy Land? You still think of yourselves as a holy land? The last place among the 10 great holy lands is about to lose the title of Holy Land. I heard that the 5 elements' holy land's spiritual veins are depleted, and their finances are insufficient. It won't be long before they collapse, haha. Throw down your communication talismans and weapons. Otherwise, I will kill these 2 female disciples. Helpless, Yihunir's group had to throw their communication talismans and weapons on the ground. Alright, don't hurt them. Immediately, someone used a fire talisman to burn the communication talismans. Haha, burn them. Now let's see how you'll call for help. Surround them. Immediately, the male disciples of the Xianjia sect formed a circle, approaching Yihunir. Her face darkened as she gritted her teeth and asked, "What do you want?" "We've done as you said. When will you release them?" Zhao He stood opposite her, licking his lips with a perverted look. "What do we want?" "Listen carefully. Take off your clothes, and don't make me say it twice." Hearing this, the male disciples around them cheered. Looking at their lustful gazes, Sun Xing impatiently pushed the female disciples of the 5 elements, Holy Land, to the side. "Senior brothers, hurry up. We'll get out of here first." "Haha, you disciples of the 5 elements Holy Land are usually so arrogant and aloof. Today, let's see what difference there is between you and the ordinary prostitutes of the mortal world." Looking at their undisguised malicious intent, Yihunir's face turned pale with fear. You scoundrels! Senior Sister Hunir, let's fight these beasts to the death. Carve a bloody path. As long as one of us survives, we definitely won't let them off. Hearing them, the men immediately rushed forward. "Brothers, don't let these women escape. Let's strip them naked, haha." At this moment, Zhao He's laughter suddenly stopped, the expression on his face frozen stiff. The disciple standing nearby looked at senior brother Zhao in horror and let out a loud scream. Having just walked a few steps ahead, Sun Xing heard the panic sound and turned around, wondering what had happened. The disciple shouted, "Senior brother Zhao! Senior brother Zhao is dead!" "Dead? What? What happened? Why did he suddenly die?" In an instant, their senior brother Zhao had been decapitated, causing everyone to panic. Who just did that?" Yi Fan emerged from the forest with a smile. "Humph, it was your grandpa who did it. A bunch of old men bullying women here. Calling your second-grade sect trash is truly not an injustice." Seeing his face clearly, Sun Xing gasped and shouted, "It's you? This person's strength is extraordinary. Run!" Immediately, she called out to her fellow disciples. Yi Fan smiled and raised a finger, using the gold-shattering finger. "Do you think you can escape under your grandpa's nose?" Beams of gold-shattering finger continuously appeared, successfully reaping the small lives. Before Sun Xing could react, her senior and junior siblings had all fallen to the ground. With unimaginable speed, Yi Fan appeared right behind her. "I said before that I don't hit women, except for those who cause trouble unreasonably. This also means I don't kill women, except for trash." Feeling the approach of death, Sun Xing cried out in despair, Don't! I was wrong! Don't kill me!" But in return for her pleas was a stream of warm blood and a tragic scream that faded into eternity. After defeating everyone, Yihunir led her junior sisters to Yi Fan and thanked him. "Thank you, junior brother Yi Fan. If it weren't for you, we would have been in danger today." "That's right, those beasts from the Xianjia sect. Who knows what they would have done?" Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't mention it. We are all fellow disciples, and this is what I should do. Actually, I have something to ask you, senior sisters. Do you know where the entrance to the 8th level is?" Hearing him ask, Yihunir looked surprised and then advised. "Junior brother Bai, I heard that there might be a divine ability realm demon leader on the 8th level. If you go down there, you must be very careful." "Yes, thank you for your concern, senior sister. I will definitely be careful. If that's the case, then I won't say much more. After leaving this forest, you'll see a river. Follow that river for 30 to 40 miles, and you'll see the entrance to the 8th level." Yi Fan smiled and took out a few yiksha horns from his pouch. "Thank you for telling me, senior sister. These are a few yiksha horns as a token of my gratitude. There's also some spirit beast milk. After you drink it, it should speed up your recovery of stamina and energy." Seeing these items, Yihunir's group was pleasantly surprised. "It's actually spirit beast milk. This is a divine medicine for restoring blood qi. It's nothing valuable. Please accept it. We'll take our leave now. I must go. Watching Yifan's departing figure, the girls gathered and chatted. Yifan is truly righteous, generous, and handsome, haha. They didn't know that their conversation had been observed by Wang Teng and Gao Yang, who were standing nearby. Damn it, we ran into that kid Yifan again. His luck is really good. At this moment, footsteps and a disdainful voice rang out beside them. I knew I couldn't expect anything from you senior brothers. You're truly useless. The person who walked up to them was Wang Meng, with her striking purple hair. Menger, why are you here? Wang Ting immediately whispered to his younger sister. Gao Yang, standing beside him, looked at her hot figure and smiled pervertedly. Oh, Wang Ting, you have such a beautiful younger sister. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Little sister, are you interested? Before he could finish, the smile on Gao Yang's face froze as he felt the deadly chill of a sharp blade. Shut up! Wang Meng's cold voice made Gao Yang so scared that he almost wet his pants, hurriedly apologizing. Miss! Spare me! Spare me! You promiscuous dog! How dare you come within a step of this young lady? Do you believe I'll cut your head off right now? Chao Yang hastily nodded his head in fear. Why yes, I won't dare anymore. Wang Meng glanced at him with disdain and shouted, Get lost! Seeing the tense situation, Wang Ting, standing in the middle, intervened in time. Menger, aren't you an inner disciple? Why are you here? Wang Meng put away her weapon and replied. Brother, I've finished my closed-door cultivation and now I'm at the late stage of the Zifu realm. This time, I'm following the elders to the 9th floor of the Demon Abyss for training. Didn't you say you would teach that brat Yifan a lesson for me? But when you saw him, you didn't dare to step up. Speaking of this, Wang Teng awkwardly said, Menger, listen to my explanation. Chao Yang, standing next to them, interrupted, Based on our current strength, even if we find Yifan, we might not be able to defeat him. This is called a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Hearing his words, Wang Meng suddenly gave a mysterious smile. You fools, who said I wanted you to kill Yifan yourselves? I have a plan that will guarantee his death. On Yifan's side, after searching for a while, he found a lake, the center of the lake in the distance. That's probably the entrance to the 8th floor, right? At this moment, his communication talisman lit up again. No way, another distress signal? Forget it, saving people is more important. Yifan immediately soared towards the source of the distress signal. Amidst the woman's cries for help, Yifan landed. Ahead, near the cliff, someone was being chased by several night demons. Seeing the person's figure, Yifan wondered, Why is she here? It turned out that the person fleeing was Su Shun. Her current situation was extremely dangerous, facing the night demons. Secretly wondering, aren't Su Shun and her group training on the 6th floor? Why did they come to the 7th floor? While thinking, Yifan swiftly used his broken gold threads to rescue her. Easily defeating all the night demons and saving the girl, Su Shun immediately burst into tears upon seeing her rescuer. Senior brother Bai, it's you! Why are you here? Patting her shoulder to comfort her, Yifan asked, I should be asking you that. Where are Lu Hui and Xiang Yu? Why aren't they with you? Mentioning this, Su Shun cried even louder, WW Senior brother Bai, please save Senior brother Lu Hui. We encountered a night demon leader who kept chasing us. Senior brother Zhang Tai and senior sister Xian Yu are both dead. Senior brother Lu Hui is now trapped in a cave. WW Senior brother Bai, please save him. Hearing what she said, Yifan's expression instantly changed, becoming panicked. Hearing him ask why she was on the 7th floor, Su Shun sobbed, Is this the 7th floor? Heavens! I was so panicked that I didn't pay attention to the path. I didn't realize I had run to the 7th floor. So, where's Lu Hui? Take me there immediately. Finally, under Su Shun's guidance, Yifan arrived at a cave. Senior brother Bai, it's there. Senior brother Lu Hui is trapped inside. Stepping into the cave, Su Shun feigned innocence. Why is there no sound inside? Could it be that senior brother Lu Hui is already? Yifan reassured her, Don't worry, let's go inside and see. It's very dark here. Stay behind me. At this moment, a foul odor emanated from the cave, making Yifan cover his nose. Walking behind him, Su Shun continuously muttered, Senior brother Bai, please slow down. It's really dark in here. I'm scared. As she spoke, she slowly took a talisman out from her clothes, thinking, this is my chance. However, before she could do anything, Ifan turned around, grabbed her hand, and smiled. Haha, finally revealed your true colors, huh? Ah, brother, what are you doing? Looking at the talisman, Ifan immediately recognized it as a paralysis talisman. What's this, miss? You want to capture me? With one arm pinned, Su Shun awkwardly shook her head. Senior brother Bai, what are you talking about? It's just so dark that I took out a talisman for light. But I took the wrong one. Angrily, Ifan tightened his grip on her neck, making it hard for her to breathe. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Tell me, what's going on? You still dare to lie to me? I've felt something strange from the beginning. How could someone at the middle stage of the body-tempering realm like you reach here unharmed? Your luck is too good, isn't it? Tell me, where are Lu Hui and the others? The pain continued, and Su Shun couldn't speak, only unconsciously crying out for help. At this moment, the cave entrance suddenly exploded, rocks falling and blocking the exit. All exits were sealed, and escape was temporarily impossible. It didn't stop there. The explosion at the cave entrance seemed to have awakened the creatures inside, emitting creepy chirping sounds. From the darkness, the sounds grew louder, and countless pairs of eyes appeared, glowing brightly. They turned out to be a swarm of demon bats. Disturbed from their slumber, they all angrily rushed towards the other creatures in the cave. Fan. Blood-sucking demon bats? Was this your plan? You want to perish together with me? Hearing this, Su Shun immediately ran to the cave entrance, crying, No, that's not it. Let me go. How could this happen? Didn't you agree with me? As long as I helped you, you would let me go. Standing outside, Lu Hui's group was tied up unconscious. Wang Meng looked at the cave entrance with a contemptuous smile. Haha, this Su Shun is truly an idiot. She actually believed what we said. Haha. Everything started 2 hours ago. Lu Hui's group on the 6th floor had been captured and tied up by Wang Teng and his junior sister, forced to kneel. Humph. What are you trying to do? Killing fellow disciples is against the rules. Aren't you afraid we'll report to the elders? Hearing this, Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. Haha, actually, I have no grudge against you. But who asked you to be close to Fan? I can only use you to deal with him. Xian, you gritted her teeth in anger. You despicable villains. To come up with such a contemptible scheme. We'll never let you succeed. Wang Ting smiled and stepped closer, caressing her cheek. That's not up to you. But I can give you a chance. Whoever actively helps me lure Fan here, I'll spare their life. Get lost. Don't even think about it. Lu Hui, tied up, roared angrily, over my dead body. I'd rather die than betray my brother. Fine, have it your way. Then die. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ting kicked Lu Hui hard, causing him to scream in pain. The kick was so powerful that Lu Hui flew several meters away. Ah, Lu Hui! Are you alright? Facing the pressure, Zhang Tai and Xian Yu still gritted their teeth, unafraid. Do what you want. We're not afraid of you. At this point, Wang Meng suddenly looked at Su Shun and asked softly, So you're not afraid of death? What about junior sister Su Shun? Are you afraid? Junior sister Su Shun, as long as you agree to lead Fan here, we'll spare you and give you a demonic herb. How about it? Look, how long have you been following them? You haven't even found a single spirit herb. Do they really consider you a comrade? Facing the threat of death, Su Shun gradually wavered. Seeing the opportunity, Wang Meng continued to coax her. Actually, you don't need to feel guilty about helping us. Lu Hui and the others are all dead, and you'll return to the Holy Land safely. Moreover, after this you'll be one of us. Do you know I'm an inner disciple? As long as I protect you, no one will dare to bully you in the Holy Land. Seeing Wang Meng's continuous persuasion, Zhang Tai angrily shouted, Shameless! Don't waste your breath, woman. Junior sister Su Shun is definitely not that kind of person. Right, Su Shun? Is she really not that kind of person? Even Su Shun herself didn't know what kind of person she was anymore. Faced with this choice, she was very hesitant. Those were the events that transpired, and obviously, Su Shun chose to betray her comrades out of fear of death. After trapping Fan in the cave, Wang Meng immediately left to avoid suspicion. The rest was left to her elder brother, Wang Ting, and Chao Yang. Inside the cave, Yifan stared at the blood-sucking bats, thinking, the individual attack power of a blood-sucking bat isn't strong, but if there are too many, I'm afraid even someone at the late stage of the Zifu realm would find it difficult to deal with. But you want to use this method to take my life, Yifan? Humph, you think it's that simple? As he said this, he took out a talisman from his pouch and activated it. This is the Dragon's Guard talisman. It will create a protective barrier that lasts for half an hour. This talisman was the strongest defensive talisman Yifan currently possessed. It could withstand severe damage for a short period. Meanwhile, inhaling the poisonous gas and facing the terrifying bats, Su Shun knelt on the ground, pleading, cough, cough, senior brother Bai, please let me in. I don't want to die. Hearing this, Yifan sternly questioned, tell me, who forced you to come here and trap me? At this point, Su Shun didn't hide anything and immediately confessed, it was Wang Teng, Chao Yang, and a woman I don't know. I've told you, so please let me in. Hearing this, Yifan smiled smugly, oh? Since when did I agree to save you? What? How could this be? Senior brother, let me in. You're not someone who would stand by and watch someone die. As she screamed, the bats approached and started attacking her. Ah! Get away! Senior brother Bai, I was wrong. Please save me. I really don't want to die. I don't want to die. Calmly watching her being devoured by the bats, Yifan shook his head. It's best not to be two-faced in life. Harming others will eventually lead to your own demise. Heaven's wrath can be avoided, but self-inflicted karma is inescapable. This is the last lesson this senior brother will teach you. Su Shun's screams reached outside the cave, where Chao Yang and the others heard them. Did you hear those screams? Haha, that brat Yifan must be dead inside. Unfortunately, all his possessions are buried in the cave. But it wasn't easy to kill that brat, so I can't complain too much. As they spoke, they looked at the unconscious Lu Hui and his group. As for these guys, let's cast a destruction spell on them. Let them die here on their own. Inside the cave, due to the continuous attacks from the numerous bats, the energy barrier wouldn't last much longer. It seems I have to find a way out of here. Although teleporting back to Earth now would save me a lot of trouble. But I came to the demon abyss for training. If I run away at the first sign of danger, what kind of man would I be? With that, Yifan summoned the blood-chi blade and held it in his hand. No matter how many times he used this technique, he couldn't help but admire its convenience. Escaping the energy barrier, Yifan shot out like a blood arrow. Wherever he passed, blood-sucking bats fell to the ground, torn apart. The combination of the blood-chi blade and the floating steps allowed him to move swiftly and deliver more powerful blows. No matter how many demon bats there were, they all met their end. While continuously attacking, Yifan also summoned a spirit fire talisman to clear the path of the demons blocking his way. The power of the talisman was terrifying, engulfing the cave in scorching heat. This scene was truly a sight to behold, and the bats were all incinerated. Next, it's time to deal with those cockroaches outside. Yifan wanted to break through the cave entrance and escape, but at this moment, he sensed something. His expression turned serious as he turned to look at the back of the cave. Then, he jumped to dodge an attack. Holy crap! There's a bigger one hiding there? Suddenly, a giant bat appeared, using a sonic shockwave attack. Yifan's eardrums vibrated intensely. This sonic shockwave is too strong. My blood chi is being dissipated. It wasn't over yet. The sound wave echoed against the cave walls and reverberated back. Not good. The sound waves are resonating within the cave, amplifying the sound. Yifan's expression became unprecedentedly grave because the terrain was completely disadvantageous to him. I have to get out of here quickly. However, without knowing when, the demon bat had approached him and unleashed another sonic wave. His entire body was shaken, losing balance and flying backward. Damn it! When did it attack? Losing his balance, Yifan fell towards the cliff behind the cave. Crap! There's an abyss down there? Hey! If I don't think of something fast, I'll really die here. In this critical situation, Yifan used his blood-chi blade to stab into the cliff wall, using the force to stop his fall. Although he could slow down his descent, because the abyss was too deep and the cliff was very slippery, he couldn't completely stop. Yifan continued to slide down the cliff until he finally stopped near the bottom. Finally stopped. Just a little further and I would have died. Now near the bottom, Ifan decided to go down and take a look. Since I'm already here, it would be a waste not to explore. He took out a talisman from his pouch. This is the Illuminating Soul Fire Talisman. The talisman summoned a ghostly flame that floated around, temporarily lighting up the dark surroundings. In novels, many protagonists who fall down cliffs often encounter unexpected opportunities. I wonder if I'll have such luck. Walking forward a few steps, he discovered that this seemed to be an ancient battlefield, as scattered around were countless remains, white bones, and weapons stuck in the ground. Many demonic creature bones gathered here, including night demons, demonic beasts, and even many human cultivators. Could it be that a great human-demon battle took place here before? An even more unexpected sight awaited him when Ifan discovered two peculiar corpses. He couldn't help but feel shocked, his mind reeling. What's going on with these two corpses? Approaching for a closer look, Ifan recognized the demonic Tak corpse, pierced through by a weapon. The human corpse facing it also had a fatal wound on its body. The demonic Tak elder and the man in golden armor. Although they've been dead for many years, their bodies show no signs of decomposition, but are incredibly lifelike. Even the bloodstains haven't dried. It can be seen that during their lifetime, these two were extremely powerful. If I'm not mistaken, these two were probably top experts of the demonic Tak in humanity. They fought each other to the death here, and the skeletons outside are probably their subordinates. At this moment, Ifan's eyes caught something strange, so he picked it up to examine it. What is this? This scroll emanates a powerful energy. It's definitely not an ordinary magical treasure. As soon as Ifan's hand touched the scroll, a resonant voice sounded in his ear, "Young friend." Young friend. Ifan's hair stood on end, and he immediately shouted, "Who's there? Come out! Don't play tricks." From the body of the human expert, strands of spiritual energy suddenly fluctuated, and the voice came from there, Good. Ha ha! This emperor, relying on a last wisp of soul for over 9,000 years, has finally waited for someone destined. Looking at the corpse, Ifan's heart was in turmoil. Over 9,000 years? A wisp of soul can persist for such a long time? Even a divine ability expert at the 10th level couldn't do it. The remnant soul gradually condensed and asked, "Young friend, what's your name? Where do you come from?" Such an expert, even a mere wisp of soul, deserved respect. So Ifan respectfully cupped his hands and replied, "This junior is Ifan, from the 5 Elements Holy Land." 5 Elements Holy Land? Ha ha! So you're a disciple of the Holy Land. Good, very good. Do you know who I am? Despite facing an unknown danger, Ifan decided to hear him out. If anything went wrong, he would immediately return to Earth. So, he bowed seriously, "May I ask for Senior's name?" Before Ifan, the remnant soul fully revealed its appearance, which was indeed the same as the dead body. "I am the human emperor, Xian Yuan Jingtian. I am the ancestor of the Imperial Pole Holy Land." What? Senior is the ancestor of the Imperial Pole Holy Land? Ifan was extremely shocked because, as mentioned in the ancient hall's records, the Imperial Pole Holy Land had 3 ancestors known as the Heaven, Earth, and Human Emperors. Each possessed immense divine abilities and boundless power. Seeing his shocked expression, the remnant soul began to explain. "After 10,000 years, I'm afraid the outside world has long forgotten the prestige of the Imperial Pole Holy Land's ancestors. Back then, during the Great Human-Demon War, I led 3,000 Xianyuan guards from the Holy Land to battle against the 8 desolate demon emperor of the Sun and Moon demon sect. In the end, I, Xianyuan Jingtian, and the 8 desolate demon emperor fought to the death in this abyss. Young friend, the scroll you picked up earlier is my lifebound treasure. Called the Demon Sealing Scroll. This treasure is one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Imperial Pole Holy Land. It can seal all demons in the world. Even the demon emperor and demon gods are no exception. It can be considered the nemesis of the demonic Tak. And the golden armor on me, the human emperor's spear that killed the 8 desolate demon emperor, and his thunderclap cauldron are all top-grade Tao artifacts that shook the continent. It's a pity that I was ill-fated and couldn't hold on to my hegemony." He looked at Ifan kindly and said, "Young friend, since we are fated, do you want to inherit my legacy?" Ifan seriously asked, "Senior, what instructions do you have?" "Nothing much. You just need to kneel before me and perform 3 kowtows, accepting me as your master. I will pass on to you the Imperial Pole Overlord Manual and all this equipment. The Imperial Pole Overlord Manual is the supreme divine technique of the Imperial Pole Holy Land, divided into 3 volumes: Heaven, Earth, and Human. After learning this technique, you will officially become a true disciple of the Imperial Pole Holy Land, enjoying the glory and supreme honor of the Imperial clan. Hearing this, Yifan stood up and approached. If that's the case, then thank you, Senior. A strange smile appeared on the remnant soul's face as it shook its head. No need to thank me, young friend. Our meeting here is a great fate. Kneel down, and I will immediately impart this unparalleled technique to you. The future of humanity depends on you. Yifan slowly and respectfully bowed his head, remaining silent. But as the remnant soul was about to touch him, he suddenly jumped back. Humph, something's not right. Looking at the remnant soul's surprised expression, Yifan smiled. Senior, you're not pretending to pass on the technique and then taking advantage of the opportunity to seize my body, are you? Xian Yuan Jingtian's remnant soul hurriedly explained. How could that be? I am the human emperor, one of humanity's strongest experts. I've fought my entire life for humanity. So how could I seize the body of a junior like you? Hearing this, Yifan turned to leave. Haha, it seems I was overthinking it. But as a disciple of the 5 Elements Holy Land, without my sect's permission, accepting another master would be disloyal. So, Senior, please continue waiting for someone destined. Seeing him leaving, the remnant soul dropped the act and angrily lunged towards him. Brat, come back here. This emperor has waited for 10,000 years. How can I let you go? Hand over your body. Yifan was speechless at this scene. He touched the ring on his finger and sighed. I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It must be a conspiracy. Luckily, I haven't used up my transmigrations for today. Touching the miraculous ring, Yifan immediately chanted return, and a 7-colored light enveloped him. In an instant, he was back in the modern world, lying on his bed. That was close. If I hadn't been quick enough, I would have become a puppet for that bastard. Getting out of bed, Yifan yawned long and hard. I'll rest for a bit, and then get some magical treasures to deal with that old man. Suddenly, a sky-blue sphere appeared beside his ear. Xian Yuan Jingtian's remnant soul sternly asked, Old man? You're talking about this emperor? Holy crap! Yifan almost wet himself, shouting in shock. Unbelievably, Xian Yuan Jingtian's remnant soul had followed him to this world, floating around. Where is this? Why am I here? You little brat, what kind of sorcery did you use on me? I have no spiritual power left. Yifan's jaw dropped, able to fit a whole chicken egg in his mouth. He wondered, what's going on? The human emperor's soul transmigrated here too? The remnant soul looked around, attracted by the ceiling light. What kind of magical artifact is this? It can emit such a bright light. Why have I never seen it before? After a moment of stupor, Yifan thought of an important issue. Wait, I remember that apart from cultivation techniques, anything brought back from the continent to Earth would dissipate. Why does this remnant soul still exist? Thinking about this, his eyes fixated on the ring on his hand. It seems the mystery behind this ancient ring is greater than I thought. Receiving no answer, the remnant soul grew angry and shouted, Hey brat! What's going on? What the hell is this place? Give me back my spiritual power! Shut up! I'll lock you up for now. Annoyed, Yifan took out a vacuum cleaner and sucked the remnant soul inside, making it scream in terror. Ah! It hurts! What kind of soul-absorbing artifact is this? After some struggling, Yifan managed to trap the remnant soul in a glass tank on the table. Unable to fly, it angrily yelled inside. Don't waste your energy. Listen to me. Now I'll ask you a question and you answer. Got it? Facing the threat, the remnant soul gave a smug smile. I am the human emperor. How can I be threatened by you? Oh, really? Yifan said as he held up the vacuum cleaner, making the remnant soul cry. I'll talk. Don't take that out. Please put away that magical treasure first. Alright, then answer me. Are you really the human emperor, ancestor of the Imperial Pole Holy Land? Seeing it nod, Yifan continued then, as the leader of humanity. Why did you want to harm your descendants, scheming to seize my body? The remnant soul gave Yifan a disdainful look, try being trapped in an abyss for nearly 10,000 years. Your mentality would have long collapsed. As long as I can regain my freedom, why should I care about morals and conscience? Then I ask you, how many magical treasures are there at the bottom of the abyss? How many of them are damaged and still usable? The reason he cared about this was because he didn't lack cultivation. Resources? What he lacked were magical treasures and martial skills. The remnant soul pondered for a moment before answering, my human emperor's spear and armor, as well as the 8 desolate demon emperor's thunderclap cauldron, are all damaged. Their artifact spirits are destroyed, making them completely useless. Hearing this, Yifan wondered, what's the point of keeping them then? I might as well let you disperse and reincarnate. The remnant soul fearfully said that its demon sealing scroll was still usable. That it was originally a heavenly scroll that had fallen from the immortal realm. Can be called a magical treasure of the human race, the bane of those demonic clans. Bai Xiaoyu, release me, and I'll run. You use this treasure, trust me, you will definitely be astonished by its power. Yifan didn't release him but continuously demanded he speak first. Helplessly, the remnant soul, both angry and frustrated, replied, the Fingma tablet has 9 uses. First, devouring souls, especially the souls of powerful demonic cultivators. Second, sealing and enslaving demonic clans to work for you. Third, simultaneous cultivation of immortal and demonic techniques. Fourth, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Fifth, refining rare materials. Ninth, the user doesn't need to use spiritual energy to activate it, and only needs to consume divine herbs to power the treasure. After hearing his explanation, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Oh, it sounds quite powerful. Suddenly he pulled his phone out of his pocket, causing the remnant soul to panic. Oh, what kind of magical device are you pulling out to deal with me now? It's alright, don't worry. Didn't you, Renhuang, say you wanted to pass on the greatest achievement of the Holy Land to me? Tell me now, the more detailed the better. After you're done, I'll release you. Yifan's excessive demand made the remnant soul furious. This brat. But I must endure. Once this emperor regains freedom, I'll show this kid what's what. Thus, the remnant soul had to explain in detail about his cultivation method. The Huangji Bash diagram is divided into Tianhuang, Dihuang, and Renhuang. Xian Yuan Jitian was Renhuang. So he only possessed the Renhuang version. 2 hours later, the remnant soul was still talking. In short, anyone who practices this cultivation method will become impervious to blades and spears, immune to poisons, and unaffected by evil qi. This is the profoundness of this cultivation method. Silently examining his phone, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. It seems this cultivation method is truly miraculous. Good explanation. Finally finished, the remnant soul stuck its tongue out, panting like a dog, exhausted to the point of death. All right, since you're finished, there's no point in keeping you. Don't worry, we've met by fate, so I'll perform a transcendence ritual for you. Seeing him about to make a move, the remnant soul immediately threatened, saying that without guidance, cultivating the technique could easily go astray. Faced with this situation, Yifan pulled out the recording he had made of Xuan Yuan's words from beginning to end. Hee, Renhuang, times have changed. Oh my god, this world is truly terrifying. Amidst Renhuang's helpless cries, Yifan placed the entire glass cage into the microwave. If I let you go, there's no guarantee you won't harm the remaining human race. Now, it's best to reincarnate quickly. The microwave was activated, with waves of heat radiating and incinerating the remnant soul from within its very atoms. In an instant, the remnant soul could no longer scream, gradually fading away. Renhuang, may you have a peaceful journey. A calamity left unchecked is a danger. Eradicating it like this is the most reassuring. Next is this Fingma tablet. Saying this, Yifan picked up the Fingma tablet. Following the Renhuang remnant soul's instructions, he only needed to drip his blood onto the magical treasure. As soon as the drop of fresh blood was absorbed by the Fingma tablet, Yifan was pulled into a chaotic space. Did the Fingma tablet directly enter the spiritual world? Is this considered successful ownership acknowledgement? This space also recorded the history of the immortal realm's domination over the demonic clan, along with methods to counter them. Truly miraculous, it could directly imprint techniques into Yifan's mind, like a miniature world, saving him a lot of trouble. Sensing the space and the power around him for a moment, Yifan smiled comfortably. Haha, this immense power belongs to me. It seems I need to find some demonic creatures to test it out. At this moment, at the Wangu demonic pit on the 8th floor of the demon abyss, many disciples of the 5 elements, Holy Land, were being blown away by a demonic beast. Senior brother, there are too many blood shadow demonic wolves. I'm afraid we can't hold on any longer. Hold on. Do you want to die here? But senior brother, there's a cliff behind us. We have no way out. At this point, the senior brother couldn't help but cry. Ancestors of the Holy Land, please manifest. I haven't married and had children yet. The Holy Land protects its own. So please save me. I don't want to die. Just then, from behind, several howls suddenly echoed. They turned around in horror to discover another pack of demonic wolves approaching, their eyes glowing golden. Oh heavens, are we really going to die here today? We were too greedy, coming to the 8th floor, only to lose our lives. But before they could wail, the newly arrived demonic wolves suddenly attacked the original pack. Something seemed amiss. What just happened? Are these demonic wolves starting to slaughter each other? Everyone, look! Something seems wrong. The wolves that just arrived have golden pupils, unlike the usual ones. Watching this scene, Yifan, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Tianxian Wang didn't lie. With the Fingma tablet, these demonic creatures can indeed be easily subdued and controlled, turning them into demonic slaves. Last time, after using the ancient words to return to Earth, Yifan quickly dealt with the Bat Leader. But after leaving the cave, he couldn't find any trace of Wang Tang and Gao Yang. So next. Thinking of this, Yifan's entire body was enveloped by the power of the Fingma tablet, turning golden. The wolves he controlled had killed all the other wolves on the ground, and now they were howling at each other. You've killed all your own kind. Now go! Immediately, the wolves stared at the cliff, as if wanting to tear apart the disciples standing there, frightening them. But everyone's eyes almost popped out when these wolves threw themselves off the cliff. My God, are they all committing suicide? Having dealt with the wolves, Yifan turned and left without anyone noticing. On the other side, the disciples were completely terrified by the bizarre scene they had just witnessed. What was that all about? Did the holy ancestor of the Holy Land really manifest? Later, Yifan continued his journey to the 9th floor of the Wangu demonic pit. A violent bear demon was harvesting some kind of fruit, while Yifan observed from the side. Good thing you stopped in time, or else this Jade Phoenix wine wouldn't be drinkable. Saying that, he took out a cup and collected the fragrant and nutritious liquid. For the past 2 days, using 3 demonic wolves to hunt other demonic creatures, he had turned each demonic wolf into a loyal slave. He even captured 2 abyssal deep bears with the power of the Peak Tufu realm. Relying on this demonic slave guard squad, he swept through the 9th floor's jungle, killing a large number of demonic creatures, black armored boars, 3-headed demonic hounds, and even poisonous spiders. Moreover, each one that died could nurture new demonic creatures to take its place, constantly maintaining his fighting force. If he could rule over a large army of demonic creatures in the Wangu demonic pit, expanding his territory and sweeping through the 4 directions, how exhilarating it would be. Anyone who dared to provoke Yifan would be flattened by his demonic army. Wang Tang and Gao Yang would never have thought that after being harmed and falling into danger, they would encounter such a calamity. Yifan had obtained the supreme human treasure, the Fingma tablet. Just you wait, your deaths will be unsightly. Just then, a howl from behind suddenly attracted Yifan's attention. He approached to investigate and discovered a fierce battle involving countless disciples from various holy lands. People from the 3 great holy lands and the 5 great sects are all gathered. Here, facing the human cultivators, was an army of demonic creatures. Someone shouted loudly, "Everyone, charge and kill! The fire cloud demon ape's lair is right in front of us." Hearing these words, Yifan's jaw dropped in surprise. Huh! This is the fire cloud demon ape's lair? The mission to besiege the fire cloud demon ape and uphold justice that the elder gave to the inner disciples before leaving must be here. It's rare to encounter such a grand occasion. Let me take a closer look. Immediately, Yifan rushed towards the battlefield. But the path wasn't peaceful, as he was constantly intercepted by several demonic creatures. For instance, at this moment, a two-headed night fiend appeared. Just arrived on the plains and I run into demonic creatures. The density of demonic creatures on this 9th floor is truly high. Hearing the laughter of the approaching night fiends, Yifun's face turned cold. Since you're here, become my strength. Immediately, under his control, the demonic wolves leaped high, pouncing on the flying night fiends. Sensing the danger, some quick-witted night fiends tried to flee, but who allowed you to run? Abyssal deep bears, attack and drag them down for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the two abyssal deep bears jumped out from behind like two giant mountains, easily knocking the flying night fiends to the ground. Abyssal deep bears were at the peak of the Tufu realm, so dealing with these creatures wasn't easy as pie. But Yifun just happened to lack a flying demonic beast as a demonic slave. Immediately, he used the Fengma tablet to summon streams of energy that enveloped the night fiends. Alright, 5 more flying night fiends acquired. The demonic slave army has grown again. I really like this. It seemed Yifun still had energy, and could continue to capture 10 more. Just as Yifun finished subduing the demonic creatures, an attack suddenly came from afar. What's going on? Whose attack is so powerful? Could it be aimed at me? Yifun wondered. He decided to ride on the back of a flying night fiend to get a closer look. 2 figures were battling on the other side. It turned out the attack just now was merely the residual energy from their clash. It seems they're both exhausted, which is why the attack went astray. This battle is between a human and a giant night fiend. The shirtless young man swung his fist, performing the Overlord Fist technique, creating a golden fist attack. You're already weakened. Die, blood-faced Shura. Observing his technique, Yifun couldn't help but exclaim, without a magical treasure in hand, a single punch can cause such an explosion. This is an inner disciple of some holy land. Right. But his opponent is a Shura, so it's not easy to deal with. Shuras were a type of underground demonic creature, much stronger than night fiends, possessing the strength of a commander, comparable to the divine passage realm of humans. These demonic creatures were covered in bone spurs and were extremely ferocious and terrifying. They possessed intelligence, could speak human language, and were very cunning. For example, the Shura in front of him pretended to be weak, letting the human become careless, then launched a fatal attack. Haha, humans, you are truly foolish, easily falling for such traps. Amidst the young man's painful cries, both of them fell off the cliff. At the bottom, the human lay unconscious in a pool of blood, while the Shura still had some strength left. Cough cough. He's probably dead, huh? Ha. Opening its fanged mouth and approaching the human's body, the Shura grinned. Human cultivator, it seems I've won this battle. I'll take your heart and eat it deliciously. Just then, several flying night fiends descended from the sky, causing the Shura to roar angrily. What vermin are these? You're all blind. Who allowed you to steal my prey? Get out of here. Ignoring its overwhelming aura, the flying night fiends continued to attack the Shura. Huh? What's going on? The Shura wondered. Why are these low-level demons disobeying me? You dare come here and kill me? You're all going to die. Seizing the opportunity, the enraged Shura attacked the night fiends. Yifun suddenly appeared right behind it. The sword in his hand pierced through the Shura's body, making it scream in pain. Damn human! Where did you come from? Without pausing, the flying night fiends swarmed and attacked again. Continuously injured, the Shura's strength gradually depleted, making it furious. Damn it! You pesky vermin, endlessly pestering me. Hateful! To be killed by low-level creatures? Impossible! Facing death, it angrily used its last remaining energy to blow away all the night fiends. I must kill you! Kill you all! Seeing this scene, Yifun was startled. What? With a single blow, it can kill more than 22 Fu realm demons? This is the strength of a commander-level Shura. But it probably had no strength left to fight. Taking advantage of the situation, Yifun charged forward and used the Fengma tablet to summon a giant illusory chain. Sensing the suppressing energy, the Shura screamed in terror. This is a slave mark? A tiny little internal strength realm worm like you wants to use a slave mark to control me? How audacious! Yifun smiled confidently and replied, Stop wasting your breath. Just be a good, obedient dog, understand? The chain quickly enveloped the Shura's body, causing it to scream in pain. Damn it! What kind of slave mark is this? It's so strong. Even now, the Shura was still struggling. Yifan had to increase the spiritual energy channeled into the Fingma tablet. Finally, the mark appeared on the Shura's forehead, while it looked on in disbelief. Success. Yifan collapsed to the ground, panting. At my current realm, subduing a commander-level demonic creature is indeed a bit forced. But I finally succeeded. It's truly gratifying. The Shura respectfully bowed before Yifan. Shura Batter greets Master. So your name is Batter? Unexpectedly, even a demonic creature has such an interesting name. Finished, Yifan approached and examined the human cultivator. Based on his identification token, he recognized him as an inner disciple of the Jinwu Holy Land. It seems this person has perished. But the cultivators who participated in this battle have all disregarded life and death, so rest in peace. After pondering for a moment, Yifan asked Shura Batter to help him open the man's storage ring, as it contained the man's primordial spirit imprint, preventing him from opening it. Shura Batter immediately obeyed, channeling his power and easily breaking the seal. Holding the storage ring, Yifan thought, let's see what's inside. Using his divine sense to probe inside, Yifan discovered many precious medicinal ingredients from various demonic creatures, such as demonic wolf hide and demonic bear hide. There were also some spiritual herbs and ordinary magical artifacts. Found it. Unexpectedly, this is actually inside. Hastily taking out a manual from the storage ring, Yifan smiled with satisfaction. This is the Giant Spirit Fist technique, a spirit rank martial skill. This is the fearsome fist technique that man cultivated. Yifan then returned to Earth and simplified the cultivation method. The Giant Spirit Fist is divided into 5 forms: mountain splitting, earth shattering, sea overturning, heaven suppressing, and immortal shocking. Each subsequent form is many times more powerful than the previous one. Performing this fist technique requires fusing spiritual energy with fist intent. Yifan didn't have spiritual energy, but he had already broken through to the Tufu realm. The yellow court nurtured his entire body with soul power, and even his willpower felt stronger than before. Soul power could replace spiritual energy. As for fist intent, that would require much time to hone. The Giant Spirit Fist technique was obscure and difficult to understand. If it hadn't been for Earth's simplification, he wouldn't have understood anything. Just then, the phone on his table suddenly rang. The caller was Sister Gua. Huh? Why is Sister Gua calling me now? Hello, Sister Gua? What's up? Immediately, an angry shout came from the other end. Your packages have piled up into a mountain at my house. When are you coming to pick them up? Ah, yes, I'll come over today. Damn, I almost forgot about this. The first time his mother went abroad, she said she wanted to buy some things to send back to him. Busy with eradicating demons in the Wangyu demonic pit, he had asked Sister Gua to receive the packages for him. Then he completely forgot about it. That evening, he rushed to Sister Gua's house and apologized profusely. All right, stop apologizing. I'm not that petty. It doesn't seem like you did it on purpose, so let it go. Come in, my house is here. She opened the door. Stepping inside, Mother Gua walked over, smiling at her daughter. Daughter, you're back. Oh, Mom has been waiting for you. Then her eyes fell on Yifan, and she immediately asked coldly, Wait, who is this? Yifan smiled and greeted, Hello, Auntie. I'm Sister Gua's tenant Yifan. The woman's eyes narrowed, devoid of warmth. Just a tenant? Why are you so close to my daughter? Your appearance is barely acceptable, but you're not wearing any famous brands. Just by looking, I can tell you're poor. Seeing her mother speak like this, Sister Gua awkwardly reminded her, Mom, please don't be like this. He's considered a friend of mine. Friend? Don't be friends with this kind of person. She continued her sarcastic remarks, making Sister Gua angrily shout, Mom! Seeing her daughter upset, she introduced another man in the house, Xia Dongqing. Let me introduce him to you, daughter. Get to know each other. Seeing her mother bring someone home again, Sister Gua whispered angrily, Didn't we already talk about this? Don't bring someone home every few days. Mother Gua insisted, saying that her daughter was already 30 years old, not young anymore, and that she could rest assured she had thoroughly investigated this young man, and he was reliable. Listening to their conversation and looking at the man's face, Yifan felt helpless. That lecherous look, reliable my ass. Sitting on the sofa, the mother continued to talk to her daughter. Let me tell you, young Xie is truly impeccable. He's just over 30 and already has his own company. And his business is growing bigger and bigger. Hearing the flattery, the man smiled smugly. You flatter me. My place is really just a small operation. See, daughter? Young Xie is so humble. The more I look at you two, the more compatible you seem. Unable to bear it any longer, Sister Gui stood up to get Yifun's things. Not wanting to sit there anymore. After she left, the man offered his business card to Yifun. Can we exchange business cards? Yifun smiled and declined. Sorry, I don't have a job, so I'm afraid I can't exchange business cards with you. Oh dear young man, that won't do. A man without his own career is no different from trash. You're still young, you can't just sit around and daydream. You have to find a job. Hearing his words, the mother nodded in agreement. The two of them continued to flatter and compliment each other, extremely obnoxious. By the way, I just saw young Xia's car. Is it a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz? The mother's face was filled with undisguised greed. Speaking of which, the man pulled out his car keys and spun them smugly. Auntie, my car is just a few $100,000. It's nothing. Besides, a car is just a means of transportation. Only young people like you, little brother, like those fancy cars, right? He mentioned Yifun again. Yifun could only smile. Sorry, I don't research cars and don't care about brands. As long as the car can run, it's fine. Hearing his response, the mother felt even more certain of her judgment. Indeed, I wasn't wrong. This kid is just handsome. No job, no house, no car, and he doesn't even know car brands. As they were talking, the man dramatically exclaimed, looking at his watch. Oh my, is it this late already? I have something to do at the company, so I have to go now. In reality, he was deliberately showing off his Rolex watch. This trick continued to make the mother's eyes sparkle. Just then, Sister Gui came out of the room carrying a pile of things in huge boxes. Yifun, I put your large packages in the backyard. It seems some of them are valuable consignments. So please check them. There are also several packages sent from overseas. Perhaps because she was carrying too much, she tripped and kicked the edge of a chair. Oh no! Losing her balance, the boxes flew everywhere. Yifun quickly reacted and caught Sister Gui. Are you alright? Why weren't you more careful? Thank you, Yifun. Standing behind them, the man cursed inwardly. Damn it, that kid stole my chance. I'm fine, Yifun, but I don't know if your things are damaged. Seeing Sister Gui's worry, Yifun smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Let me open them and see. Hearing this, the man sitting beside them sipped his tea and snorted disdainfully. Whatever, if his stuff is broken, it's broken. It's not worth much anyway. Opening the first box, Yifun saw a watch. It's just an ordinary watch. I don't usually wear these things. He seemed calm, but the man choked on his tea because he recognized the watch as a valuable Patek Philippe. What brand is this? I've never heard of it, the mother wondered. My God, that's a watch worth millions. Hearing the watch's value, Sister Gui became even more apologetic. Oh my God, the watch's glass is broken. I'm so sorry, Yifun. Haha, it's alright, it's alright. If it's broken, it's broken. It's not worth much. It's okay, sister. Hearing him say that, the man was completely shocked. Dude, that's a watch worth millions. Not worth much, my ass. Furthermore, Yifun casually gave Sister Gui several bags from the other boxes, all expensive designer items, limited editions that he casually gifted to her. This made Mr. Xie feel like he was about to collapse. Mr. Xie, are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to the hospital? As he spoke, Yifun spun the car key in his hand. This time, Mr. Xie was completely speechless, because the symbol on the key was that of a Porsche. An old woman quickly recognized the car brand. Xiaofan, isn't this car of yours a supercar worth millions? This is a real supercar. After some effort, Yifun finished loading his belongings into the car and waved goodbye. Sister Gui, thank you so much this time. The people in the house stared at him in astonishment, as it was the first time they had seen someone use a supercar to transport goods. Don't worry, everyone. Even if the car breaks down, it's fine. After all, Brother Xie said it himself, a car is just a tool for transportation. Yifun's words angered the young man, who yelled, "Hey, kid! Don't use my words to slap me in the face like that." Yifun smiled and started the car, driving away. "I'm leaving, goodbye everyone." His wheels splashed mud all over the young man. The old woman's attitude completely changed, waving goodbye to him. "Xiaofan, come visit us when you have time." "I definitely will, please go inside," Yifun replied. Later, Yifun returned to the 9th floor of the Wangu Mo Quat. This time, he decided to try his new move, Juling Quancher Kaisha. The power was so strong that even Yifun himself was extremely surprised. Although he only used soul power to activate the fist technique, the power was still incredible. "Once I enter the Shintong's secret realm and cultivate spiritual power, it will be even more terrifying." Just then, Tula Bado bowed behind him. "Congratulations, Master! Only with your immense talent could you master a spirit-level fist technique. Your subordinate is deeply impressed. Alright, get up. Oh right, aren't you a demonic creature from the Shintong's secret realm? Do you know how to use spiritual power? If you do, show me." Immediately, Tula Bado performed the Tula Shur Zijan in front of Yifun, so it's just comparing hands to swords and knives, quickly swinging the power in your hands to emit sword chi. Probably won't see much power from this, Yifun thought to himself, but as soon as the move was completed, a terrifying explosion swept across the forest in front of him. Holy crap, so terrifying. "Master, this is the divine ability of our Tula clan, called Tula Shur Zijan. When facing an enemy, it's enough to destroy an opponent one realm higher than myself. Master, please continue watching. There's also the Ran Shui Fei. After speaking, Bado summoned countless blood-colored spheres that floated in the sky. This technique combines blood chi and spiritual power, capable of resisting a vast army. The range of this technique is too large. Yifun watched with his mouth agape for a long time. And this is the Tula Shunsha technique, this is the Kuangnu Jibu, and this is the Tianming Diuzhang. Tula Bado continuously displayed countless divine abilities with terrifying power, leaving Yifun petrified. Numerous techniques were displayed, turning the land in front of him into a desolate battlefield. Unexpectedly, Tula Bado is this terrifying. Alright, I have to admit, the divine abilities of the secret realm are truly powerful. If it weren't for Bado and the yellow-robed man fighting each other and both suffering losses, I wouldn't have been able to subdue this Tula even with 10,000 lives. It seemed that he had inadvertently gained a monstrous subordinate with combat power beyond his comprehension. Receiving his master's praise, Tula Bado was smug. But then it dejectedly revealed something. "Master, you're wrong. Compared to the Yuhun Grand Formation that Huyun Mo set up under the city to kill human cultivators, my little bit of power is nothing." This shocking news startled Yifun. "What? Bado, say that again." 3 months ago, Huyun Mo set up a grand formation under his lair, called Wanhun Nyeshur. As long as those human cultivators attack the Hunshur mineral vein, they will all be killed by the explosion, unless they have cultivated to the Shintong 5th level, Gei realm, and condensed all their power into a golden core. Then they might luckily survive. Yifun fearfully recalled the scene of disciples from various sacred grounds and forces scavenging Huyun Mo's lair. Besides avenging the more than 100,000 people of Yan country, they had another purpose: to seize the Hunshur mineral vein beneath the city. Hunshur in this world is a type of crystal stone produced from the Wangu Mo Yuan, containing soul power that can cultivate the Ni Huanggong and Zi Fu Shinhan. Even beneficial for the Shintong's secret realm. This rare stone is only found deep underground, making it relatively scarce and highly valuable. What about Huyun Mo? Does he plan to perish together with the humans? Hearing his master's question, Tula Bado shook its head. Of course not, Master Mo isn't that stupid. He has long prepared a teleportation formation within the city, allowing him to escape at any time. Yifun's eyes narrowed as he looked into the void. He didn't expect such a terrifying conspiracy. This was clearly an attempt to annihilate the elite disciples of the sacred grounds. A tactic identical to that traitor. Could there be another insider behind this? Having found a solution, Yifun turned and ordered Bado, "Now, pretend I'm your prey and take me to the main battlefield." A moment later, at the 9th battlefield where the chaotic battle was taking place, everyone was fiercely fighting each other. Xiao Tuo was also among the crowd, engaged in combat. Suddenly, Yifun's cries rang out as he was captured and tied up by the Tula Mo Wang. Senior sister, save me. Xiao Tuo turned her head in surprise. Is that Yifun? Why was he captured here? Seeing the urgent situation, Yi Xiao Tuo quickly signaled her two companions, Lawson, Xing'er, cover me. I have to go save him. Under the cover of her companions and their Ling Feng Mu Yijun technique, Xiao Tuo was propelled by energy, flying straight towards Tula Bado. Demon, take this. Release him. As she approached, Bado immediately dropped by Yifun to the ground and shouted, Oh, such powerful sword chi. Yifun fell straight to the ground, nearly breaking his backside. As for Tula Bado, it flew away like a comedian, not forgetting to yell, Ah, humans are too terrifying. I will definitely be back. Damn it, Bado's acting needs more training next time. Luckily, Xiao Tuo didn't notice, only concerned about Yifun's well-being. A moment later, they finished clearing the surrounding demonic creatures, their designated area now clean. Seeing this, Yifun respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. I was carelessly captured by that demonic creature. Thank you, senior sister, for saving my life. Xiao Tuo shook her head. The demonic creatures here are very dangerous. Stay within the formation with our group and be careful not to lose your life. Suddenly, the senior brother named Lawson approached and questioned, Xiao Tuo, you made such a fuss to save an outer disciple? Isn't this a waste of your spiritual power? Lawson, he is also a disciple of our Wu Xing sacred ground. How can you say that? Hearing this, Lawson frowned in displeasure. Come on, do outer disciples even count as disciples? They're just a bunch of useless burdens raised to boost our numbers. Yifun suddenly burst out laughing, retorting, but all the senior brothers and sisters around here started from being the so-called useless burdens you speak of. So it seems senior brother here is extremely talented, directly accepted as an inner disciple upon entering the sect? Yifun's provocation successfully angered everyone around, staring at Lawson. Hey Lawson, we all started as outer disciples and worked our way up to inner disciples. What do you mean by that? Explain yourself clearly. Sensing the tense situation, Elder Ding stepped forward to mediate. Alright, Lawson, since you've saved him, don't say such things anymore. With the elder intervening, even though he was upset, Lawson had to swallow his anger. Consider yourself lucky, kid. The elder approached Yifun, puzzled. I'm Elder Ding Mao, leading the inner disciples of the wood courtyard this time. How did an outer disciple like you get here? Logically, you should have been eaten by demonic creatures long ago. Yifun respectfully clasped his hands and said seriously, Elder Ding, let's talk about this later. Today, I have an important matter to report. We cannot go to Emoho's castle. There's a trap waiting for us there. His words made everyone's faces change. Huyun Emoho has set up a Wanhun Yeshur grand formation beneath the city. He wants to bury all the sacred ground disciples inside. What? Do you have proof? Hearing the elder's question, Yifun sighed. Since he couldn't reveal the matter of subduing Battle for now, he had to cover it up. I learned about this by chance. Elder Ding pondered, but Lawson stepped forward to retort. Elder Ding, the disciples of Dan Wu's sacred ground and Duo Bao's sacred ground are already advancing towards Huyun Emoho's fortress. If we don't go, we won't make it in time and will have to hand over the mineral veins to others. I think this Yifun is afraid of death and doesn't dare to follow us, so he's making up this story. Xiao Tuo, you really shouldn't have saved this burden. Sensing his malice, Yifun angrily glared at him with his terrifying eyes. What did you just say? Facing that gaze, Lawson trembled in fear. Wait, what's going on? Just a glance from him, and I can't even move? This kid's eyes are terrifying. Standing opposite Lawson, Yifun growled, Human lives are important. I'm not in the mood to joke with you, dog. This matter is crucial to everyone's lives. I wouldn't dare to lie. I hope Elder Ding will make a decision. Although his words sounded serious, there was no proof. So Elder Ding didn't know how to handle the situation. Just as everyone was pondering, a voice rang out from the communication talisman in the elder's hand. Elder Ding, why haven't you set off yet? People from the other forces have already arrived at the 9th battlefield. Only our Wu Xing sacred ground is still outside. Hearing this, Lawson added fuel to the fire. Elder Ding, even Elder Du from the fire courtyard has arrived. If we delay any longer, we won't even get any scraps. Are you really going to believe the words of an outer disciple without proof? Having no other choice, Elder Ding turned to instruct Yifan, we have to move forward with maximum speed. Yifan, your cultivation is too low, staying here is too dangerous. Follow us closely and don't act rashly, understand? At this point, Yifan had to agree to follow them, thinking to himself, these idiots really don't make things easy. At Huiyun Moho's lair, disciples from various sacred grounds and elders were attacking the barrier. They were just a little bit away from breaking through. Since the three sacred grounds were tacitly competing with each other, every disciple was trying their best to show off. As for the Wu Xing sacred ground, since their Wu Xing Jin DFA required 100 disciples to activate, they couldn't attack yet because Elder Ding hadn't arrived. Just as Elder Du was getting angry, Elder Ding arrived with his disciples. Elder Du, apologies for our late arrival. You're really holding us back. We've wasted so much time. Can't you see that the city is about to be breached and seized by those two sacred grounds? Disciples, listen to my command. Head towards the demonic city at full speed. Within the Wu Xing sacred grounds ranks, Yifan secretly assessed the surroundings. They had traveled quite a distance. They couldn't continue forward as they were nearing the attack range of the Wanhun Yeshur Grand Formation. It's all to save you guys, so I'll let you experience the power of this. Yifan secretly thought, and stealthily threw a few wild fruits into the air. Instantly, those wild fruits caused small explosions that weren't too powerful but enough to disrupt the formation. Elder Du, being experienced, quickly recognized these as Tian Xing Qi Xian Do, not good. Everyone stop. This plant's power is limited and shouldn't injure anyone, but if one's meridians are accidentally hit, it will be difficult to condense soul power and spiritual power in a short time. Damn it, is this a tactic by another force to restrain us? Silently standing aside, Yifan chuckled inwardly, so it's called Tian Xing Qi Xian Do. On Earth, it's just a phoenix flower seed. Earlier, while the group was resting, Yifan went back to collect a large pile of wild beans and experimented, finally finding the most suitable method to stop the group without harming anyone. Hee, these little bombs should be able to stall them for a while. Once the Wanhun Yeshur Grand Formation activates, you'll understand my painstaking efforts. Seeing the disciples scattering, Elder Du shouted, don't break the formation. The enemy is trying to slow us down. We absolutely cannot let them achieve their goal. At this moment, a terrifying energy emanated from the city ahead, stunning everyone. Along with it came Moho's terrifying voice, haha, you damned cultivators, all die. The ground began to tremble, emitting a destructive aura as if heaven and earth were enraged. Demonic sounds enveloped everyone within the city, and then a terrifying explosion occurred there, obscuring everything. When the smoke and dust cleared, the massive demonic city had completely vanished. Woo, what happened? The aftershocks swept across, knocking the Wu Xing sacred ground group to the ground, though not seriously injured, leaving them dumbfounded. Huiyun Moho unleashed a terrifying destructive energy within the city. Except for the Wu Xing sacred ground disciples, all the disciples from other sacred grounds have been annihilated. Lawson sat on the ground, nearly wetting his pants in disbelief. What kind of logic is this? How could this happen? In the blink of an eye, only we are left? At this point, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we made it in time. Today is truly a day of boundless merit. After a moment, the image of the Earth Courtyard's Dean appeared in midair. Two elders, I observed intense spiritual power fluctuations here. What happened? Reporting to Earth Dean, we were ordered to besiege Huiyun Mo2's lair, but aside from our Wu Xing sacred ground, all other sects have perished. It was all due to the Wanhun Yeshur Grand Formation. Hearing this, the Dean's expression immediately changed. What? The Wanhun Yeshur Grand Formation again? Ding Mao, what exactly happened? Tell me the truth. Ding Mao respectfully bowed his head and reported, Dean, I received information from a disciple who said Huiyun Moho deliberately led cultivators from 3 sacred grounds to besiege the city, actually intending to use this as an opportunity to capture all the elite disciples. I was hesitant, so I sent out to confirm the information on the way, which delayed us. I didn't think this would turn out to be a blessing in disguise, allowing us to escape death. The more the Dean listened, the more curious he became about the disciple who provided the information. Yifan reluctantly stepped forward. It was this subordinate, outer disciple Yifan. Looking at this disciple, the Earth Dean thought to himself. This is the outer disciple Jiangling Xie mentioned last time. How can he just be a little kid who just entered the Zifu realm? Time and time again, he has achieved extraordinary feats. Perhaps this kid's identity is not simple. But his matter can be investigated later. The most important thing now is that I can't sense Wu Yun Mo2's presence, so he must have escaped. Hesitating for a few seconds, the Earth Dean cast a spell, letting out a roar and summoning a giant flood dragon. The flood dragon burrowed through the ground, retrieving the mineral vein in its mouth. Oh my god, that's Hunsher! So much Hunsher! The Dean's voice echoed through the air, reaching everyone's ears. Disciples, listen up! Clean up the battlefield and collect all this Hunsher to be handed over. If there are any survivors, rescue them with all your might. As for Yifan, it's fortunate you were here. Otherwise, our Wuxing sacred ground would have suffered heavy casualties. You've made a great contribution this time. After returning, I will report to the courtyard head and reward you. Yifan respectfully bowed his head. Thank you, Elder. Xiao Tuo waited for everyone to leave before approaching and patting his shoulder in praise. Your intelligence was so accurate, amazing. We not only survived but also found so many treasures. The Deans will definitely be happy and reward you handsomely. Standing beside them, Lawson gritted his teeth and muttered, just a stroke of luck, what's there to be proud of? Senior Sister Yi, do you smell something? Yifan mysteriously asked. There's a sour smell. Could there be a lemon demon in this Mo Yuan? Senior Sister, since everything is resolved, I'll take my leave. I still have matters to attend to. Xiao Tuo asked seriously, wait, junior brother Yifan, where are you going in such a hurry? Haha, I'm just going to collect some interest. Watching Yifan's departing figure, Lawson was furious. Damn it, he's so arrogant. Let me see what you'll do. A while later, outside the Wanguemo Khan, Wang Teng and Gao Yang were sitting at a tavern, enjoying drinks. They were discussing whether the matter of killing their fellow disciples would be exposed. But now that it's done, worrying is probably too late. Besides, isn't it normal for a few disciples to die during training in the Mo Yuan? Even if other disciples know we killed them, how would they dare to report us? Just as he said this, a stone flew from afar and shattered the cup in Wang Ting's hand. He widened his eyes, unsure of what was happening. Then, both of them were startled as if they had seen a ghost when they saw Yifan. So you two are here. It's quite easy to find you. Unable to believe his eyes, Wang Ting shouted, how is this possible? How is this kid still alive? Shouldn't he have died in the Mo Yuan long ago? What? Are you surprised to see me alive? Wang Ting pointed at him and roared like a wild beast, impossible. Yifan, you can't be alive. Lunging forward, Yifan tightly gripped Wang Ting's neck. Nothing is impossible for me. Ugh, let me go. Let me go. Facing Wang Ting's terrified face, Yifan questioned, what did you do to Lu Hui and Zhang Tai? Even at this point, Wang Ting still tried to argue and refused to admit defeat. You want to know? Why don't you go ask Yama? Hearing these words, Yifan's eyes immediately lit up with killing intent. Yifan, do you want to kill me? Look around. In broad daylight, with so many disciples here, do you really want to kill me? Let me tell you, my younger sister has already broken through to the Zifu realm at a young age and is highly valued by the sacred ground. If you dare to touch a hair on my head today, she'll break 10 of your bones tomorrow. Contrary to Wang Ting's expectations, Yifan suddenly burst out laughing. You said Zifu realm? I'm so scared of the Zifu realm. Yifan then condensed qi into a weapon, summoning his blood blade. This petrified Wang Ting, as condensing qi into a weapon was proof of breaking through to the Zifu realm. Wait. I'm sorry, Yifan. I was wrong this time. I was confused, manipulated by that Gao Yang. How about this? When we get back, I'll have my sister compensate you with a high-grade Ling Dan. Unable to bear his rambling any longer, Yifan swung his hand, decapitating him with a single slash. It's okay, just be careful in your next life. Looking at the bloody corpse on the ground, Yifan sighed, this is the end for those who repeatedly harmed me. Serves you right. The scene caused chaos among the surrounding crowd. Oh my god. Murder. He really killed him. Killing someone in broad daylight. Does this kid not want to live anymore? Gao Yang, kneeling beside him, was so scared that he wet himself. I'm dead. Wang Ting just died like that. Holding the blood blade, Yifan smiled and approached Gao Yang. Next is your turn, you bastard. Just as Yifan was about to strike, senior sister Xiao Tuo's voice rang out. Yifan, are you crazy? What have you done? I didn't expect you to kill someone in this city because I wasn't at ease about you leaving alone. Don't you know this city is protected by the 10 great sacred grounds and the 100 sects alliance? Yifan calmly replied, Senior sister Yi, I'm very clear about what I'm doing. Xiao Tuo angrily shouted, Clear my ass! Killing fellow disciples is a capital offense. Oh really? Then let's wait until I've dealt with this animal before atoning for my sins. Lawson, also present at the scene, felt immensely delighted. Haha, this kid is an idiot. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he made a contribution? He doesn't even respect the sect rules. Let's see how the elders deal with him. Sensing the terrifying killing intent from Yifan, Gao Yang fearfully retreated. Yifan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. For the sake of our fellowship, please spare me. Yifan seriously asked the same question as before. I'll ask you one last time. You harmed Lu Hui and the others, so where are their graves? We didn't. Close to death, Gao Yang still firmly refused to admit his guilt. As soon as he finished denying it, Yifan swiftly chopped off one of his arms. You're all fellow disciples, yet you wouldn't even bury them in a proper grave, just leaving them to be gnawed on by demonic beasts until there's nothing left of their bones? I was wrong, Yifan. I was really wrong. Please spare me. Clutching his severed arm, Gao Yang writhed in pain on the ground. His rage reaching its peak, Yifan raised the blood blade. Repentance? What good is repentance now? Save it for hell, and apologize to them yourself. Just as he was about to bring the blade down, a powerful surge of spiritual power shot from afar, blocking the attack. Stop. Yifan, this is not the place for you to cause trouble. Now, come with us to see the elders. Under the escort of the 2 elders, Yifan and Gao Yang were taken to the punishment platform on a floating island. Located high in the sky with a peculiar terrain, countless lightning bolts crackled around it. Yifan had seen in the Wangu Dai Dian that elders interrogated criminals on this punishment platform. The stone steps were made of specially crafted stone material, and every step taken felt like 1,000 pounds of pressure on his legs. Upon reaching the top step, Yifan faced 3 mysterious elders wearing masks, their voices cold. Disciple below, do you know your crime? Yifan calmly replied with utmost clarity, Disciple Yifan is innocent. Hearing this, an elder angrily shouted, How audacious! You massacred 2 fellow disciples in the blink of an eye, and yet remained so arrogant. Do you have any regard for the sect's laws? Facing the questioning, Yifan gave a contemptuous smile. Elder, you speak of sect's laws? How laughable! Where were the sect's laws when Wang Teng and Gao Yang schemed against me, forcing me into the Mo Budong? Where were the laws when those 2 went mad and slaughtered 3 of my companions? Today, I acted on behalf of heaven, eliminating the corrupt for the sake of the sacred grounds, removing a hidden danger for all of you. And yet you want to use the sect's laws to suppress me? Isn't that utterly ridiculous? You! Yifan's sharp words momentarily left the elders speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Yang, standing behind, loudly accused. Esteemed elders, Yifan is a madman. It was clearly him who had a dispute with Lu Hui's group over treasures. Wang Ting and I witnessed him kill Lu Hui, 4 of his companions, and Su Shun. He committed murder at the station to silence witnesses. Fortunately, the elders intervened in time, and I narrowly escaped with my life. After hearing the accusation, Yifan laughed and praised Gao Yang. Your ability to twist the truth is becoming increasingly skillful and sophisticated. After a moment of contemplation, the elders consulted each other. What are your thoughts on this matter, fellow elders? I believe that while Yifan is guilty, he has also made a great contribution to our sacred grounds this time. Therefore, his merits and demerits should offset each other. The only female elder vehemently objected. I disagree with this opinion. Murder is murder. How can merits offset such a crime? Below, Gao Yang knelt on the ground and wailed pathetically, This Yifan is too arrogant. I beseech the 3 elders to uphold justice for me. Yifan, it's a fact that you killed people on the streets. As for the deaths of Lu Hui's 4 companions, there are no witnesses, and you cannot prove your innocence. Just as the elder was about to pronounce the verdict, a resounding voice interrupted, Who said there are no witnesses? What's all this commotion about? To everyone's astonishment, Lu Hui's group, completely unharmed, stepped forward from beneath the platform. Esteemed elders, the three of us, who were presumed dead, have come to testify for Brother Fan. Seeing the three of them, Gao Yang stared as if he had seen ghosts and yelled, "What? How are you still alive? This is impossible." Yi Fan remained completely calm, as if he had anticipated this. "Oh, Lu Hui, you guys are rather late." The elders were bewildered by the constantly changing circumstances of the trial. He sternly looked down at Lu Hui and asked again, "Are you truly not dead and standing here right now?" "Yes, esteemed elder. We are not only alive, but we also cultivated within the Wangumo Yuan and achieved breakthroughs." The female elder coldly asked, "Yi Fan, what exactly is going on?" Yi Fan silently let out a hearty laugh. "The truth? It's not that difficult to explain. A few days ago, Lu Hui and his group were tied up in front of a cave, unable to free themselves. The scent from their bodies quickly attracted several demonic beasts, rustling in the grass. What's that sound? It seems dangerous." Suddenly, what jumped out from the grass was just an ordinary rabbit. The three of them initially breathed a sigh of relief, but then the ordinary rabbit suddenly transformed into a giant rabbit. "Damn it, the rabbit has grown." "No, wait, there shouldn't be ordinary animals like small rabbits in the Wangumo Yuan. Are we doomed?" Just as the monster's claws were about to reach them, a terrifying explosion occurred, sending the giant rabbit tumbling. "What's happening now?" It turned out that Yi Fan had just broken through the cave entrance and rescued Lu Hui's group in time. "I heard everything from that Su Shun woman. Are you all alright, Lu Hui?" After confirming that no one was seriously injured, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief and seriously instructed, "I will deal with these scum personally. You guys go back first. I'll explore the area along the way and deal with them later." Hearing that he wanted to go deeper into the Moyuan, everyone disagreed and demanded to follow. "We also want to follow you and find those beasts to take revenge ourselves." "No, you're currently injured and it's not suitable to take risks." After some back and forth, they agreed with this assessment. Let alone following Yi Fan, even returning safely was a problem. Right now, the best course of action is to find a way to recover from our injuries first, and then we'll plan. Just as he finished speaking, another group of giant rabbits rushed in. "Damn it, there are so many demonic beasts. Could it be that the explosion just now attracted them here?" Despite their injuries, everyone took up their weapons, prepared to fight. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yi Fan smiled and stopped them. "You guys, always with your lives on the line. You're truly unlucky. Don't worry, with me here, even Yama wouldn't dare take you." Indeed, everyone had great faith in Yi Fan's strength. However, the monsters were truly numerous, greatly outnumbering them. "Brother Fan, should we retreat first?" Lu Hui loudly suggested. "Don't worry, just stay there," Yi Fan said, then pulled out a glowing sunflower from his pouch, like a miniature sun. The terrifying light shone on the monsters, instantly killing them. "Damn it, what is this? It's so bright. Oh my god, the power is terrifying." Over 100 demonic beasts were instantly shattered. Just like that, Yi Fan eliminated all the monsters with a single move. After successfully dealing with the monsters, everyone crowded around curiously. "Brother Fan, you're too amazing. What kind of magical treasure is this? We've never seen it before." "Oh my god, this is the Xiantian Liang Kue. This is an ancient treasure that has long been lost." Yi Fan smiled, accepting their astonished gazes. "Before we set off, didn't you say you'd prepare a glowing treasure? This is my preparation. This treasure is truly too powerful, Brother Fan. Common demonic beasts fear light, and this treasure emits an extremely dazzling light, like facing the real sun. Sweeping through the demonic abyss with this wouldn't be a problem." So Yi Fan gave them each a sunflower for protection. "Find a safe place to heal your injuries and cultivate. Wait until we regroup. With this treasure, ordinary demonic beasts definitely won't be able to harm you." All three of them stared wide-eyed at the glowing flower. "Such a precious treasure, you're just giving it to us?" Yi Fan turned to leave, replying, "To me, when your life is threatened, maintaining your final boundaries and refusing to betray loyalty and friendship is the most precious thing." His words moved everyone to tears. "Don't say any more, Brother Fan. We don't regret following you." "That's right, Brother Fan, be careful on this trip." Alright, I'll definitely kill all those beasts and let them know that I repay kindness with kindness, and avenge wrongs with wrongs. Back in the present, on the trial platform, Yifan briefly recounted the story. And that's the truth of the matter. The elder listened in astonishment, then seriously asked Lu Hui's group, is what he said true? The three of them knelt down and bowed simultaneously. Yes, esteemed elder. It was Wang Teng and Gao Yang who plotted against Yifan first. Disciple Zhang Tai is willing to testify here. Disciple Xian Wu is also willing to testify. Yifan turned and asked Gao Yang, didn't you say you saw me kill Lu Hui with your own eyes? Now they are standing right in front of you, safe and sound. Having realized the issue, the elder immediately shouted, Gao Yang, you dare to lie. Confess the truth. Faced with immense pressure, Gao Yang immediately knelt down in fear. I confess, esteemed elder, please forgive me. I was bewitched, but this wasn't all my idea. The mastermind behind this is inner disciple Wang. Before he could finish, a terrifying bolt of lightning pierced through his body, accompanied by a cold voice, shameless scum, die. It turned out that the one who acted was the female elder. Everyone, this person's evil deeds have brought about his own demise. Truly unforgivable. Ada, representative of the punishment hall. Execute him on the spot. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Watching Gao Yang's tragic death, Yifan felt a strange complexity. This elder handled things too hastily. There's definitely something wrong with her. Just as he suspected. Despite the matter being resolved, she stubbornly insisted on condemning Yifan. As for Yifan, although there were reasons for your actions, you are not entirely innocent. Don't tell me you have no evidence to prove that Wang Ting harmed you. Even if you did, you cannot arbitrarily kill him like that. A cultivator must know restraint. If inner demons grow unchecked, what's the point of cultivation and pursuing the Tao? In my opinion, punishing you with 10 years of confinement is not excessive. Hearing this, Lu Hui's group hurriedly spoke up. What? I object. This is unacceptable. How can you give such a careless verdict? Sensing that the elder was targeting him, Yifan smiled faintly. Elder, you're quite efficient, aren't you? Elder Ren, if I were to offer a treasure, how would the judgment be made then? The elder was puzzled by the sudden mention of this. What do you mean by that? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yifan took out a glowing sunflower from his storage pouch. I clearly remember the Wanga Great Hall's rule. If one can offer heavenly and earthly treasures to the sacred grounds, they can be exempt from punishment. I wonder if this still holds true today. I can offer this ancient herb, the Xiantian Liang Kui. Seeing the treasure, all the elders were startled. What? How can you possess such a treasure? The female elder was clearly flustered but remained stubborn. Although this medicinal herb is rare in the world, human life is also extremely precious. With just one, Yifan immediately took out 10 more, illuminating the entire area. What if I say 10? Oh my God, 10 of them! This value is truly immeasurable, unimaginable. Even at this point, the female elder still refused to give up. Ahem, so what if it's 10? Human life is also very important. Oh, if the elder says so, then how about 20? He took out 10 more, and everyone was naturally silenced. They wondered if they were dreaming. If that's not enough, I have more here. I have about 30 of these ancient medicinal herbs, the Xiantian Liang Kui. How is this possible? He has so many of these ancient spiritual plants. The combined value is enough to buy 10 cities, no, 20 cities. And there was another matter to consider, as the female elder stood up abruptly from her seat. So many medicinal herbs, where did you get them from?